Good morning, everybody. We will be starting in a few seconds. We're almost set, and we have people that joined on time. So we will be starting very shortly. Thank you. Good morning to everybody.
Dear friends and colleagues, welcome to Ecoweek Online, the 15-year anniversary edition. We hope you're all safe and healthy. This year we are celebrating the 15 years since Ecoweek's establishment, and we are very glad to have you on board. The journey started 15 years ago when Elias, the founder and coordinator of Ecoweek, felt it was important to speak about sustainability, to promote sustainable living, and to train fellow professionals on how to design based on circular models. The first ecological week took place in Aegina in Greece, and with the first design workshops in Athens a few years later. Since then, Ecoweek has reached out to more than 17 countries, and this year, due to COVID-19, we have responded in a rather different way. We have created a series of online challenges, reaching out to more than 20 countries. Elias will tell you more about what Ecoweek is later. Today, we are opening the second Ecoweek online event. It is special. It is special because we are celebrating the 15-year anniversary of Ecoweek with lectures, workshops, and the virtual exhibition, a tribute to all those who participate in our past events. This long journey is represented in 50 pavilions in the virtual exhibition, which Pavlos imagined and created with a team of amazing young designers and architects, and which he will present to us today. When I first joined Ecoweek 8 years ago, I couldn't even imagine this fantastic journey. We have had the opportunity to travel across the world, work with thousands of professionals and students, share ideas and knowledge, design together, build together, get to know each other's culture, network, and now meet online. What's next? To close the 15-year celebration in 2021, Ecoweek is heading back to its place of birth, back in Aegina in Greece. We are planning an amazing event full of sustainability, history, and tourism. Participatory design processes, placemaking, and circular design will be combined near historic buildings, marking 200 years from the birth of the modern Greek state. We will draft a sustainable tourism plan for Aegina and design the public space on the island along with the locals. Stay tuned if you want to join us. 15 years, 15 voices, 15 plus 1 countries. This edition's topic is quite wide. We want to discuss all those issues that we have been constantly identifying the past 15 years during our lectures and workshops to redefine them and give solutions under a new thinking. This is because sustainability is a wide subject, not limited to 1 or 2 topics. This is why we bring a wide variety of professionals and experts with their own point of view, their own projects and experience to share with all of us today their work and ideas. We have gone a long way for the past 15 years, but unfortunately, most of the environmental issues that we were discussing 15 years ago are still relevant and mostly unsolved today. After me, Elias will moderate the unique panels and will present our keynote speaker, Nicolas Delon. Later on, during the day, Pavlos will open and give us a tour to the virtual exhibition. By the end of the day, the workshop teams will meet and guidelines will be given to all the participants. I want to thank you all for joining us today. I want to thank our amazing speakers and workshop leaders. I want to thank our partners for the successful collaboration, especially the European Union Institute for Culture, UNIC in Tel Aviv, and our media partners who helped to get the word out. I want to thank our fantastic team, Sofia, Vicky, Eleni, Nafsika, Pavlos, Theodora, Ina, and Margarita, and of course Elias, for the amazing collaboration, their enthusiasm and ideas, and for the very impressive result that we all managed to put together in a very short time. I want to thank and congratulate the amazing team of young architects and designers who, along with Pavlos, have been working together the past 2 months to give the amazing virtual exhibition. Most importantly, I would like to thank Elias for the amazing collaboration the past 8 years, and in some cases under really hard circumstances, for the trust he put on me and all the guidance and valuable lessons he taught me. He's a great mentor. And now I'm delighted to give the microphone to Elias Messinas. Elias, besides being the creator of Ecoweek, he is a practicing architect and urban planner, expert in public participation processes, and a senior lecturer who teaches architecture and design in Israel and Greece. Elias is the editor of the Ecoweek catalog and book, in addition to books and numerous articles, and the driving force of 15 years of Ecoweek around the world. Elias, the stage is yours. Thank you very much and enjoy this event. Have a good day.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Despina. Thank you so much. Um, Despina is very modest and did not actually give a lot of her background. She did not mention that besides being an Ecoweek associate for the last 8 years, and she's also the coordinator of numerous Ecoweek events around the world. And she's also a talented landscape architect, an amazing organizer, and a truly valuable partner. So I want, from my part, to also give Despina a very special thank you. So welcome everybody to the second Ecoweek online challenge. My name is Elias Messinas. I'm the founder of Ecoweek, and I would like to say the naive founder of Ecoweek. And I want to thank you all for joining us today to this very special event and celebration. I want to add and thank to our partners from France, Greece, Czech Republic, Italy, Austria, Lithuania, Poland, Hungary, the members of the unique Tel Aviv cluster, and especially Martin Ladislau Salamon, who's the director of the Romanian Cultural Institute, who led the collaboration with Ecoweek and Unique, and who will join us also later today when we conclude the lectures. Why was Ecoweek established 15 years ago? And why do we still discuss, learn, train, and innovate in sustainable design after 15 years? Because the planet is still at crossroads. Sorry about that, technical problem. The COVID-19 did not make things any easier. And at the moment, it's actually making a comeback in several countries. So we are at a crossroads because the targets that we have set since the Rio Summit and the Agenda 21 in 1992, the Kyoto Accord in 2005, and the Paris Agreement in 2015, which was signed by 195 governments, did not have a significant effect to our business as usual lifestyle. We are still releasing billions of tons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere every year. Waste, electronic waste, microplastics are filling our air, land, and seas in unprecedented speed, and natural resources are becoming more rare and more harmful to harvest. Also, social disparities are increasing. Less people are controlling more resources, and more people are sharing the effects of climate change and a quality of life that is being constantly challenged. Obviously, this is not a sustainable model. Many say that it's because of leadership crisis, but it's not only a matter of leadership. It has to do with our own choices as individuals and as communities. Whether you believe it or not, it's in our hands to make a difference. There's a beautiful story about this. In an oasis in the desert, Eliyahu is an old man and he makes a living from growing and selling dates. One day, he's digging holes next to the trees, and Hakim, a rich merchant, stops and asks him, "Dear old man, what are you doing digging in the heat?" The man replies, "I'm digging holes to plant more date trees." The merchant laughs. "This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. How old are you, old man?" Eliyahu says, "Well, I'm about 17 or 80 or 70 or 80 years old," he replied. "I'm not sure." And then Hakim tells him, "My dear friend, date trees need at least 40 to 50 years to give fruit. So with all due respect, you will never see any fruit or crop or profit from the trees that you're planting. So leave what you're doing and come and sit with me here in the shade and have a drink with me." Eliyahu then replies, "Listen, Hakim, I have been eating and making a living out of date trees planted by somebody else whom I never met and who, like me, never saw any fruit from those trees. So now I'm planting date trees in honor of somebody else whom I will never meet, so he can also make a living in the future. So please let me finish my work." "My dear friend," replies the merchant in shock, "you just gave me an important lesson. Please allow me to pay for this lesson." And he takes out a purse of gold coins and he hands them to Eliyahu. "Thank you, my friend, for the money," says Eliyahu as he takes the purse. "You see what happens. Just now, you told me that I would never see any profit from these trees I'm planting, and I have not even finished planting them. And here I am receiving this money and the appreciation of a disciple." In the end of the story, the merchant admits getting another lesson from the wise old man, and so he pays him another purse of money. So Eliao, holding the two purses of money, tells the merchant that the trees that he's about to plant, which he didn't expect any crop from them, offered him not one, but two crops. And this is the beauty of sustainability, that as opposed to conventional solutions, which are based on chemicals or polluting technologies or fossil fuels, where we may solve one problem, but we're creating many more problems, when we do the right thing, we create more than one solutions. For example, this nice panel is a nice architectural element, but it's also a very smart element. It's creating shading for the building and it's producing energy from the sun. Also, there's a project by Julie Bartman that I really like, which is using demolition materials from paving. So Julie didn't only divert waste from the landfill, but she also saved energy from trucks carrying materials in and out from the site. And of course, all the damage made to the roads, all the pollution from the trucks, all the accidents along the way, and of course, saved a lot of money from using and buying new pavement. And the result is equally beautiful. So at Ecoweek, we actually believe that solutions exist. Solutions can be smart and sustainable, and that each one of us, through cooperation, can make a difference. Ecoweek is like a journey where we are both individuals and part of a bigger group that is learning, it's training, networking, and it's actually making a difference. Over the years, many friends have shared their feedback about Ecoweek, but the one that I really love is the comment that was made by Palestinian architect Omar Youssef, who said, Ecoweek is like a healthy forest. It provides a safe platform for diversity and for cooperation. When I was a student at Yale in the early 1990s, I learned from our dean, Tom Beebe, that at Yale, they bring students different voices, different styles, different approaches to confuse us, so that in the end, we will discover our own voice. And I would like to add that at Ecoweek, we do a similar thing. We bring different professionals, different experts, different ideas, only that we expect from our participants to discover their own voice to sustainability. So let's celebrate today the first 15 years of our journey to sustainability. For those of you who join us for the first time, and I think there are quite a few of you, as Despina promised, I will share a few words of what Ecoweek is. Ecoweek is an NGO. It's with a passion to change people's habits. And as I said in the beginning, I'm the naive chairman of this organization. And the mission to raise environmental awareness and to promote the principles of sustainability. Ecoweek was established on the island of Egina, Greece in 2005, where we're planning to return in 2021. And from there, we reached out to 20 countries in physical and online events. We created a network of 56 countries of young professionals and experts who are constantly coming into the events or volunteering to our events or becoming part of Ecoweek. Ecoweek programs put the participants at the center through design workshops. We hold public participation sessions, giving a voice to the project stakeholders, regardless of age. And we encourage our participants to engage in real projects by using materials and tools and to build things at different scales and different materials. The 15-year celebration will close in the fall of 2021 with an international event in Egina, Greece, the place where Ecoweek started 15 years ago. We will be posting details on the website, ecoweek.org, and you are all invited to join us. So thank you again for joining us today and enjoy the program. Thank you very much. Okay. After the short introduction, I would like to introduce our speakers. We will start with the first unique Ecoweek panel. Then we will have the keynote speaker, Nicolas Delon, and then we'll have another session, another Ecoweek panel, which is moderated by Sophia Passia. And then we will end with the second unique Ecoweek panel. And then Martin will join us at the conclusions it will be myself and Despina and Martin to share our feedback on the lectures and the Q&A and all the discussion that will be generated. I can see that our first speakers are getting ready. Jonas and Jurga, I can see you on the window. Hi, good morning. Thank you for joining. Our first panel will address the question, preserving the planet, how to reverse the trend. Now, from what we learned from the scientists and the data that becomes available on the global on the global targets of where the planet is at the moment and where it should have been, the situation is quite disheartening and I can say even worrisome. What we will hear from our panelists are proactive and positive initiatives, examples of good practices and policy that, if applied on a global scale, could help reverse the trend. Our speakers will present for 15 minutes each, and then, given the time, we will have a short Q&A with them at the end of the session. And you're welcome to share questions on the chat. And given the time, we will also share your questions with the speakers. I will start our panel with the amazing duo from Lithuania, Jonas and Jurga, who are the co-creators of the Baltic Pavilion at the 15th International Architecture Exhibition at Venice Biennale in 2016. Through architectural, curatorial, and research projects, they aim to create new relationships between society and the environment by seeking to articulate architecture in a wider ecology of practices. In their lecture, they will present the Neringa Forest Architecture Residency Program, a lecture which was made possible thanks to the support of the Lithuanian Culture Institute in Tel Aviv and the cooperation between Ecoweek and Unique. Jonas and Jurga, the microphone is yours. You are welcome to share your presentation. I don't know if you're unmuted. Actually, you're not unmuted, so you can freely share with us your work. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi, everyone. Just sorry, that's a bit of a technical glitch here. We have to share this screen. Yeah.
Yeah. Do a simple share on the window that you have the presentation.
Yeah. Open system preferences.
No, share this simple screen.
Okay, well, sorry.
Because you should have screen sharing.
You need help?
Yeah, we need help.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
help
You go at the bottom of the screen and you hit the share screen.
Yeah.
It's a green button.
Yeah.
And then once you have the, oops, I did my share screen, sorry, but oh, you have it.
Okay.
We have it, okay?
You got it, super, okay.
Yeah, so you see the full screen now, yes?
We see the split screen. We see the big slide with the small slides to the left.
Oh, this needs to be seen. Okay.
Now we see the full screen, thank you.
Yeah, so hi everyone, and thank you so much for inviting us to speak at the Ecoweek, and congratulations on your 15th anniversary. And we will talk today about our ongoing project that is not ended. It's in the middle and at the beginning actually. That is the Neringa Forest Architecture Residency Program at Nida Art Colony in Nida in Lithuania. We are together curating in collaboration with NAC director Egie Inzule. As discussions surrounding human intervention and activities in the natural landscape gain increasing significance, NAC's new program positions the forests of Curonian Spit, the particular place, as a foundation from which residents can analyze the broader scope of forest as infrastructure in Nordic Baltic region. This research residency program is an attempt to align local spatial practices with an international network of creative practitioners while redefining the Neringa forest as a conceptually expansive space, a space of and of thinking and producing. We might wonder what is forest, and we may suspect that forest is a human definition. What optics, what tools do we have to sense the forest, habitat, methodologies to describe it, and what place forest has in relation to humans? For a long time, the forest is no longer just trees, various plants, animals, a place of silence and wilderness. Now forest is a place where actions are planned and carried out by humans, turning them into tables, laws, percentages, and systems. An image of forest, in a way, it's in our mind. Architecture learns from natural systems, that is usual way to operate. Here, a survey of forest ecology drawing of tree canopies on the right is translated into floor layout of Kanagawa Institute of Technology workshop building, which was designed by Yunya Ishigami, the Japanese architect. The forest of building columns forms a balanced structural system. We move through the building, developing our collective routines and a series of relationships. In a way, ecosystems work. But here we might propose this inversion of how to operate in the relationship to nature. That in a way it is inversion of learning, form finding from nature to shaping nature to follow human logic. In 19th century, sands of Curonian spit stopped from moving by planting trees. Sand carried out by wind formed dunes, and dunes are halted here to secure human habitats. So that we might say that that's an example where we don't learn from nature, but we form nature in relationship to our habitats and places. Here, so the dunes in Curonian spit are formed to be stopped and prevented from shifting in the wind. And then here it is in a way example where the retreating sand reveals an ancient forest, for example. So here we see the Curonian spit, which is 98 kilometer long sand dune shared by Lithuania and Russia, in a way approximately half and half, which is separating Curonian Lagoon from the Baltic Sea. It's a 2 kilometer to 3 kilometer wide spit of sand. In a way, it's a dune.
So the forest that you see now is one of the key elements of the interaction between man and nature, forming the cultural landscape of the Curonian Spit, currently a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Forests were planted over the span of 200 years, formed an environment dedicated to managing natural geomorphological processes. It is a UNESCO site not because of its beautiful nature, but on contrary, it is a cultural landscape shaped by human agency. Modern forests of Curonian Spit are a social object where actions are planned and carried out by man, and biodiversity and ecosystems are supervised, formed, and represented by various state and public agencies. The project aims to open an opportunity for various institutions operating in the Curonian Spit to cooperate with art, design, and research practices, creators of various fields, to get acquainted with local material, landscape formed during its projects, and ecological processes, engage in debate and creative initiatives. The project uses various art and design trends and interactive formats to ensure the sustainability and wide dissemination of its results and the continuation of Neringa forest architecture ideas and activities in the future.
The split reveals that in the heritage site, the heritage site itself is a shifting definition. It is a set of practices that support the state of split forests. To understand the changes in this landscape immediately, we sampled Landsat satellite data. Its spectral band on spectral band 1 highlights hard surfaces, leaving soft spots such as vegetation blank. Red, green, and blue layers correspond with different years assembled into RGB image. Different colors highlight change. In where you see the 3 images which overlaid highlight different activities happening in different years. For example, the areas where forest is regrowing after 1995 fires is seen in red. That's where in later layers it becomes soft surfaces. And more recent empty areas after 2016 fire are highlighted in blue. We see patches of recent clearings in the forest. Some open areas overgrown. The Curonian split forest is ever shifting space, and it's not stable. It's constantly moving. Here we see the mountain pine landscape, the forest complexity where all the layers converge in one place. The Curonian split is shared by Russia and Lithuania, and it's governed and shaped by various state and civic agencies. UNESCO, in a way, acts across the borders as a mechanism to coordinate actions. Ecological, recreational, representational, and industrial narratives and interests converge here. Forest, the basis of this landscape, may be understood as an infrastructure formed by a diverse civic consensus. In a way, this equilibrium of practices or ecology of practices that you see some of them laid out here. On the Lithuanian side, the Forest Institute coordinated planned forest works in a form of a map. When
sample. Sample. Location. So we came to Nida Art Colony residency in November 2019 and engaged with local agencies to create a public exhibit seeking to reveal ongoing processes in the forest works. We have extracted one tree, pine tree, a sample from Grobštas Nature Reserve at the Lithuanian-Russian border, where in 2019, Curonian Spit National Park foresters cleared self-planted 30, 40-year-old old pines to open up the dunes from overgrowth. We have excavated its roots, and the pine structure is revealed by a longitudinal cut from the apex to its roots, where among growths, the seed from which the tree grew is revealed, and placed the sampled tree by the Curonian Lagoon near the main promenade where tourists or visitors have their walks. We placed cards unfolding stories of the local forest were affixed to the inner section of the tree trunk.
You can read them while strolling along the lagoon.
The Curonian Spit is the youngest large-scale geological formation in the region. Here, the forests grew over several generations. They developed, disappeared, and recovered in the moving sand dunes. When the dunes began to dominate in the beginning of the 19th century, forest cover fell to 10%. During the 19th century, people began planting forests to control the spontaneous moving of sand dunes. Sequence of these little maps reveals the continuity of processes in the landscape formations of the spit.
In the 18th century, forests were unable to expand due to human activities and livestock grazing on poor land. Local people do not care at all about planting and maintaining forests. As a result, large areas were covered by moving sand. Therefore, measures to preserve the Curonian spit with state funds were proposed. And you must understand that's where the state interferes. Forest depletion at the Curonian spit coincides with the emergence of the idea of sustainable forest and understanding long-term relationship between the planting, growing, and felling of a forest. State forests are being expanded by planting in empty fields, squares and zigzags, the woven on the dunes, and then pines imported from Denmark and Belgium are planted. The planted sections remain stable and the open areas of sand spill out to form bays and horns. By the end of 1980s, normatives were implemented to increase the volume of the forest planted to cover the plains and open areas with monoculture forests of common pine. Forest cover reaches 75% now, and afforestation of Curonian spit is completed. Jointly, the forest management plans developed by Curonian Spit National Park and State Forestry. We see them on the right. That is the Lithuanian part, and the Russian part is all stable, and none of the kind of major works are planned. The current forest management works are driven by UNESCO heritage narratives, translated and then recreational motives, ecological concerns result in range of works that are planned. We see them marked in different colors. The forest future map, which is being slowly unfolded during the autumn-winter months when the felling season takes place. Orange here, for example, you see self-seeding forest cleared from the dunes to open up areas. In green here, mature mountain pines, which we saw previously, are to be replaced by new ones.
The image of the forest as a renewable space, a diverse ecological system that is being harvested and renewed, brings together the general public, scientists, forestry experts, designers, architects, and artists to create materials and products for the future. Therefore, we see the historical large-scale planting of the Curonian spit as a forward-looking process in an important global context. The Curonian spit's cultural landscape is not retroactive, but a set of forward-looking spatial and cultural practices.
Forest gains around 12, in this Curonian spit, is 12,000 cubic meters mass every year. It's growing, it's expanding. And around 3,000 cubic meters are cleared from the Lithuanian side of the Curonian spit to be chipped for biofuel or paper. Here we see the chips of biofuel in a pile. Realizing that none of the timber at the moment is used as material for building or making design objects for the NAC residency, we bought some pine logs, which is pine here, black alder, spruce, and other species of local timber were brought in near the art colony. The institution bought from Kretinga Forestry, the institution in charge of logging in the spit. And in May, a mobile sawmill cut them into planks of various sizes and thicknesses, turning near the art colony courtyard into active production site.
The material preparation works initiated a new residency program dedicated to forest. The trees of the Curonian forest and all of its distinct eco-socio-political features are literally and figuratively the foundational material of the program. We see the forest at the center of the cultural landscape. Here, the material cycle of growing, harvesting, natural drying, and processing of wood will become the basis of the residency program. As cultural practitioners, we encounter the forest as building site, as obstacle, and as a resource, the territory to be cleared, but also to be preserved, cultivated, tamed, or simulated. To
facilitate the natural seasoning of the cut logs, we built a timber seasoning shed, which is in a way articulation of as a first intervention made by the program. So the shed stands as an image to initiate the residency activities, where we used for the foundation, we used concrete blocks from building works, demolition works, which were taking place nearby. The planks we cut, we left the bark to signify that it's actually coming from here, natural resource. Then we made these segments, which we assembled together to form one structural system, which is 16 meters long. The roof was made from simple tin by just folding it on site, and here it is in a courtyard, waiting for timber to be brought in. So the timber brought in. So and this is the shed which makes material available for the residents in a way that forms as a kind of symbolic gesture, also a material gesture, also an infrastructure, and our residency program is to begin next year. This year we are inviting some practitioners, designers mainly, and artists from Lithuania to reside in Nida in December, and they will start working with this timber.
It also functions as a local material archive. We imagine, and we've seen already during summer season that loads of people come, they smell the timber, they ask what kind of timber there is, and most of them are really surprised that it's all the local timber which they've seen in the forest, in the shape of a tree, you know. And just to finish up, Neringa Forest Architecture Program sees the forest as a case study to conjoin the deeper analysis in the wider context of infrastructure forest in Baltic Scandinavian region. The natural growth and change, policy making, forestry management processes, timber technology and design innovation. The forest as a landscape and a material resource in the Neringa Forest Architecture Project links local spatial practices of Ukrainian spit to an international network of design and architecture professionals. Utilizing the unique qualities of local wood will be reopening as an authentic space of ideas. The project will articulate the relationship of a forest as a future cultural infrastructure with the public. So
we are engaged with analyzing the space, but in order to explain it to public, to have a series of openings where people could engage. And that's the beginning of Neringa Forest Architecture Project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jonas and Jurga, thank you. It's quite amazing. Actually, I must say that it's very tempting to ask you to organize an Ecoweek event there, to start using the wood.
Please come.
Okay, we'll discuss this. I think it's a super idea. And now, actually, I would like to, before we go into the next speaker, I would like to, because I think what you described is amazing, and it's still fresh. So I think I would like to ask two questions. One is if a process like Neringa, which was created by people 200 years ago, is it something that you see happening again in other areas of the country, and then closely monitoring that? And the second question is whether the project that you described, which is quite amazing, is something that you could guide other countries or areas or cities or rural areas to copy your methodology and then create something similar of what you're doing, because it's quite amazing.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the point is, in a way, what we are trying to do is to uh, to say that making of such landscape and forming a relationship with civic processes takes a lot of time. You see, that's a span of hundreds of years, and only the state may facilitate the long term. In a way, the private actors cannot operate on such scale and have such a continuity. So to be forming policy. Also, we should think about continuity of the state itself. No, we don't explain the kind of shifting regimes in this spit of land, but it was a German land before, then Lithuanian, then Soviet, and then Lithuanian again. So so that's also like different regimes made their projections here. And I think the answer would be to participate, for society to participate in formulation of an environmental governmentality, to shape the long term. So in a way, how can we engage with the state actors? And here architecture, art and design and culture in its broadest sense could be very useful to form a multiplicity of new ways to include the public into environmental debate. You know? What are the portals to enter this what is happening here, this complexity? And then about scaling up this. I guess what is important at this moment is not to create new structures, but to reload, restart, inhabit, or extend the existing ones. So the topic, the forest architecture, is not new in a way. We don't create the kind of authentic discourse or thing, but our project is an attempt to live inside of already ongoing conversation. An ecology of practices, if you like, to facilitate it, place it in a specific location, and provide cultural infrastructure for it. So we are worried about forms of inclusion and ways to give voice to able to shape processes possible only on the level of the state. And we are seeking to explain and open up policymaking to wider range of practices, while thinking how tools of culture, art, and design and architecture could contribute. So forest here is much more complex thing than forest managers see it. You know, the foresters see it as a resource, but from architecture point of view, culture point of view, it's much more complex thing. And maybe we can somehow facilitate what, on one hand, science does, how science operates, how forest policy operates, and how public understands this space. So in a way, like actually making images and making articulations and making buildings, in this case, making exhibits and exhibitions, that is opening up this space for wider engagement, I think, to answer your questions, really.
Thank you. Thank you very much. How do we unshare?
I guess we should stop.
You should, yeah. Thank you, Jonas and Jürgen. Stay with us, because at the end we may have more questions addressed also to you. So it would be good that you're here to reply. So we'll move on to our next speaker for the panel, Ulrike Schartner, of the practice of Gaubenraub, an office she co-founded in 1999 with Alexander Hagner in Vienna, Austria. The office, which is active for over 20 years, works in different areas and scales, from construction to urban planning to furniture and product design. And this year, they were honored with the Architecture Prize from the city of Vienna. Gaubenraub is mostly known through its involvement in projects for disadvantaged people, for example, people with severe alcoholism, dementia patients, and the cohabilitation of formerly homeless people and students. And we will see some of the projects that they are creating for these populations, which are often in the margins of society and the need assistance. They will also present the project now, their ongoing project, Vinzirast am Land, where formerly homeless people return to society thanks to employment in agriculture. Ulrike's lecture is titled On the Edge, Projects for Fringe Groups, and the lecture was made possible thanks to the generous support of the Austrian Cultural Forum in Tel Aviv and the cooperation between Ecoweek and Unique Tel Aviv. Ulrike, you're with us? Yes, I can see you. Hi. Hello, great. Okay, you're sharing. Super. Okay, wait, I'll unmute. You have to unmute. Ulrike, you have to unmute. You have to unmute.
Hello,
Yes.
everybody. Now.
Yes, we can hear you. Hi, welcome.
Welcome. Can you see my picture as well?
Yes, we can see your picture.
Okay, very fine. I thank you very well for the invitation, Elias, and for your kind introduction. And happy birthday to all of you. As you already said, we work in different scales and mainly for private clients. But there is actually one thing we don't do, and that is participating in open competitions. We are quite a small office, so we decided quite early to put time and effort into social projects instead. Because there's so much waste of time and effort, and if we can put this time and effort to social projects, then it is a lot more help of everybody. We worked in the beginning voluntarily and for homeless people, and then different projects followed for disabled and alcohol addicts, and even after 2015 for refugees. You may wonder, Vienna is a very rich and wealthy city, why you have to sleep under the bridge there. We made many investigations and found out there are actually quite a many institutions which take care of homeless people. But often this sleeping place is offered under certain conditions, and these people are not willing to take these conditions. It's like you're not allowed to have alcohol there, you are not allowed to bring a dog or your friends, or you can't bring all your belongings. So the first project I would like to show to you is Vinci Rast mittendrin. It's a project which was resulting out of student protests against the worsening of study conditions in 2009. And a group of these students found an empty house close to the main university in the city center. And the first idea was to occupy this property, but then they decided to try another quite smarter strategy. And they get into contact to an industrialist and philanthropist, Hans-Peter Haselsteiner, who was supporting social projects. And they asked him for financial support, and he arranged a contact to an association called Vinzensgemeinschaft St. Stephan, which was dealing with homes for homeless people. And so they began discussing different propositions. The resulting idea was to try a shared apartment house for student and homeless people. Now it assumes that these two groups are quite different, but they actually share a lack of economical possibilities and to find inexpensive homes and jobs to finance their lives. So this project should generate both of these possibilities. So Haselsteiner bought the house for the association, and the association financed the rebuilding of the house. And our architecture firm and the members of this organization and the students together made the program for the house. as long as possible, we tried to involve the students and the homeless people in renovating the building. But the main construction, of course, was done by professionals due to insurance questions. One additional story on the top floor could be generated according to building regulations, and the Vinci house was ready in 2013, and today 30 students and formerly homeless people live there and work there together in 10 different living communities. How is this organized? On every floor, there are 3 shared apartments with 3 different, for 3 people living there. They share a little kitchen and a bathroom, and together they share an outdoor area, a big kitchen, and a living room. In a normal project, the main cost factor is the material. As big parts of the project were financed through donations, it was necessary to keep costs down as much as possible. And through the help of many volunteers, we could afford time-consuming interior ideas, like the ceiling and the part of the walls are covered with thousands of recycled wood sheets or formal fruit crates. These were leftovers from the market, not costing anything. But of course, the labor was, it took a very long time to put them up. The restaurant, as the bar in the restaurant was made of leftovers from the roof structures, which we pulled down. Under the roof, there is a studio. Everybody thought it is an unneeded luxury for formerly homeless people, but it actually developed to the cash cow of the project, because you can rent this place for birthday parties or yoga classes or press conferences, and this paid back the loan. Another feature is that we took away the courtyard from the residents to give it to the restaurant as a restaurant garden. And in composition to that, they got the terrace. There you can raise vegetables, which can also be used in the kitchen downstairs. And even for those who are not interested in gardening, it's a very beautiful recreation area in the middle of the city. There are 3 workshops there dealing with tree and cycle repairing and these things. And in these workshops, even people can find jobs which normally not living there. They were given a free meal and German lessons in compensations for that. And the products they make there, they are given away for donations or markets. And this also helps the project to stay alive. Downstairs, there's a restaurant. You're not forced to eat something or to consume something, and the people can work there. But on a normal day, you can't see the difference between people living there, working there, or visiting guests. It's like it's really function like a link between the social project and the neighborhood. Yeah, the second project I would like to show to you is Vincit of Wien. This is a different thing. It's a village for long-term homeless people with severe alcoholic problems, which can't accept existing facilities due to their personal conditions, or they are not accepted by these facilities. As I mentioned before, sometimes it's not possible to fulfill the conditions set to get a sleeping place from the other social organizations. So it took us actually 5 years to find a building site and another 8 years for a building permission. How does it start? In 2002, Pater Wolfgang Kucher came to Vienna to give a lecture about his village for formerly homeless people in Graz, and he expressed his wish to realize a similar project in the main city of Vienna. My office partner, Alexander Hagner, spontaneously offered his help to introduce this alternative housing option even in Vienna. But it was a very long way because nobody wanted to host the project. The main argument was we heard was, well, it's for sure necessary, but please not in my backyard. And when we finally could lease a piece of churchland, including the right zoning code, and the troubles still were not over. Citizens' initiatives were founded to stop the projects, and neighbors used all legal possibilities to cause a maximum delay. After 8 years, we finally got a building permission due to a verdict from administrative court. So why was everybody against it? We still don't know. Maybe because they were afraid that another type of people were living there. Here's the model we made. It's a really huge site and belongs to the Lazarettes. It's a Christian community, and they still run a church and a retreat house on the other side of this property. And the big cloister garden was divided into two parts. And on our side, an old farm building was left, and we could reuse this old building after a really extensive renovation. And in addition, we planned small wooden houses to create a village. Building regulation forced us to join the tiny huts with a large roof, but due to the trees, we want to keep the trees. We put big holes into this roof. Yeah, and like always in these kind of projects, there is a lot of money, but an inspired bunch of volunteers who make it possible, the impossible possible. This picture shows them after they were filling the first waste box. They still smile because they don't know that there are at least 20 boxes still to be filled. And during the preparation time for the building site, for the construction, we tried to gain the trust of the neighborhood again and to interest additional volunteers. So we made a flea market, organized that, and this gives curious people a chance to get into contact with the people working for the project. And it gave us the possibility to calm down their fears. And sometimes we even managed to turn an opponent to a supporter. Yeah, how is this organized? You find the main building here keeps the inn as a restaurant. There they get their meals and the laundry, the shower rooms, and the staff rooms. The spaces of the organization, and in the attic there are also 8 sleeping units with bathrooms. And in the garden you see the small tiny tree houses. We were loosely placed in between the trees. Yeah, these wooden houses we also didn't make ourselves because we could get another support from a technical high school, the HTL Mödling, which is teaching timber construction. And me myself has attended the school before I studied architecture, and it was really a pleasure to get into contact with them again. In the beginning of the planning process, we are always searching for firms who can donate materials. And in this case, we got bricks. So one of these, one wall is actually now made of bricks because we just get it. The walls were prefabricated in the school, as you can see here, and then they were mounted on the building site. And like in the Windseerast mittendrin, the project I showed you before, we tried to involve pupils or students as much as possible. And we think this is really a win-win situation for both fields. Another donation were fiber cement tiles for the facade. These tiles were leftovers from old collections, colors which were not produced any longer, and it was really a challenge to find a concept how to put them on these houses. We even got the windows from a showroom. They were not saleable, but lucky us, we really needed different windows, so it's easier for the attendants to recognize their houses and to find their way home. How does it look inside? They are really small, as it's just 78 square meters. And we asked what do they actually really need, the residents? Our residents came from the streets. Some of them have been living there for many, many years, and some of them actually have unlearned to live inside a building. So asking them what is the best with their new homes, the answer was, actually, it's a place you can close the door and lock it. It's a place you can store your things and you're not troubled to lose them. And it's your own bed and the certainty to stay at the same place as long as you wish, and nobody will drive you out. So this is the most important things for this type of people. The privacy is very important. So we have residents not leaving the houses for the first weeks, just when they get the feeling that they are safe and they can be sure that nobody is throwing them out. They finally open up and look for company. And 2 social workers are employed at this site. And the rest of the people working there are volunteers, and they support the residents 24 hours, as really around the clock. Often you see, like, for poor people in the society, you choose poor solutions and uninspired buildings and using cheap materials. But this just turns everybody down, and it regains a negative spiral. So the residents feel like they are marked as losers, and this often leads to further problems like aggression and distraction. So we really try to make nice things, even for people who not can afford it. Extremely small units. Ours have, as I told you, just 6 square meters. They need a lot of outer space. So we were really lucky to have this big garden in front of the houses. And in the last summer, before Corona, we even had, we were planning how you call it, a village place together by planting a linden tree and making a fireplace, berry bushes, and so on. The Winzedorf is a quite unusual home in which you can feel accepted and living according your possibilities. And the last project is the project actually we are working right now on, is the Winzerrast am Land. It's located in Lower Austria, close to Meierling, and this project, formerly homeless people should get new ground under their feet by working with agriculture, because not everybody is succeeding in big cities, so some would really like to go back to the countryside. And here again, private sponsorship made it possible to reuse a formerly hotel and famous restaurant, which stood empty for a few years. And the idea is now to change a place which was actually made for quite wealthy people into a starting point for poor people who are on their way back to a self-determined life. What will we offer there? It should be a space to work with agriculture, perma agriculture. We will raise vegetables and fruits for catering service. We will offer holidays for those who can't afford it, workshops and seminars, and we want to make it a place for recreation. You can quickly visit. Sorry, no. I'm in a meeting. Yeah. Quickly visit, but sometimes plants or vegetables why your kids can get into touch with animals we will have there, like chickens or small sheep. And we will offer homemade sweets and soft drinks, and we will have there some greenhouses. There you can have a coffee shop and so. It's truly an open house to everybody, and I see forward to get it realized. Please help with food or money. As architects, we can't save the world, but we have our skills and tools, and at least we could contribute through suitable architecture. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ulrike. I really like your last. I mean, the work was amazing and really meaningful and powerful, especially for a lot of people who are joining Ecoweek, just because they have the opportunity to work in real projects with wood and soft materials that they can actually build things. So
Mm.
what you're doing is really, I mean, I can imagine that a lot of people will look you up to maybe even come and volunteer to the projects you're doing, because they not only learn how to build, they're also doing something which is very meaningful.
Mm.
And I can share with you that when I was a student at Yale, we had the building project, which is now running for about 40 years. And we actually designed and built a house for two families on our own. It was quite amazing as an experience, you know, to
Mhm.
just really build a house and feel the weight of the materials, and it was really remarkable. So what you're doing is really, I don't know if you would like to see students coming to volunteer, but this could be something that we would be very happy to help, you know, send people or you know, publicize it, if that
Yeah,
would be of
it has
interest.
to be, yeah, very nice. It has to be organized. And now with Corona, we all have, it's difficult right now.
Mhm.
But yeah, it would be nice to get students there to work on the site.
Great. And
Which is
maybe
very
like
fun.
I suggested to Jonas and Jurga, maybe we can bring and have an Eco Week in Vienna, then we can actually do a project together. We would love to do that. It looks so exciting. Now, you know, I would like to just comment on your last slide, and we'll move on, and of course we'll come back with questions from the chat. You know, you're putting this question about, you know, food or money or architecture, and it really reminds me what Le Corbusier wrote in the 1920s. You know, that was 100 years ago. Actually, we can't imagine it, but it's already 100 years that Le Corbusier wrote all these ideas about modern architecture. And he wrote Revolution or Architecture. And it's really giving architecture a lot of responsibility to change the world, you know, in a way. And my question is it a little too ambitious as a statement and expectation from architecture, or you think it's really possible? Because what you're showing seems to be possible, but the scale of it, is it big enough to really make an impact?
No, if I would like to think that as actually it does an impact. It does an impact on those people who otherwise would be on the street. And you may can see it's not a big difference because it's just a few people. But on the other hand, the difference it makes for these few peoples, this is like 100%. And this is where we have to start. Of course, it's not enough, and of course, the scale is too little. But everybody has to start with his own possibilities, and that's
Mm,
what we
mm.
are trying to do. And even to get, yeah, to inspire other peoples to do similar things.
Now I'm seeing in the chat we have you just received a question which is very similar to the question that I would like to ask you, and we'll that will be probably the last one for now, because we're running a little out of time.
Yes.
And the question is that your office work is inspiring, and I'm wondering about the financial side. How do you make ends meet focusing on social projects?
Um, we have, of course, we have to have other projects on the side. We can't just deal with social projects because then we wouldn't exist any longer. So we have quite normal projects for private clients on the side, which are yeah, which are paid. And now in the late project, we were also getting paid from also through donations. So we are not working just for free any longer. But it's very hard. So if you want to get rich as an architect, it's not the way you have to go. Yeah.
Thank you.
But if you want to
Okay.
go home in the evening and think, right, today I did really something meaningful, then it's the right way to do.
Great, great. I think that's a good tip for young professionals to make a decision whether they're going home and looking at their bank account, whether it's going up or down, or they go home and they feel that they've done something meaningful for society.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ricky.
Yes,
It was
good.
very inspiring. Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Bye.
Our next speaker, Nikos Manzaris. I just want to make sure that Nikos is connected. Nikos, can you please
I am.
unmute? You are super. You're here. Great. Because I heard you had some technical issues.
We resolved them.
Great. Super. Okay, so our next speaker is Nikos Manzaris. He's a member of the Special Scientific Committee of the Climate Change Mitigation at the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Greece, and he's a partner and senior policy analyst at the Green Tank. Nikos has been an associate professor at Rice University, conducting research on biochemical engineering, nanotechnology, and sustainable development. After returning to Greece, Nikos worked at the WWF Greece, where he was the head of the climate and energy policy sector, concentrating on the shift from fossil fuels to renewables and energy efficiency. And in 2018, he co-founded the Green Tank, the first think tank in Greece focusing on environmental, energy, and climate policy. Nikos' lecture is titled Trends in Greece, a climate and energy policy, a paradigm shift in the making. And the lecture was made possible thanks to the cooperation with the ministry, with the Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy and UNIC Tel Aviv, and with the support of the Public Diplomacy Office of the Embassy of Greece in Israel. Nikos, thank you for joining. The microphone is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and it's very exciting to be here with all of you, even virtually, especially the students, and talking about climate and energy policy, one of my favorite topics in the world. It's, in Greece's case, it's truly a story of reversing the trend. As you definitely know, we're already facing a climate crisis, which is human-induced, which is definitely going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, challenge for mankind, for our civilization in the 21st century. Probably the most significant turning point in global climate policy in recent years is the Paris Agreement. 5 years ago in Paris, in COP21, leaders from all over the world, most nations of the world, agreed to make every effort possible to limit the rise of global temperature to below 1.5 degrees Celsius, as close as possible to that, and also reach climate neutrality as soon as possible. And climate neutrality is an important concept, so it really means the balance between the sources of greenhouse gas emissions and their sinks, so as we don't emit in aggregate anything to the atmosphere as soon as possible. Now let's turn to Greece. How was Greece performing when it came to climate policy? Well, we haven't been performing very well at all. Here you see our greenhouse gas emissions per capita. They were far greater than the EU average, despite the fact that for the last 10 years we have been facing devastating economic crisis. So why is that? Why did Greece emit so much? Well, a major reason for this is lignite or brown coal, low quality form of coal, which emits a lot of greenhouse gas emissions when it's being burned. What I will show you here in this movie are the national greenhouse gas emissions of different sectors of the economy, starting in 1990 and ending in 2017, where we have all the available data. And what you can see here is that lignite is by far the #1 source of greenhouse emissions at the national level. It has emitted 34% of all of Greece's greenhouse gas emissions during this period. It has a larger share than transport, industry, and waste management combined. Now, this 34% is a very high percentage. In fact, it is we're lagging only Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, and we're actually even in third place, essentially with Poland. Whereas the EU average is 18%. So really, we have lignite responsible for a big part of our greenhouse gas emissions. But lignite is not only responsible for CO2, which damages the climate, it also emits all other type of substances from its stack when it's being burned, like sulfur dioxide, nitric oxides, dust, a lot of heavy metals. And the 6 Greek lignite plants are amongst the most polluting in the EU in terms of emissions of this very toxic substances. Plus, Greek lignite plants consume huge amounts of water every year for their cooling needs, essentially. Besides the environmental damage and the damage to human health, there is immeasurable, I would say, a cost to human lives. On your left, you see a picture of this lignite village in Western Macedonia, in Florina, Anargiri. Back in 2017, June of 2017, the nearby mine collapsed, and with it 80 million cubic meters of land. And the collapse stopped approximately 150 meters from the closest home. It's really a miracle that none of the citizens, none of the people who lived in the village died, because they're farmers, and at the time of the collapse, most of them were at the fields. So they were obviously forced to relocate, leave their homes, which caused a lot of turmoil, and in some cases depression, because they really love this village. And some of the people in Anargiri did not even leave. They stayed there, a very dangerous, unstable place, because they couldn't really see themselves moving away. In general, one might say that the lignite activity has put a lot of lives in hold for many, many years. Now, on your right, you see another lignite village, Akrini, also in Western Macedonia. It's in Kozani at this time, which is located very close to the biggest and one of the most polluting in the EU thermal power stations, that of Agios Dimitrios. Now, there's no lignite beneath Akrini, so the company was not interested in relocating the citizens. And as a result, the citizens were breathing sulfur dioxide, nitric oxide, dust, and heavy metals, big quantities of that, for more than 35 years, since the Agios Dimitrios power plant was commissioned back in 1984. Now, on top of that, there was a fairly recent discovery that they were drinking for many years water contaminated with hexavalent chromium. You may have heard of hexavalent chromium from the Erin Brockovich story, the 2000 film with Julia Roberts, which described the really tragic story of citizens in Hinckley, California, who were drinking water contaminated with hexavalent chromium for years. Well, in the case of Akrini, studies published in peer-reviewed journals have shown that the hexavalent chromium in the drinking water of Akrini and 3 other nearby villages came from the fly ash of the lignite power plant Agios Dimitrios. Now, the Paris Agreement, which I mentioned earlier, had a profound effect on EU policy. Why? Because EU has selected, and rightfully so, to become a global leader in climate policy. Therefore, it's changed its legislation over the years since 2015 in order to comply with the Paris Agreement and lead the world. Several changes made, the most important of which was the EU ETS directive. It is a directive which regulates the price of CO2 in the market. Now, because of the changes implemented, the CO2 prices escalated during the last 3 years, which really burdened the cost of lignite production. Another very important directive was the Industrial Emissions Directive, which regulates everything else besides CO2. It set stricter emission limit values for air pollutants like sulfur dioxide, nitric oxide, dust, and heavy metals now, which in turn causes a need for expensive retrofits, which again in turn leads to higher costs for lignite. And finally, in 2019, the December of 2019, after a very big advocacy battle, the EU decided that member states can no longer subsidize the operation of coal plants. Now, as a result of all these changes, coal and lignite is no longer cheaper. This is precisely what we managed to show in September of 2019 with this report on the economics of lignite plants. Using publicly available data, analyzing them, we've shown that in the last 3.5 years, between January 2016 and June 2019, the Public Power Corporation had accrued net losses due to its lignite industry only of the order of 700 million euros. And perhaps more importantly, the situation was not going to improve, was predicted to worsen over the years, the next 3.5 years. we developed and analyzed 4 different scenarios. And in none of them, we were able to find any possibility for net profits for the lignite part of PPC. On the contrary, we found that the losses are going to continue growing. It was really the cumulative impact of all these developments that I briefly described before that led Prime Minister Mitsotakis to a historic decision, a decision that was not being taken by previous leaders, although the writing was on the wall for a very long time for lignite industry, and NGOs in Greece have been very active in trying to inform decision makers on that. So he decided that all lignite power plants will be retired the latest by 2028, and he announced that on September 23rd, 2019, the climate summit in New York. So let's just hear what he just said.
We are fully committed to the implementation of the Paris Agreement, and we strongly support the strategic long-term vision for a climate-neutral European Union by 2050. For us, it is not just an obligation, but also a great economic opportunity. The Greek government plans to adapt a new, ambitious national strategy for energy and climate before the end of the year. Let me just highlight 2 important components of it. Our goal is to close all lignite power plants the latest by 2028, despite the fact that we remain a big producer of lignite, brown coal. And we plan to ban single-usage plastics across the country by the end of 2021.
That was that. Since that moment, the impact of this decision has been visible in lignite production. What you see here is the production of electricity from lignite every month after this announcement, from October 2019 until August of 2020, the latest available data. You see this in black color, and with gray color, you see the corresponding production of electricity from lignite, the same month of the previous year. So you can see that the black has dropped every month compared to the same month of the previous year, between 14% and 75%. Overall, during this period, lignite production dropped by 46%, which is one of the top drops in lignite production of the EU. And this is even more significant if one considers that the previous year was a record low for lignite production to begin with. Fortunately, the lignite electricity was not substituted by fossil gas, which is another fossil fuel. You can see that fossil gas production between the same periods of this year and the previous year has actually dropped even by a little bit, 1.6%. On the contrary, renewables have increased by a significant percentage during the same period, more than 12%. So things are moving in the right direction. Another very positive development of recent years is the national, so-called National Energy and Climate Plan. Every member state has to submit one to the European Commission. We submitted the final one in December of 2019. And in this National Energy and Climate Plan, the decision to phase out lignite by 2028 is enshrined. And also there is a specific retirement timeline for the retirement of all existing lignite plants by 2023. So there's going to be only one lignite plant operating between 2023 and 2028. And this is a new plant, it has not been constructed yet. On top of this, the new National Energy and Climate Plan had a higher ambition in all 3 basic targets that characterize the National Energy and Climate Plan compared to the draft that was submitted in early 2019 by the previous government. First of all, it has a higher ambition in greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2030. They're supposed to drop by 42% by 2030, compared to 33% of the draft National Energy and Climate Plan. Also, in terms of energy savings, we have a more ambitious target of reducing final energy consumption by 38%, again, an improvement compared to the previous draft. And in terms of renewables, we have a more ambitious target, more than 35% in final energy consumption, which is above the goal for renewables that the EU has set of 32%. In terms of electricity, which is the most significant contributor to this share, renewables are going to reach a share of 61 to 64%, again an improvement compared to the initial NECP draft. Now, one of the things that one has to be optimistic about is the kind of continuity that has been established between the governments. So after the previous government endorsed the very ambitious climate neutrality goal set by the EU, the same happened also with the current government. With the EU climate law, this particular commitment is enshrined legally. And in this EU climate law, the EU describes how this ambitious goal is going to be achieved by the member states. Although the climate law focuses on 2050, one very important element included in one of the articles of the EU climate law is the intermediate target. What is going to happen for 2030? Now, very recently, in September 2020, the European Commission proposed that by 2030 will be above the halfway point, 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, as opposed to 100%, which is really climate neutrality. The European Parliament, in particular, its Committee for the Environment, handling the European climate law file, proposed something even more ambitious, 60% 2030 target. Next week, we're going to have the first reading of the file in the European Parliament, and after that, the negotiations between the European Commission, the Member States, and the European Parliament are going to begin. So clearly, Greece needs to have a position on this very important file. To this end, the Minister of Environment and Energy asked the National Committee on Climate Change, which I participate, to suggest, to propose a position at the national level. So we worked for approximately 3 months, and on June 2020, we presented our proposal to the minister. It's actually a very extensive proposal. It's online. It has 15 pages long. But here are some highlights of what we proposed. We thought that biodiversity, the role of biodiversity in protecting the climate, and especially its role in climate change adaptation, is not very well highlighted. It should be recognized more explicitly in the EU climate law. Regarding the 2030 goal, we said that the Commission and the decision makers essentially need to consider a 65% greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2030, because this is in line with science. And we were talking about the UNEP GAP report, which showed that in order for us to have a realistic chance of limiting the rise in global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius, mankind needs to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 7.6% every year until 2030. Now, if you accumulate that and you apply it to Europe, this translates into 65% greenhouse gas emission reductions in the EU compared to the levels in 1990. Another important observation and suggestion we made is to include aviation and shipping in the climate neutrality goal. These two sectors are very, very important. They already have a high share in greenhouse gas emissions, and this is expected by all predictions to increase, although most of the predictions do not take into account the COVID crisis, which will hopefully end soon for everyone.
Also, Nikos, can I ask you, because we're running out of time and we have one more lecture by 12 o'clock, if you can wrap it up somehow? Yeah, is it
3 minutes, 2 minutes.
Okay,
So
thank you.
We also said that science should be the basic parameter determining the route to climate neutrality. There are many other parameters considered there. And we thought that climate change adaptation was not very good in the climate law, and we asked for progress evaluation, specific actions regarding that. And we will also make several suggestions to strengthen participation of the public and include transboundary consultations regarding climate change issues, which were not included in the original draft. Also, we highlighted to the minister the need for a national climate law, which will include all these commitments that have been made by the country. Two challenges for the end. Everything is good until now, but there are challenges for the future. The first challenge has to do with what's going to happen after coal is being phased out, which is being phased out as we speak. We should make every effort to not look into fossil gas. Fossil gas is a fossil fuel, emits a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, not only while burning it, but while extracting it and transferring it to the place that is being burned. The danger is real. The new resource adequacy assessment suggests 3 new gas plants by 2030, not just one. Moreover, there is an escalating resistance to new renewables projects, especially wind farms, while the country is lacking an appropriate spatial plan for renewables sufficient for biodiversity protection. So the danger is that we will fail to achieve the renewables targets for 2030, and instead we're going to become even more dependent on fossil gas. And so we should do everything we can in order to avoid such a situation. And finally, the other challenge that I would like to mention is of local or regional level, at the regional level. It has to do with the lignite regions. What's going to happen to them? For decades, they have been propelling the Greek economy, and we're talking about local economies very heavily dependent on lignite. So it's no wonder that after the announcement of the decision to phase out lignite, there was social unrest. In some cases, opinion makers ended up in denial or populism, which really did not help the situation. And on top of that, there is a difficult funding situation. The EU Just Transition Fund, which is the main funding pillar for transforming lignite regions all over Europe, is unjust towards Greece and other countries like Greece, which have made ambitious commitments for phasing out the dirtiest fuel on the planet. Also, there is uncertain public funding, national funding for the next decade. What is needed? Well, we need a robust plan, and it's not enough to be a robust plan. It has to be developed by all relevant stakeholders. Participation is very, very important. Of course, we need steady and long-term funding in order to implement such a plan and an appropriate multi-participatory governance structure, because experience in the European level from successful transition showed that in order to be successful, phasing out lignite, which is a dominant activity, you need to include all stakeholders and you need to have local buy-in. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikos. Thank you very much. I'm sure there's a lot of questions to be asked, but I will give the stage to our next speaker so that we have time for the next speaker. And then if we have a little time, then we can share maybe 1 or 2 questions, which I think could be relevant to both, because our next speaker, Ran Avram, will speak about the economy of Israel. So it will be interesting to see 2 Mediterranean countries, which are now also cooperating in several levels, including energy. It would be interesting to see what the ways each country is trying to reach sustainability. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, Ran Avram. He's the Green Building Unit Supervisor of the Ministry of Environmental Protection of Israel, responsible, among others, for implementation of government decisions to promote green buildings in Israel and programs like Good Neighborhood and renovations in public housing buildings. Ran's lectures is titled The Thriving Economy in a Sustainable Environment, Israel 2050. And the lecture is taking place in cooperation with UNIC Tel Aviv. Ran, thank you for joining us. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Elias. Thank you for the invitation. I hope you hear me well and my Wi-Fi signal will be stable. I will start my lecture with a few general words about the new strategy of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, the government of Israel, which is in the title of this lecture. We're trying to thrive in the economy to more sustainable environment approach, decoupling carbonization of the economy. And I will show you a few slides about how we are doing this process. A lot of cooperation with many stakeholders, other agencies, and of course, different ministry departments are involved. At my last slides, I will show you a few examples from the green building work, plans, and regulation, which I am responsible of. And I will show you a few examples how we are connecting between the large-scale policies in the beginning of these lectures, and the next down-to-earth programs and steps that we can do. So I'm trying to move. Okay. So as my former lecture mentioned, as we all know, we are adding to this new stage of emergency, and I'm really happy to say that Israeli government is also commitment and understand that although our economy is not as influenced as the big 9G economies, but we are also responsible and can contribute to the struggle in climate change, in the adaptation phase, and of course in the mitigation phase. As mentioned before, and as we all know, the targets that were already put in the Paris Agreement will not stop the global warming. It will slow it down. It will maybe flatten it, but we must go and make more efforts and move forward. And we in Israel, when we look what's happening globally, we understand that already that 80 countries have embarked a new approaches for transition of net zero emission economy. And we also look at Israel, which is right here in the center, and small country, but with a lot of potential to move also to this new approach. The way we challenge it is in a very holistic economic, social, and environmental strategy, which will have several components. You can see them down here in the slides. It regards to carbon tax, creating a lot of certainty for investors to know where is the economy will drive through. A lot of certainty is important to move the the private sector and the business sector to invest in low carbon businesses. Of course, technological innovation, which Israel is one of the leading innovation ecosystem with many things to contribute to the world. And of course, integrative planning and a very clear vision and targets. So the process, which, as I mentioned at the beginning, a lot of ministries, stakeholders, private society, trade unions, and organizations are taking part in, was established in four teams, teams that, as you see here in the slides. I will get into each team main initiatives, but the issues, the themes are quite interrelated as always, but the teams are cities and buildings. This is one team, an energy team, an industry and waste, and transportation. Each team is combined from several professionals from different agencies, stakeholders, and all around it is a macroeconomic analyze is being circling all these teams and checking the balances and the influence of the macroeconomics of every implementation that is being suggested here in this plan. Of course, the social aspect is being part, and we are being led and invited in the Democratic Institute of Jerusalem that holding all this process. So I will mention a few words about the cities and building teams. Of course, it's just the highlights, but one of it is promoting a sustainable urban planning. I didn't mention, but this team is being led by, and still is, by the Ministry of Planning in Israel. So it's a very strong regulator that regulate all the planning and building in Israel. And of course, part of the teams from different fields. But when he says, I'm going adopt an approach of sustainable urban planning, it has a lot of meaning. Of course, one of the component, and I will put a lot of words about it because this is my field, is adopting green building and zero energy approach in the building sector. And another thing is reducing the urban heat island as part of the steps that we are approaching. Another theme is the transportation. In transportation, of course, we are speaking about promoting a smart urban planning with central employment centers. It is very relevant to what's happening today with the pandemic. Here in Israel, we have a lot of challenges. Most of the market is working from homes now. But if we now understand, and this slide was accomplished before the pandemics 2 years ago, but in promoting central employment centers and not detaching the zoning approach that is very common in Israel, can really help also a situation of pandemics. Of course, bicycles and walking lanes, efficient electric public transportation, and promoting of zero emission and autonomous vehicles. These are the main topics this team is focusing, and it's all connected to for reducing and decarbonization of the economy. Industry and waste. This is very interesting teams that work on promoting beyond circular economy of waste and materials in Israel, connecting the industry that can use waste as second materials and running through the process and lowering the impact on the natural resources, of course, and toxic issues. We'll move forward. It regards also technology and innovation and some other fields. Electricity sector and energy in general is the key aspect, as the former speaker mentioned. Also in Israel, the main effort is of course shifting to renewable energy in Israel. Israel is already passed in the past 10 years in a very ambitious step from coal to natural gas that we were blessed with, but natural gas is a transition fuel. This is the way we look at it, and the target is to reduce, enlarge the amount, and to shift to renewable energy in bigger and bigger percentage of our electricity sector. Of course, very interesting aspect, and we are trying to crack it now and to put it into local plans, is the concept of electricity production in urban space and ensuring energy security. It's connected in our approach. We also have large farms in the south, especially also a bit in the north, but we believe it has a lot of influence on the electricity net. We believe that if we will gather the electricity to the urban area, to buildings, to open spaces in between buildings, it has a lot of advantages. Of course, all the electricity and renewable market comes with a lot of innovation and promote competition. In general, in Israel, the electricity network is quite centralized, and we're trying to open it in the past years, and innovation and competition comes really good with renewable approach. So, of course, when we look at the very ambitious targets being laid in the main European countries, we see targets for 2050 that says 100% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. We see targets of net zeros. We also believe, and we are going to work on a specific plans, how to get to a reduction of 80% in the Israeli market around 2050s. I will just mention here in the slide that buildings in Israel today is responsible for 65% of all electricity consumptions. Of course, things will be changing in the next years because of the entry of EVs and the transition that all of the sector are moving to electricity, less use of direct natural gas, of course, coal and other energy sources. Electricity will become the main energy fraction in Israel. And if we will upload the renewable in the percentage of it, we will be able to get reduction of 80%. So how we are doing it, you will see here a period slides. This process started at 2018, along with OECD's partners. And during last year, all these teams I just mentioned worked very hard on putting the targets and the beginning of the policy main efforts that must be taking place. The roadmap, of course, we all met the COVID and all the influence of it, and some of this timetable will be a little bit wider now. But we would like to finish at the end of the year the competition of the economic vision for 5-year implementation plan and start to move to legislation. I will just say one of the key elements of this plan is to approve a climate law, something that doesn't exist in Israel today, but is a part of the 19 OECD's countries. Climate law, we believe in the Ministry of Environment, is will put the climate in the focus of every decision, will put the government obligated to reporting of the transparency of the data. It will give authority to different authorities that are already exist in Israel in energy sector, also in other sectors. And every 5 years, we will be obligated to put a new 5-year implementation plan. So we believe that the climate law is a very important stage. I would like to say a few words about green buildings as a sector of one of the maneuvers that in this big plan. So green building was developed and promoted in Israel from 2010. We established an Israeli green building standard that was launched. And after, let's say, around 10 years, but let's say the beginning of 2018, we understood in the government that after the voluntary phase of the green building that was spreading around and becoming really known in the market, we said we came to the stage that it must be a mandatory national law of green building and put it in the main regulatory of building code. So I'm very happy to say that after 2 years of work, in this September 2020, the mandatory green building regulation for new construction was signed by the minister. We have almost a 1.5 years of transition phase, but from March 2022, almost every new construction in Israel must comply with the green building standard. Of course, it's the minimum standard, but we believe and we will act to make that most of the compliance will be in the medium level and even in the high level. It's part of this main transition, as I mentioned, because in 2025, our target says that 80% of all new construction will be green building, and we're gonna take this target and accomplish it. And we're moving to the end of 2030 of 100% green building compliance and 50% of net zero buildings that are already being promoted in parallel to the green building. Green building, as you all know, regards to a lot of important issues as waste, natural resources, toxics, and of course energy and emission, but not only energy and emission. Net zero building schemes relies directly to the energy efficiency and of course, local and on-site production of energy. We also, as mentioned here below, would like to be in 2030 in 40% renewable, that most of it will be in the built environment. This is a very big challenge, but we are already in this direction. I would like to mention some furthermore steps that help us make this transition. So of course we are working as a government in different maneuvers and activities. One of it is, of course, awareness, and we publish a lot of web knowledge and work with academies, with the architecture field, with engineers, and we're promoting this awareness of how we're doing better building environment, more sustainable approach. Of course, we publish a lot of technical guidance or support on publishing it. All of it is on our website. We already have around 8 serious technical assistance for green building codes, which is it's part of a lot of technical information that are being published. We also making some research during the past 10 years. We already know and can tell that around 80% reduction is in regard to green buildings, parallel to the same buildings that are not green and was built in the same years. We're making several surveys. The last one was in 2018. We compared couples of 24 buildings in random apartments in the apartment buildings in 12 cities, 30 questions, a lot of regression to take out all the things that can affect the situation. And we found in all green buildings 20, even 21% reduction. This means that only in the 10,000 green building units that are already built in 2018, in the time we took this survey, they will be saving 1.4 million shekels in the year of 2030. This information helped us a lot in the ministry and in the Ministry of Planning to approve the new regulation I mentioned before. We also in the ministry monitoring the pace of implementing of green building. As I mentioned, in this stage, it's still voluntary, but it's getting more and more being adopted by local planning authority, local cities, especially in central of Israel. But as you see here in the map, and this report is online, and we also have it in 3 years more, we see that around 1.3 of all new construction that were approved in the planning authorities were regulated mandatory green buildings. It looks not a lot, but it's a big change for Israel. And these units has something like 104,000 housing units in it. So when these buildings, they were approved in the committees, will be built in the next years, they will all be green. And we believe that they will be greener than from this year's. There are around 10 million square meters housing and 8 million square meters commercial and public in these plannings that were approved. Some more example in other field, more for the architects here in the audience. We are promoting a lot of innovative projects and special pioneering project. One of this example is the Hadera City Municipality Court of Justice. This building, it's not very big, 8,000 square meters, will be 80% net zero building. It will produce 80% of its annual energy use on the building in very special and well-designed PV solars and other solution, very interesting solution. This building is already built. This is a photo before the building, but it's already working. It got 3 stars in the green building standards, one of the highest of public buildings, and an A efficiency grade. and it is 80% renewable off-grid, which is quite amazing. Oh, and what's amazing is that the unit that took this building for action, for building, is not a very environmental unit. It's a unit that's responsible for all the public national buildings like courts and the offices of government. But in the past years, they adopt very ambitious targets, and they are very commitment to getting and to promote to these targets of the government in general. Another example, of course, is public building schools. This is a very important aspect that we are putting a lot of efforts and, of course, budgets on it. This is example of one of the rooftops of a very interesting K-12 school, elementary school in the city of Rishon LeZion. Knafo Klimor Architect, AES, were the consultant. Also very high score, 3 stars in the green building. But the main challenge I can say is today we are maybe natural way, we see most of the green buildings in the public buildings in the main strong cities, and it's not getting spread around to the more peripheral cities of Israel and rural areas. This is one of the challenges we want to face. Another very interesting challenge, and then I will finish here.
Yes, we're really running out of time. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, I noticed. Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
I'm trying to take my last 2 minutes, and of course, very interesting project, because what I was mentioning is speaking a lot about the new construction of Israel, but we already have thousands of old block neighborhoods. Most of it is occupied by social public housing, and one of the projects we are very proud of was taking place in the past 3 years, called the Good Neighborhood, which is a social environmental project. And this is example from Ofakim, but it took place in around 20 cities. In this project, we got into every block, made a full renovation of the roof, analyzed every roof, isolated it, put a new thermal solar systems, and combined it in places for PV solars. These solar panels produce an amount of you can see here 16 in this example, 16 kilowatt in each building, which can give a lot of money to the residents, which are quite low budget society, that can help them maintain their gardening, the lighting in the building, etc. And what's interesting from this project, we did it in around 1,500 housing units, 130 buildings all around Israel, 40 million budget, around 12 million European euro cents budget. What's interesting that we learned a lot about it. We learned that we have 300,000 existing buildings that can fit this kind of project. And we need to put down around 3 barriers in our regulatory that can help also the private sector in other buildings adopt this kind of project and put it in their place without the help of the government. So for the end slide, I will just mention here in Israel, we are today celebrating the Sukkot holiday. So I would like to bless you all for happy Sukkot holiday. And a sukkah is what you see here from my balcony, this wooden, it's not built for the final build, but it's a temporary house that we mention every year here in Israel, that we set for quite long time in temporary houses, which were very simple. And we like to get back to it in our memory, in our national memory every year. So I would like to thank you all, and I hope that you have very interesting conference, and happy holiday.
Thank you, Ran, and Chag Sameach also from us. And unfortunately, we won't be able to share any comments or Q&A at the moment, because we have to move on to the keynote lecture. So I would like to wrap the first panel here, and I would like to thank our speakers, Jonas and Jurga, Ulrike, Nikos and Ran, for joining us today. Some of you will have the chance to work with some of our speakers in the workshops later today, so you will have the chance also to ask them questions in case you had questions you didn't manage to ask now. Thank you all for joining the first Ecoweek Unique session. I invite you to remain. We'll move on now to the keynote speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Sorry, my camera is off. Thank you all. Just checking, I see Nicolas is here. Hi, Nicolas, bonjour.
Bonjour, bonjour. Hi, everybody.
Hi, thanks for joining.
Merci.
So I would like to introduce Nicolas, Nicolas Delong. It's with great pleasure that Nicolas is again with us as our keynote speaker today. Nicolas is not new to Ecoweek. He has joined us in the past. He was a keynote speaker in Poland, in Israel, in Kosovo. So we're really excited that he's joining us again today on this anniversary online event. Nicolas is an architect. He established the Encore Architects firm in 2001. In 2006, he was the winner of the New Albums of Young Architects Prize of the Ministry of Culture and Communication of France. And in 2015, winner of the scenographic concept for the COP21, which is the United Nations Climate Change Conference that took place in Paris. Recently, Nicolas and his team curated the French pavilion of the 16th International Architectural Biennale in Venice in 2018 with the exhibition Infinite Places. Nicolas will speak about the challenge of architecture by the crisis we are going through, and his lecture is titled The Risk Crisis, How to Move Beyond It. The lecture was made possible thanks to the support of the French Institute in Tel Aviv, the French Embassy in Israel, and the cooperation between Ecoweek and Unique Tel Aviv. Nicolas, the stage is yours. You're welcome to share your screen.
Yeah.
And thank you again for joining.
Okay, here we go. Can you see the screen? Yeah.
You have to make it as a presentation.
Yeah, up, full. Okay, is it fine?
Super, yes, perfect.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Elias, for inviting me, talking in this special time that we all face, and special also condition of talking in front of you, because we are all in our place, but we try to keep to think what the situation give us as maybe a clue or some, or maybe like also energy to invent the future. So I will do maybe a 35-40 minutes presentation, Elias, if it's fine for you.
Yes, it's perfect. Yes, it's perfect.
And then we have time for a few questions, and I try to be in the time to finish before 12 Paris time. So I just want to start with some picture about what we think about our job as architect. The first is to be very adaptive to very different situation. And this picture is showing the way that in some situation we need to have new clothes and a new way to act with what is around us. So this picture is just telling us about that. A second picture important for us is the metaphor of the mountain guide, as architects are sometimes. The idea is the architect or architects in global can be the people that know how to go up to the mountain, and they know maybe the risk, they know the best path, and they know how to bring some people up to the mountain. So they are not doing the effort alone. They are not taking all the bags on their backs, but they try to explain the situation and to read in the mountain, or to read in the society, or to read in the city what is the best way to go up. And this picture is about this idea. And the last first picture is about the time, because we experienced a special time in 2020 with the lockdown in many countries and to be stuck in places, but it's also an idea of time, because we were able to move in different places, and so it was like the time was stopped. And sometime also we realized that maybe we went too fast before the lockdown. So here we have a picture of a building that has been built too fast. Because in the society of acceleration, what Paul Virilio calls la grande accélération, we want to go faster and faster and faster because also of the new technology, and we send emails around the world in seconds. And some people think that we can build the buildings and the city like that, to push on a button and then to make new buildings. And here we are in China, and we have building that didn't get time to be built in the good situation, and then it fall down. So now we can see the machine that destroy it, because it's impossible to remove, to put the building up, of course. And you can imagine people that just buy a flat on the building on the left and see the building in front of them falling. So I will try to share three times today, three different times. And the first time is maybe the time of the architect time. For that, I will start with the research that we did in Mongolia. We went in Mongolia 10 times with my partner Julien Chopin and some teams, to trying to understand the last nomadic dwelling and the yurt in Mongolia. And we try also to understand in the suburb of Ulaanbaatar, which is the capital of Mongolia, we have kind of bidonville, like slums of yurts, and try to understand the difference of an architecture which is super powerful when it's in the countryside, and if you put it in the city, it became the worst maybe architecture. And it was very interesting to work also on this question with Mongolian students in architecture, trying to understand the change and trying to understand how can you go from the countryside to the city. And with this specific situation of super acceleration of the Mongolian society, because in the morning you came from the countryside and you're from the countryside, and in the afternoon you build the yurt and you became an urban. So it's unique situation, and we did a book on this research trying to understand the relationship between space and time, because the yurt is an idea of a moving architecture. So it's idea of the time connected to the season, connected to the place where you are moving, to the work you have to do. And it was interesting to learn that our city are stuck, are very unable to be adaptive to the situation. So we want to work on this issue. Another research we did is how can we learn from the past? And here it's a picture of a movie theater in France, which is one of the thousands of movie theater we have in France, but which is a very, very, very poor architecture. It's just shoebox and you put movie theater on it. And we look at the past of all this architecture of facade, because a movie theater is a black box. You don't need windows, but the idea to express the facade by some decoration, we can say. And we say, how can we went from this powerful of facade to that very cheap and poor? And so we try to reinterpret this situation, and we did a project, and we won a competition for doing a movie theater. And the idea was to draw 5 different facades, 5 different frontons that will express the cinema, the movie theater, and be clear with the idea that it's not always a minimum that is right, and it's not always the shoebox that is a good architecture. And sometimes we need to add something to the building, which is something that connect the building to the society, and also make able the building to be accessible to people that just go in front of it and understand what is inside. In another situation in the south of France also, we did a community public building in the city of Albi, which is a brick city, very historical city, and Wiscan was very impressed by this city, and he did a lot of drawing of the Cathedral Saint-Cécile that you can see at the top of the image. And here we tried to find a very simple shape that is close to the local shape of the two slope roof, and also to work with the local material that are wood and also stone from the basement. And it's stone that we just take with a very old technique of putting stone together and make a wall very simple like this. So we always try to find this, the connection of the local situation, the cultural heritage, and also the idea of the attention. And we think, and I think very strongly, that maybe we need to go towards an architecture of attention instead of architecture of intention. Intention is if when you want, you have a drawing and you say, oh, I have a vision, I want this for architecture, and you do the drawing and you say, okay, I want to do that, but it's just an intention. Attention is you look very precisely what is around you, what are the situation, the cultural situation, the material situation, the social situation. And going from intention to attention for us is a a big change of paradigm of architects and architecture today. So the second time I want to share today is the matter time, because it's very important also that architects, and I know that Ecoweek is also a platform for young architects and students, and I want really to address to you young architects of the future to be connected with the matter, because I did a 6 year of studies and nobody told me about what are the material, what is the matter. I have no idea when I finished my school and I started doing building, and even doing some first building, and I was very far from the reality of the matter. And the matter is also a question of time. Here we have a piece of wood, a huge tree, and it's several centuries to create this material. So when you use a wood in your construction, it's a good way to go towards green construction. But it's very important that you know that the time makes this construction possible. The wood is not like this, you know, you need to wait. The photosynthesis and the trees are going up and up, and to have trees that are able to make building, it's around 30 or 40 years. So each time you use wood, you need to be connected to this time. For us, it's very important. Of course, you have also the time of the stone, which is a geological time. And it's important to understand that when you use this material, it's connected to the millions of years. So you are using something that take millions of years to be created. So you have a big responsibility using that. It's not also like this, like say, okay, it's cool to have some marble or some stone from there, and to bring it from abroad because you think it's fun and it's nice, it's good for the publication of the networks and for the Pinterest gallery. But you need to be connected to this time also of the material. And of course, the last one is about the sand, because you know the concrete is made of sand, and the sand is a very, very precious material. And it's we are close to the big crisis of the sand, because there is less and less sand, and the sand of the desert is not able to make concrete. You need sand from the rivers or from the shores and from the sea. So we have in lots of parts of the world some place where we are taking more and more sand, and some islands are disappearing, and the sand is also a kind of amortisseur to the waves, and so it's part of the global change and of the climate change. So as architect, we need to focus on that. We need to understand that the sand is precious, and so the concrete is precious. And the idea is not to say we don't have to do concrete, but it's to say it's so much precious that we need to put the concrete at the right time, at the right scale. And for example, when you do a porte-à-faux, I don't know the word in English, you know, when you have a porte-à-faux, it's something that is going in the without pillar. You need more concrete to do that. So maybe it's simple to add pillar, even if it's less pure. But the purity, if you use a lot of sand and a lot of concrete, for us, it's not a purity, it's impurity. It's even we don't have the luxury to do architecture that are using too much material. It's very, for us, central, and it's changing. If we were 1 century ago, it was other issue of the architecture construction. If we were 50 years ago, it was also another time. But in 2020, we cannot consider that we have all this material with us because of this central drawing that we did for an exhibition called Matière Grise in 2014. And it is the Earth, the spaceship Earth. It is a drawing from a quote from Buckminster Fuller that told us that we are in a spaceship. The Earth is closed, the Earth is finite, and it's impossible to add infinite growth on a closed space. And on this spaceship, or in this spaceship, we have a crew of 7,200,000,000 people, and each week it's 1 million more people. Each week, it's huge. So it's very easy to understand that in the same spaceship with a crew that is increasing of 1 million people a week, we have to be in a different position with the materiality, with the earth, with the living stock, with everything that is today the main issue of architecture, but of our society. So it's not just talking about architecture, it's talking globally. But because I am architect, I want to show you the idea that came from this situation that we understand and we try to understand. So on a way, we have less and less resources, and on the other way, we have the more and more of trash. So these double curves is explaining that we have less resource to build, and we are producing a lot of trash from buildings. For example, in the Paris area, the trash from the building domain is 70% of the global trash of the city of Paris. So 70% of the trash came from the building demolition, transformation, and so on. So it's a huge quantity of matter. And if I take the sample of the wood and of the wood panel, you have a tree, and you make a part of the tree to build something, and here to build a door. And then when the building is over, when you renovate the building, when the door is broken, you have just 5 possibilities. Is to reuse in the same situation, but it's very difficult because you need to have the same use and also the same dimension. So it's not working a lot of time. Or you can recycle the wood and make the particle panel, which is the wood but a lot of glue inside, and we have what we call the entropy. So we lost the capacity of the wood, and when you have the particular panel, you cannot make it again and again. So also people that say the recycle is the cycle that is infinite, is also phase, and also you need a lot of energy to do that. Or you burn the door, and when you burn it, you have the door that is going in the air and after in your lungs, in your body. Or you put it in a hole in the ground, and then you have also some pollution because the water is going there, and then the water is toxic and go in the river, and also after you drink the water. So if you burn or if you put in the ground, you will take part of this material in your body, but not in the good way. So you have the last and 5 position is to reuse it, and is to consider that this door can be something else, maybe in a different situation of a building. And that we did in 2015 for a prototype of reuse architecture. It was also when Paris received the COP21, and it was very important that we commit in this idea of architecture need to change. Architecture need to work with the material that are already here. And so we did this small building in front of the city hall of Paris. And it was a very small building of 120 square meters, but it was the idea to explain and to show that we can build with something that was supposed to go to the trash. And all these doors were in a housing building. They were from the early 1920s, and it was very good quality of wood. It was wood, real wood, you know, not panel. And so we just did a facade using this door. And something interesting is that also the dimension of the building is linked to the dimension of the material that we find. So it's an inversion of the way we design, because we are not designing just on a white page, doing a drawing and then saying, okay, please build me that. And I don't matter the dimension. I don't matter if you have to cut a lot and you have a lot of loss material, but we start from the dimension of the door and then we draw the architecture. Another small building we did last year, it was a small building for a big project which is behind. You can see the transformation of a big buildings in the center of Paris, and they were changing almost 1,000 windows, and they were putting the windows that were not so old. They were just 6 or 7 years old, but there was not the good design for the architect. I will not say the name of the architect. So he decided to trash the thousand of windows. And so we did this small building using the old windows to make a curtain wall with reusing window. And it was a public building with all the regulation, all the insurance, everything in the same cost that it was if it was new. But it was not new. It was showing that, you know, we are not allowed to trash all these windows. We need to use them and to invent a way to using them. So that was the presentation we did with this project. And inside it was also the floor was from reuse, the stone also, the heating system, and we were around 70% of reusing material building this small building, and we also reuse the, you know, the electric elements and also some parts very technical of the building, because we think that we need to go further in this reuse approach. The third and last part of it, I'm just looking at the time, I think it's fine. It's the place is time, and it's connected with what Elias mentioned starting the talk about our exhibition in Venice about infinite places. And I will explain it by two projects. The first one is a project that we did in northern of France on a old factory site, and you can see a big factory time. And in the 80s in France, it was the collapse of the industry, iron and steel industry. So they remove everything and they just keep the big tower, which were used to refresh the water, and the small concrete building that you can see in the center of the picture. And we won a competition to transform this place in a place, kind of cultural place, but what we call a third place in French, un tiers-lieu, which is a place where you can work, you can stay, you can eat, you can do different stuff, and also a place around a circular economy issue. So very connected to the subject I just explained before, how to use and to work with what is already here. So that was the building when we start working on it, and we did a specific organization, because we built a small maison du projet, a small place to have an architect, a young architect that was always on site. So we think also that architects and architecture need to be closer to the place we are changing, we are transforming. And it's very important. We cannot do architecture just doing a Zoom conference and just sending emails. We need to be on site to understand the place, understand the weather, understand the people around you, understand something that is impossible to know if you are not on site. It's like, you know, it's like agriculture. It's impossible to be a farmer if you are not on your land. You cannot be a farmer in front of a computer. And people who do that are not real farmers. They are just, I don't know the name, but we think that architects need to be on site more and more. And that's why in most of our projects, we build a small building. Sometimes it's 50, 100 square meter, and it's in this small building we have a place to talk about the future of the project. And here we transform it, of course, using less material that we could, just adding some windows and keeping the facade on the original facade. Even the paint of the people that do a graffiti on it, we keep it like it's part of the story of this place. And we are not removing this story because it's telling us that this building was abandoned for years, because industry was abandoned also for the European Western society. So for us, it's a clue of the history, and so we assume that it has to stay. And inside we keep, of course, the concrete volume, and in front of this concrete volume we just add some wood circulation and levels and mezzanine, using the space the more free and more open as possible, because we think that in the time that we are facing, it's very hard to know the precise use of the space. So we need to be very open also in the proposal of the possibility of the space. And doing that, it's the best way, we think, that the building can adapt. And maybe in 10 years in this place, there will be housing because people get lost their house. We don't know why, because of climate change. So we need to have place that can be very adaptive to the very specific situation that now we don't know. And because architecture is a long time process, what we are designing now, which will be built sometime in 5 years, in 10 years, maybe more sometimes, we need to be very aware of this possibility of transformation. So here's some picture of the place when it just opened. You see on the left the wood that we add and the concrete space that we almost do nothing, just technical stuff. And this building was one of the 10 buildings that we present in the French Pavilion in Venice in the exhibition called Infinite Places. And the idea was to say that maybe we need to have places where we can think the future of the society. Because of the climate change, the global crisis, we have the climate crisis, we have the political crisis, we have the economical crisis, what we call the poly crisis. And we think that it's important to have books that help us to understand that, but it's also important to have places where we can experiment the way to transform our jobs, our vision of the society, our collective approach on how can we face this situation. So in the French Pavilion, we were explaining this idea of the infinite places, showing the models you can see on the bottom of the image, and also we take some objects of the 10 places that we are showing to also express what they are and their diversity, and some objects that are for us like the clues of the real efficiency of these places. And doing that, so on the French Pavilion inside the Biennale, we also think, but we're talking about the necessity to be situated, to look at the situation, to look at the place. But what is the Venice situation also? And just in front of the Biennale, there is a Lido island, and we find an abandoned place, which was military barracks. And we find also a small association called Biennale Urbana, Italian association that try and start to activate this place. And we decide with them we decide with them, so there was the entrance of the place, and we decide with them to activate this place for the 6 months of the duration of the Biennale exhibition, and doing that to transform and to be able to sleep in this place. So we took the budget from the hotel that we have for the team, and with this budget we were able to build some dormitories and a campsite, and we work with different architect collective. These dormitories were made by Camposas collective of architects, And we ask many people to come and participate with this project. And during the 6 months of the Biennale, we received more than 7,000 people on this site. That was very small action to transform and to activate. And here that was the bar and the place of the center of the place. And you can see that nothing is put in the wall. It's all, you can remove everything. It's very important not to activate, but not to transform too far, because we don't know the future of this space. And here we have a global vision of this military barrack. And what we want to say with this experimental, it's on the exhibition, it was more a theoretical approach, and we invite a thinker and philosopher and geographer thinking about what is the necessity to have place to think and to realize the possibility of changing. And also, on the other hand, we have this experimentation, which is very free, which is very very intense in the possibility that we offer to people to come to meet. And I think it's connected also with the idea of Ecoweek, is to say we need to be sometime at the same place. And I want to share with you the necessity not to just stay behind our screens and computer and Zoom conference, because it's time where we can share sometime like we do now some experience, but it's never at the level of the real meeting and the real experience. So for us, it's very important that we can be aware and able in few weeks, few months, we hope to reconnect to reality and not to stay in our office, but to go on the ground and to have the foot on the ground and to be able to receive the possibility of change, because there is a big emergency of changing a lot of things. And that was what I want to share with you today. Voila. And I think I'm in time. It's, yes, 11:40. So for me, it was the main issue I want to share with you today.
Thank you, Nicolas. It was it was amazing. It was motivating. It was refreshing, and it was giving us a lot of ideas, and of course a lot of appetite to go out and do things with our hands rather than sit here and speak over Zoom, which is what we can do at the moment.
Of course.
But it's it was great. I'm sure we have. I don't see any questions yet. I think I had a question. I marked it here somewhere. Now, I liked very much the what you did with the Biennale. You didn't show us a lot of the interior of the other pavilions, but I think we got the idea of this exhibition where you're showing all these objects basically, and start to ask questions about what's the next phase of those objects and how our civilization basically changes in order to use new types of objects. And I think that was amazing. And I think the experiment you did in parallel with the barracks, I think it was quite amazing, because it brought people to the site, like you're saying. They were not visitors just to the pavilion to see the facade of things, but they were actually the makers, and they were living the change. They were living the old barracks, which were transformed. They were living the making of the exhibition. And I think that was kind of amazing. And I'm really kind of trying to think if every architecture practice could have a component of involving people in the process. And you're almost doing it by bringing your staff to work from the site. But do you think that this kind of a model could be transformed into a regular practice? Like every office has to have a living component, a sharing component, a co-design component within the design of the project. What do you think about that as a challenge for architects?
It's a big challenge, but it's interesting to try to share and to understand what is the difference between this kind of action and position that we try to take, and the business as usual. I identify two main issues, two subjects. The first is the confidence that you have in others and also in yourself to be able to compose with something that you cannot control. So it's the learn of the loss of control, but losing control, you are not losing the result, you know. And maybe it's the most thing that is the more difficult is to accept that what is produced by people is over you, behind, in front, you don't know where, but it's not in your head. It's something, it's a surprise. So I think that you need to be comfortable with the idea, to be surprised by the real, to be surprised by people that you don't really know. And I try to share also an idea which is not so complicated, but I will try to explain it more clear, is the idea of the confusion as a possibility of common. You know, because the main issue is to make commons. Is commons cities, is commons resources, is commons wealth, is commons healthcare, everything. Is the idea is we see that we are in front of the wall of the private, okay? The private society is dead. The private capitalism idea is dying in front of our eyes. We see that, we all see that. And if someone don't see, I can help him to see maybe. But so the issue is the commons subject, and we identify that sometimes when you are not totally agree on all, you can create common because each people is looking with his own vision and is comfortable with sharing that with other. Okay, so it's not to say if I take the sample to be sure that is understandable. If we are 10 people, we can have a natural process to say, okay, what is the project? So we will. So if it's a pyramid, you have a capo, you have a director on the top, and the director will say this is the project. But if you want to make a project with 10 people, the natural action is to try to be always agree with the project. So you will take the average of acceptability of the project. And doing that, you are doing maybe a less interesting project, because sometimes you have maybe a very good idea, but I don't really understand it, but you have to make it. And I need to allow you to make it. So I make the idea that maybe the confusion in a certain part, not the global confusion, but some confusion is creating commons. Did you understand, or it's too complicated?
No, I think I think what you're saying is basically to allow for it's like nature. Nature is planning things,
yeah.
but there are areas that area doesn't control, but they happen organically.
Totally.
So what you're saying, create a process where you control some parts of the process, but you're allowing a lot of freedom to spring out that you don't control it. And maybe that's that area that you're allowing to grow. Maybe it's more interesting even from your own idea,
Yeah, it's exactly the parallel with the nature. It's perfect. It's exactly that. But doing that, you need to work as architect on the condition of the meeting, on the condition and on the in French rassurer, to be
reassuring.
Okay, reassuring the people and reassuring the global collective issue that okay, everything is fine, let's do it, and the global will the real will give us the response. So it's something that we learn doing the experience in Venice, because you can imagine doing an exhibition and at the same time doing an experimentation. It was crazy. The people here in France in the ministry, they say, but you are crazy to do both at the same time. We say, okay, but please let us do, because we think that the both will feed each other. And it was super strong, because during the experimental, we were much more stronger presenting an exhibition at the same time.
I think it's a brilliant model if somebody will take it, you know, like in the situation we're right now, where leadership is trying to maintain an economy that's dying. They're pouring a lot of money into keeping something which is already dead. It doesn't exist anymore, and they're thinking that by pouring billions into it, they'll keep it alive, but it's actually dying, and they're just wasting money. And they're not even allowing new processes to take place that may give birth to something new. And what you're saying here is you know, free up, allow, reassure, have leadership to tell people, let's move to that direction. We have no idea where we're going, but you know, we'll keep you safe to be on the right track. But and let's things start springing, you know, new ideas to spring. So I think it's a very nice comparison to a model that maybe it's viable at the moment where we have no plan, basically.
And yeah, exactly. And that was the idea of the title, to say it's a risk crisis, because we have the crisis, but also we need to take risks now. If we are not taking risk in this situation, we never take risk, you know. And it's very and maybe it's hard to say that, but I really think that in the situation that we are facing, it's a situation that we need to take risk collectively, not just me, not just you, but global. Maybe there is a other question.
I don't see any questions on the chat, but let's leave it there. That we have to start taking risks, and maybe that's the message that we have to take with us.
Yeah.
That at the time we have to take a risk. Maybe start something new, learn something new, try out new ideas, and maybe hopefully we'll be at the right place.
Exactly, and to be confident, and also to you know, the confidence is something very fragile, and if I give it to you, the confidence, you also give it to me, and our world and our society is missing of that. And even for the younger architects and the young generation that are raising, we need to be very confident in them, and they have the clue.
Right. So Nicolas, thank you so much for being with us. It was really amazing to see your work growing and going into the directions that, you know, we would like to see architects doing. And I'm really happy, and everybody I'm sure here was inspired with what you showed us. And we hope to stay in touch, and we hope that you will join us again in the coming Ecoweeks.
Exactly. Yeah. Have a good festival, and thank you again for invitation. And
thank you,
take care,
Nicolas.
and keep fighting, everybody.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now I will invite Despina. Great. I see you connected. Now it's time to introduce Pavlos and to go into the amazing exhibition that he has created. Tell us about it.
Thank you, Elias. Thank you, Nicola, for the amazing presentation. It was really inspiring. Now moving on, it is with great pleasure to introduce you Pavlos Imganakis. Pavlos is one of our main organizers. He is the man behind the exhibition, behind the IT support. He conceived the idea of the 50th-year anniversary edition of Ecoweek and the virtual exhibition, and he developed the concept in a very short period of time. He coordinated an amazing team of young architects and designers from Kosovo, Greece, and the Netherlands in an online 2-month workshop where they co-designed the concept, the master plan, and the pavilions under Pavlos guidelines. He organized lectures within the workshop and taught them new software and inspired them with the concept of Ecoweek, which comes forth at the exhibition. Pavlos is an architect engineer, graduate of the Architectural University of Thessaloniki in Greece. He's currently studying at Architectural Association in London. He has worked in not a number of architects in Thessaloniki. He's a past graduate of the Ecoweek, and now he's taken a leading role. He's fascinated by digital experimental design research and contemporary fabrication techniques. Pavlos, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. Thank you, Desma, for the introduction. And thank you, Elias, for believing in me and giving me this amazing opportunity to develop my idea. As many of you know, Ecoweek celebrates its 15 years anniversary, and among others, we have included an online exhibition. I would like to welcome you and guide you briefly through our 2-month journey of exhibition design and construction. It has been 2 months of a lot of design, brainstorming, sketching, and thoughts of how we could make this happen. So in our case, if an online exhibition is the answer, what would be the question? The first thing that we had to do was to deconstruct the term of Ecoweek exhibition in order to make clear which was our goal and how we could achieve that. So the first aspect came by trying to define the term of the exhibition. I think that most of us has been at least once in his lifetime at an exhibition. So probably most of us knows what an exhibition is. However, the question that arises is, how could we adapt an exhibition to the existing circumstances? Through the pandemic outbreak, the curfew, the self-isolation instructions, how could we turn these conditions and make them beneficial for us? The answer that immediately jumped in our minds was switching to digital. But how could we make that transition from physical to metaverse? How could we translate an infinite amount of numbers to a binary code? How could we define the whole with 0 and 1? And finally, how could we translate the original term of the exhibition to an online one? For all of us, the design phase was very clear and understandable. Brainstorming, sketching, and designing. After an infinite amount of loops, we would have the final outcome. But after that, how could we make a space in non-space? How could we construct spatial conditions and stimulate people through a monitor? The answer for us was people, because what is architecture without human? Even though space would be digital, people would be physical. So we thought that people would give us the physical aspect in our exhibition, even with their digital avatars. And we would manage to bring people closer, even they are distanced. Moving forward with the second term, we try to deconstruct and define what is Ecoweek. We all know that Ecoweek is an international NGO established in 2005 with the mission to promote sustainability through design. But is this the real Ecoweek? Ecoweek for us means much more than this. Ecoweek is a strong community that has been growing over and over for the last 15 years. It's a pillar which tries to educate, empower, and aware people all over the world in aspects of ecology, sustainability, and creativity. But apart from this, Ecoweek is a network of people, volunteers, organizers, participants, speakers that try to add their own brick in this enormous wall. We try to paraphrase and depict Ecoweek as a tree that has been planted in 2005 in Egina and through the time grows and expands. A tree which has many branches that try to bring people closer and create big and strong roots. The roots of the tree dig deep and spread into the earth, while the enormous foliage extends from London to Australia and China, symbolize togetherness and connect the world. According to dendrochronology, in order to see the history of the tree, we have to look into the trunk. By the tree rings, we can observe all the changes and the history of the tree. We can see in the center of the tree that the start of the Ecoweek on 2005 in Egina. And as the time passed by, we can observe Ecoweek's history year by year, ending up to 2020 when we had our first online organization. Based on this, we started the design of the exhibition lobby. As a central exhibit in the exhibition lobby, we use these distorted tree rings in which we show the Ecoweek's history through photographs. Ring by ring, we can see photographs of how the Ecoweek expanded through the time and how it got bigger and bigger. As a shell of the lobby, we use a dome which hosts all the photos, and around the central piece, we use a helix morph ramp that drives the visitor around the lobby. So he can observe all the photos and by the end of the ramp, see an elevated overview of Ecoweek's history. However, we had to show a selection of boards from all the workshops that took place over these years. So we had to find a way to exhibit over 300 boards. In order to exhibit them, we decided to design 15 discrete pavilions, one for each year, that will host the boards of each year. So each year's pavilion tries to depict the main concept and aspects of materiality, form, and natural elements. From 2005 to 2009, the main Ecoweek's activities were lectures. So in these pavilions, we had to project images from these lectures. After that, going from 2012 to 2015, as the workshop started to take place, we started to take ideas and try to get forms and materiality out of the workshop's results, like using timber, newspapers, and from forms inspired by the nature. Heading up to 2017, where the main aspect was placemaking, we tried to paraphrase placemaking and by translating it into a cube and try to create public spaces with the cube that would give us the opportunity for human interaction and urban conditions. Ending up in 2020, where we had our first online workshop, we tried to create a cloud out of cubes by using materiality, translucent materiality and mirrors. We could achieve the illusion of something that is non-spatial. Sorry for that, there's a problem here. All right. Sorry, I had a problem with the PowerPoint. Just give me a second. And we're back. Sorry for that. You can enter our exhibition through Mozilla Hubs, where you can start browsing around the lobby using your keyboard and your mouse and see all the photos. There you will find also the portals for entering the exhibition, the pavilions, sorry, one by each year. Also, you can start talking with other visitors and start giving life to our lobby. Finally, I would like to thank our speakers that we had during the 2 months design phase. I would like to thank Mr. Misa Tamandidis from Northern Amber Architect, who introduced us into exhibition and pavilion design, and also Mr. Spiros Panos, a lighting designer, who helped us into lighting design and exhibition lighting. Last but not least, I would like to thank our design team, Evgenia, Mehmet, Artemis, Fotini, Despina, Elisabeth, Flaka, Klirimtare, Biljona, and Agnesa. As without them, an idea would not become a reality. Thank you all for listening to me, and I would like, if you want, to scan this QR code and enter the exhibition.
Thank you, Pavlos. I suggest that maybe you can copy paste the link entering the exhibition to the chat.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, the link is on our website, so you can visit our website and find the link.
But also we will copy paste also on the chat, so it's more accessible to everybody who is here. So you're welcome during the break to go in and explore the exhibition, the panels, and especially the pavilions, which are quite amazing. So thank you very much, Pavlos. Now we'll have a break. You'll have time to stretch, have something to eat, something to drink, and we'll be back at 1:45, 13:45, 1:45. We're back with the Ecoweek panel of speakers, which will be moderated by Sofia Passia. And we have some amazing speakers lined up. So come back and to enjoy more presentations and more discussion that will definitely give ideas and motivate you to look for sustainability, and not only in your work, but also in your choices. So stay tuned. We'll be back at 1:45 with the next panel. Thank you all for joining, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Ecoweek 15th year anniversary edition. I'm Sofia Passia, and I will be hosting this series of lectures today. Personally, I have been collaborating with the Ecoweek team since 2016, and I'm more than pleased to be welcoming today the 5 incredible speakers we have with us. So please feel free to just type your questions in the chat panel, and then we'll make sure to address the most of them given the time will allow us. Our main topic today is preserving the planet, making it more circular and more sustainable. Sustainability is quite a wide topic, so with our 5 incredible speakers, we'll find out how to reverse this trend. So to begin with, our first speaker is educated in Denmark. He's a landscape architect, engineer, and urban designer. With over 10 years of experience, she always aims to balance the technical and cultural aspects of architecture. And today she is a vice mayor of public works in Kalamaria, a neighborhood of Saloniki. Please welcome Natalia Pantelidou. She will speak about kids and public space. Natalia, you're muted. We can't hear you, Natalia.
Okay, of course you don't, because it was muted.
Thank you. The stage is yours.
Okay, so I will share my screen and start my presentation. Okay, should I start?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so I'm Natalia Pantelidou. I'm an architect, landscape architect. My master was studied in Denmark, in Copenhagen, where most of my pictures are coming from. And today I'm a vice mayor of public works. So I'm trying to find a balance between being too futuristic and optimistic, and today too realistic. So talking about kids interacting with space, this picture, this is the first picture coming to my mind, because this is the simplest form of interaction. Sometimes we as architects, we over-design, or we're trying to find very fancy things, but at the end of the day, the kid will play with this rainwater that it was gathered in a small pond. And this is a great example to see how kids are finally interacting. And this is also another example of this kind of simplicity I'm trying to show you, because this is just a plain area with grass and people celebrating the sun. Even in an inclinated surface, or just having picnic and sitting together and talk together. Of course, this is before coronavirus, but still is a nice situation. And this picture in the middle is my favorite one, because it's just a group of trees and that creates space, and it's a birthday party that's taking place there. I'm trying to compare this open space situation with the Greek standards. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have this type of grass. The conditions, the weather conditions do not permit to have that, but still we have some open spaces that looks to be very popular. This is in the municipality of Kalamaria. This is our public square. And this is the place where the most of the people from municipality, where the most of the children are gathering, and they can do everything. This is the perfect condition to run, to skate, to hide, to play football. And this happens every afternoon. Even in the summer days, every afternoon, this square is full of children and kids, including mine. This is also another example of open space, natural one, but with small human interventions, man-made interventions, human touches, as I say. And this is an example of the first image on the left of small footsteps, trying to take advantage of the natural inclination and create some slopes. connecting the trees with the promenade, a construction that creates a pathway. And these are small structures for swings or embedded wood in the ground, creating an artistic approach in the park. And this is also some wood bended and creates on the floor, creates this playful atmosphere. And compared to the natural environment, we have this very urban environment. And this is the example of the famous backyards, these in-between spaces that still create a nice atmosphere for children because it's a small scale, even for connecting the one block of buildings to the other with an interesting design and promenade, or just having a construction, this slope embedded on the building creates a playful atmosphere. The pathways here, and this is from Eightalek, the famous building from big architects. This picture in the middle with the kid illustrates a typical playground in a Greek environment among buildings and flats. And this square with sand is also a typical situations found in northern countries like Germany or Denmark, where you have these sand boxes covered or not, constructed in different ways, but still it's a very interesting case for children that makes them happy. And we also have art that also creates space. This is an example from Denmark that they have these workshops. These two images here, I'm not sure if you can watch the arrow I'm illustrating here, but this
yes, we can see your arrow. Yes,
illustrates the result of a workshop that took place during a week, a few kilometers out of Copenhagen, and children, residents, and students from the master, from the landscape artists, they all participated, and they all presented for a weekend their works. So children could participate and also play. And this was very, very interesting example. And we also have this pop-up have. How it's called, it means garden in Danish. And this is what happens when residents find an open square and decide to adapt it and create some workshops there and create some sitting places or even a park. They plant their own trees, so they do a lot of volunteering there and personal participation. And then we have more constructed landscapes and parks where you have more orientated interaction. You can skate there, you can play a game on the tables, you can have the trampolines with this rubble floor. And this is one of my favorite constructions. This is ropes just hanging from floor, from ceiling. And children go there and they climb and they do different things, and they have a very interesting shape when it's a windy day. So with small things you can do different types of interactions. This is also a simple way of interaction, just drawing on the street, on the asphalt, and then you outline your game, your bike. Finding your pathway on the ground, having a wall, an inclinated wall where you can climb. This is also, it's a building in the middle of a park in Copenhagen. So people totally interact when they're crossing the facade, and they do funny things. And then we have all these simple constructions, this ping pong table, simple drawings showing different directions. It's also a type of interaction with this simple gestures. And then we have the typical playgrounds, as we call it, the parks. It's a typical playground, but still it's different from country to country. For example, this hill here with this perfect rubble floor, it's in Dubai. It's very constructed. When we go in northern countries, we found more natural materials. This is in Greece, a park in Greece. This is in the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. It's a park, but also with an educative approach, because people, the children can pump the water, and then they follow the stream of the water, so they learn how the water goes and so on. This is trying to find a balance, do different things, more than the usual ones and the very orientated ones. And then I tried to think what we have been doing so far in Kalamaria, at least the last year since I'm in this strategic role. And this is Olof Palme Park. This is what we constructed. We delivered that project around March. And I wanted to show you this example exactly to illustrate that we're trying to avoid these very typical playgrounds with a very orientated approaches, like you should slope here, you should shrink here, or we want more open spaces and free spaces so you can interact and create playscapes. This is the key word. We want to create playscapes, not playgrounds. This is a very good example, but still we have this problem of how the parents should take care of their children not to climb to structures, to use it more carefully. We have problems with vandalism, and then reality comes in front of the design. This is another park. We are about to finish it. We're cooperating with very good architects. And it's called Sensory Park. I think it's going to be the first park in Greece that addresses to children that have vision problems. This is in front of this building that has Amimoni, that is an institution that how to say, protects these kids with vision problems, and also hosts people, children with the syndrome of Down. So it's like a healing garden, as we call it. It's called Sensory Park and have different themes, like sound. We have a pond here, and the architects thinking to install some cages for birds and plants that will have a playful behavior with wind and the sound of the water. So it's more about sound here. This is the garden that has to do more with participation. The children can come here and plant something, do something with the earth, with the ground. And everything is designed and carefully designed for the dimensions of the wheelchair and how you can cross here with safety. And this is an area that we have some walls. A kid can touch the wall and feel the texture. So it's more about texture. And this is how it's gonna look. I hope at the end of next year it's gonna be implemented. This is my personal target. And this is what we have been doing so far. We had Olof Palme, as I showed you before, with the playscape. And then we have these different types of parks in different neighborhoods, in urban grid, in open space, in crowded place, different situations. And then I wanted to show you this last picture, that it's a very great example of how space can be created for kids by creating the right events. For example, this is Plastira Street, the most crowded for cars in Kalamaria. And we made an urban experiment for 2 weekends. We closed down the street for cars and we gave it to pedestrians. And then an amazing thing happened. Children started to play on the street, music, happy people. Even it was still summer, but there were a lot of people there that weekend. And this is a very great example of how a space for kids can be created out of nothing. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalia. It was a very interesting lecture. As you said, actually children constitute a significant part of users in urban open spaces. And unfortunately, due to the increasing population and density of the cities, this kind of open spaces tend to decrease. So in this context, what are your thoughts in an alternative play space for children in the modern city?
Yes, as I mentioned before, I think what we're trying to do here is trying to find good conditions for children to interact without these very typical instruments for kids. We try to formulate spaces that has to do more with ground, with interaction, with imagination and fantasy, rather than going to these very formulated playgrounds.
Okay, yes, that's actually an interesting approach, using the imagination of children to just create a space that doesn't exist in actual terms. I would also like to ask another question. From your position as the Vice Mayor of Public Works, how has this position affected and contributing to your architectural vision? And how can landscape architects in strategic positions actually have a real impact in the design of a city?
Yes, when I started this role, this strategic role, I was very optimistic, as I mentioned earlier. I wanted to create spaces, different spaces, to incorporate what I've learned as an architect, a landscape architect. But during this year, I saw that it's very hard to maintain the spaces. So I started to be more realistic and trying to find more hard materials that it's easy to maintain, to clean, and to resist to vandalism, because we have this great problem with vandalism. And they destroy this Olof Palme. When I saw you earlier, it was a very nice park. And the day after, they tried to take out a bench, and then it was and then started a very disappointed story, because then they destroyed the basketball court. And so it's the approach now is to create spaces, but still trying to find ways to maintain, to prevent situations. For example, we have entrances for people in wheelchairs, but at the same time creates the problem that we have a lot of motorbikes coming into the parks. So it needs to be very well balanced, the design with the reality. And yeah, your last question was as landscape, how it's affected. I think it goes parallel, because as architects and landscape architects, we always learned how to hear and listen. I remember myself going out, sketching, listening to people, their needs, reading psychology texts. But this is, in my position, I have a lot of people coming to the office and asking many things. So I think it goes parallel, listening to people and what they really need. Of course, we always filter that at the end of the day, but still is during the design process, even in a strategy, in a big scale or in a small scale.
Okay, thank you very much, Natalia. Thank you for your lecture. So coming up next, the speaker I'm about to introduce is coming from Brazil. Award-winning urban planner, he collaborated with 2 of his friends and created an architectural firm in his late 20s. Thank you, Nicolas. I'm personally really excited to introduce Nicolas because I have met him in our common Erasmus in Lyon, France. So please, Nicolas, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Sophia. Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. So I'm gonna share my screen too. I'm gonna talk to you today about 4 projects that Cota 760 did to transform urban spaces in different cities in Brazil and Uruguay. Each of the cities has its own characteristics, conditioned by location, climate, and its history. As it is common in Latin America, these are cities that where the accelerated population growth combined with few resources have generated large areas with precarious and very functionalist urban planning. These are cities that did not have the time and interest to plan their occupation respecting the geography and local nature, where the strength of development has led to an uneven and predatory urbanization model. It is very common in the cities to see large areas marked by self-built housing, the absence of green areas, and a transport model based only on the individual car. Areas where the urban planning arrives in the form of specific solutions that seek to solve problems in the city's malfunction, but end up generating new conflicts. In these places, the guidelines for environmental preservation have always been weak. And on the contrary, areas of environmental importance, such as springs, water sources, riverbanks, slopes, were the most fragile and successful to informal occupation. In the metropolitan region of São Paulo, we find many spaces like this, especially in the outskirts. And it's here where we find our first project we want to talk about. The city of Taboão da Serra is located west of São Paulo. It is one of the smallest in the metropolitan region. However, it's also one of the mostly densely populated, with much of its territory occupied by precarious housing. One of the consequences of the lack of urban planning is the excessive waterproofing of the soil and the presence of very few green areas. In a city marked by a local tropical climate that experiences heavy rains in the summer, it has resulted in chronic flooding problems. The solutions adopted by public authorities over the years to try to solve these problems appear in an extremely functionalist way, acting to solve the issue but creating other problems. The retention basin is a great symbol of this way of thinking and remains a recurring solution to urban water management. It is basically the creation of a huge hole capable of retaining water in days of very heavy rain to prevent other areas from being flooded. But however, it remains a large urban void that does not fulfill any other function. Clearly, is not an ideal solution, but part of the attempt to solve a chronic problem in an already built city, where there is no room for total reconstruction. This led us to think, what other ways could prevent the flood problem without creating large dead spaces in the city? Thinking of this, we chose a specific area of the city to study it more closely. What we realized is that in addition to the flooding problems, we could propose solutions that would increase the city's green areas and create qualified urban spaces. The idea was to bring back nature dynamics applied in a dispersed way throughout the neighborhood, exploring the potential of each existing space. Instead of creating large voids like the retention basin, we proposed different gardens spread throughout the neighborhood, designed not only to retain water, but also to reduce its pollution and qualify the urban space. For each type of space, a type of garden could be implemented. Even the existing retention basin could be rethought to become a public space that can be used outside the rainy season. Through a multifunctional thinking, we were able to propose solutions that at once solve several problems of the existing city making better use for public investments. The second project we are going to present is located in the city of Fortaleza in the northeast region of Brazil. One of the rivers that runs through the city is called Cocó. On its banks, there is an important urban forest. Some years ago, this area was demarcated as an environmental preservation area and became Parque do Cocó. Historically, the city has grown with its back to the park. The forest has always been treated like a residual area, a barrier to urbanization. Today, few parts of it are accessible, and the river is often hidden from the city. The main factor for its preservation until today is its physical condition. The forest around the river is a mangrove swamp, a wetland difficult to be occupied by buildings. Even so, many have tried, from poor housing to the largest shopping mall in the city. The great challenge that arises then is how to make an area of environmental preservation of this size possible in the middle of a large city like Fortaleza. In partnership with the office Base Urbana, we realized that in order to solve this relationship of disputes between the city and the park, it was necessary to bring these two areas even closer. It would be necessary for the city to see in the park not an empty land, but the value of its existence. At the same time, the pollution and sewage in the city, which today end up in the mangrove, should be resolved so its preservation is viable. For this, we sought to look at the city and think of how the park could help solve urban problems and at the same time identify problems in the park that were caused by the city. On the urban scale, we identified morphological aspects, mobility conditions, and characteristics of the surrounding neighborhoods. On the ecological scale, we identified ecological flows and the main environmental problems. And on the build scale, we identified uses and occupations of the city that could be brought into the park. This analysis led us to divide the park into 4 areas according to their vocations. They would help the population to better understand the functioning of the park, to know its history, and to identify it as a part of something bigger. Observatories positioned in each of the 4 areas will help people to understand the size of the entire park. We studied ways to transform degraded areas of the park into ecological stations for sewage treatment for the surrounding neighborhoods. Through a naturalized system of filtering gardens, we have incorporated the sewage treatment system into the park's landscape. That way, we aim to reduce the river pollution and create a less centralized system that allows people to learn about the cycle of the waste. We propose routes through the mangrove forest linked to research spaces that teaches the value of the park's biodiversity, as well as sports and leisure opportunities to bring people closer to the river water. Above all, our proposal was how to bring people closer to nature, showing the possibility of coexistence, so that the area of environmental preservation could be understood as a fundamental part of the city. Now we are going to Uruguay, a small country south of Brazil, with about 3.5 million inhabitants, of which more than a half lives in Montevideo, the capital. Right in the center of the city's metropolitan region is the Mercado Modelo. This market is an old trading post that receives fruits and vegetables from agricultural productions in rural areas to be distributed in the city. It is a key location for Montevideo's food supply. However, the local government decided to decentralize the system and deactivate the current Mercado Modelo. As a consequence, this large area that fulfilled functions related to food supply will become a new neighborhood and economic center. The challenge of this project was to think about what we could what could be the city model that would transform this neighborhood. Inspired by the history of this place, we decided to propose a project that would rethink the city's relationship with food. One of the great challenges facing cities today is the food supply, which requires large displacements from rural areas to the city. In addition, for this displacement generating large CO2 emissions, the distance between people and food production creates other social problems. Living far away from the food production, people are less and less aware of the origin of what they eat. Industrialized foods has become increasingly present in people's lives, and the culture of home cooking is being lost. But how to reconnect people with healthier and more sustainable eating habits? We propose the creation of a neighborhood designed for healthier habits through a circular economy linked to the food chain. With this theme at the heart of the proposal, we thought of local cycles for treatment of solid waste, water supply, power generation, and active transport system. In this neighborhood, the Mercado Modelo building would be preserved and transformed into a health and food center. The building would house inside a symbolic productive garden, spaces for sports, gastronomy, and healthcare. This new neighborhood would bring food production into the city. We proposed a system of gardens that would occupy the roofs of the new buildings and public spaces. Together, these areas would form an urban farm with institutionalized management so that the food produced could be sold locally in the new Mercado Modelo building. With this, we could reduce travel, packing, and food preservation problems. But above all, bringing part of the food production into the city was a way to create an urban landscape that educates and reconnects people with a more natural food chain. Finally, let's talk about a project located on the opposite side of the continent, on the northern region of Brazil, in the middle of the Amazon biome, in the city of Belém. Despite of what we can imagine, this city, which is inserted in the middle of the largest tropical forest in the world, has historically put away nature from its urban area. We can see this in the satellite image, where we find a big gray spot in the middle of the green forest. The Amazon rainforest is one of the regions with the greatest biodiversity on the planet and is heavily irrigated by rivers. Despite this, the urbanization process in Belém has been guided by a mentality that saw nature in opposition to the city, creating an environment totally controlled by man was seen as more civilized and more developed. It is clear that ignoring natural processes has brought consequences, such as floods caused by the waterproofing of the soil and heat islands in one of the hottest and rainiest cities in Brazil. It rains almost every day of the year, and the average annual temperature is above 26 degrees Celsius, often exceeding 31 degrees. The former Brigadeiro Potássio Airport is a large open area that serves as the city's aero club. It will be deactivated to make room for a new urban park, Parque da Cidade. We saw in this project an opportunity to change this logic of urbanization in the city that pulls away the nature of its population's daily life. We wanted to create an urban space where people could exercise their culture in the most diverse aspects, including sports, food, work, arts, and social relations. And for all these activities, we sought to create spaces for people to get closer to solutions based on nature. We proposed a park design that mixes the memory of this place as an old airport and the previous memory of the Amazon rainforest. The idea of preserving the airport's airstrip as a landmark was accompanied by the need to make it less inhospitable and more adapted to the local climate. A lake system could be fed by the rainwater itself, incorporating the cycle of the water in the landscape design in a similar way to nature. It will be also a way to demonstrate the functioning of the Amazon biome, which has water network strongly associated with the vegetation structure, with more flooded and drier areas organizing the vegetation. The airstrip became an important multifunctional space for events, but we propose to occupy it with a large and dense vegetation that creates shades and contributes to a cooler microclimate. To reinforce the idea of the forest potential as a food source, we propose that the park had an agroforest in its landscaping. It is located in an area of the park related to gastronomy and events. Its symbolic presence seeks to incorporate in the local culture the idea that it's possible to produce food and take advantage of natural resources without destroying the forest. Today, several biomes in Brazil are undergoing major man-made fire, including the Amazon. This problem comes from the same mentality that does not see nature coexisting with development. Forests are burned to make room for large, monofunctional agricultural areas. It is not surprising that we treat our forests the same way we treat our cities. We need to incorporate a more multifunctional thinking that allows us to create urban environments that build in people the culture that we are part of nature. Only then we will be able to value our natural resources and prevent them from being completely destroyed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicola. It was a very interesting lecture with a strong message at the end. So studies show that cities in Latin America face problems of overcrowding and disorder. However, a recent view shows that an increased awareness of the impact of urban form on quality of life. So my question is, how difficult was it for three friends from Sao Paulo to create their own architectural firm in Sao Paulo and to address these urban issues?
Thank you, Sophia. So it's a very interesting question because we created this office, we didn't really plan it. So we were working together for the competition for the Parque do Cocó. And after winning this competition, we naturally were pushed to create the office and to develop this project. But after a few years working together with this kind of projects, we can see that it's really difficult in Brazil to work with public projects because they are not very valued. We don't have a lot of architecture competitions for public projects, and so it's very hard to make they come true, even when there is the competition and there is the prize and we develop the project. Many projects are not implemented, so we saw the need to work with private clients too, and to bring these ideas that we bring to the public projects into the private projects as well, thinking of multifunctionality, of the sustainability causes in other ways and other scales.
Okay, thank you very much. I have also got a question from the audience. So Diana Skolnik-Goren, the projects you shared with us are very interesting and diverse. Do you have a public outreach process as part of your design process?
so all of these projects they are still not implemented. So here in Brazil, it's a little complicated to work with the public authorities to develop this kind of projects. For each project, it depends on the local authorities if they are interested in involving the population and how can the architectural firm be involved with the public discussion. For the last project, for example, the Parque da Cidade in Belém, there was a public hearing to consult the population for what the park needed for the competition.
Okay, so they actually asked the
What?
So they actually asked the people to participate.
Yes, they asked people to participate, but it's not. It's more like a consultation than a participation. You know, it's hard to develop the project together with people, but we are always concerned about it, and we try to be very aware of the situations and publicize our work and always look what people are needing in each city, what is it's necessary for every specific project.
Okay, thank you very much, Nicolas. Thank you for your lecture and your time.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, everyone.
So coming up next, I don't know, I can't see you. Coming up next is an urban planner and geographer with a specialization in placemaking. Associate partner for STIPO, board member of Placemaking Europe Network. She recently created a new lab, Kyklos, in Thessaloniki, Greece, with the collaboration of the NGO In Common. So I would like to welcome Vivian Duba. Vivian will speak about interweaving circularity with placemaking, a conceptual exploration with real-life experimentation. I can't see Vivian in the crowd.
I am here, though.
Yes, okay. Nice.
No worries.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you
The
too.
stage is yours, Vivian.
Thank you. One moment to share my screen. Got it. Okay, and I will also make it. Oh. Can you see my screen? Is it ready?
Yes, it's fine.
Excellent. So hi everyone, pleased to meet you. I'm Vivian Duba. I'm currently in Thessaloniki, so I'm talking to you from Kyklos, from Thessaloniki. I'm an urban planner and geographer, exactly. I'm an expert on placemaking and specifically on inclusive and creative placemaking. And for the last almost a year, I have opened up my field through my collaboration with Ecoweek towards circularity. So what I will be talking to you today is our own exploration of exactly how placemaking interweaves with circularity within the whole discourse of urban sustainability. So far in academia and generally in the whole discourse around circularity or placemaking, those two circles have not been able to be very much close. So I would like to share with you today our own journey towards finding this intersection, and it's an invitation for a further discussion. Also, in the next 2 days during the weekend, we will be hosting a workshop on exactly this topic. So I hope that by the end of these 3 days of Ecoweek, the anniversary edition, we will also have extra insights to share. So starting from the basics, let's say, so what is circularity? Circularity, as most of us know, derives mostly from the circular economy term, and it has to do with the model that tries to close the gap in the production and between the natural ecosystem cycles. So it starts from the economic and production aspect. It has to do with how we design waste and pollution management, and reviewing to what extent as well you can have resilient systems by activating also sustainable communities. It is a model that can be applied in different scales, and it's very relevant to place. I have highlighted some words because you will see they will be useful in order to make the connections later on. There are some principles that we also adopt for circular economy. First of all, that all resources are valuable. We're talking about waste, we're talking about renewable means of energy, we're talking about how an urban resource or a natural resource can be used throughout the whole circle. Of course, in the circularity model, you try to follow the natural cycles and designs of production. We're talking about recycle, reuse, recover, also reduce. We are trying to design for the future, and this is also where sustainability is very much connected. So how do you incorporate circular models into the design? Design of a system, of a product, of a process. How we also use digital and innovative technologies and how technology can help us to promote innovation. And the aspect that we also have in our core as well is how would you collaborate and how you develop circular communities. So how the economic model comes closer to the community, of the circular community. The benefits of circular economy is that you can have better and clearer environment for all living organisms, and that leads us to the conservation of the existing resources. How you can also develop business models and jobs within a circular concept by having also elements of solidarity, social economy, and social entrepreneurship, for instance. How you create opportunities for social inclusion and cohesion, and how you can have a better and stronger network with the community itself. This was a brief introduction on circularity. What is placemaking now, on the other hand? This is the Saloniki, many of you might know. This is not the picture that I have taken. This is a picture that my colleague from the Netherlands has captured, probably I think the second trip that he was here, from Stipo. And he also uses it most of the times when he wants to introduce placemaking to the international people. So what do we see in this picture? We see the urban fabric, we see the architecture, this kind of identity of a place. We see the sea, another natural element, and you also see the human aspect. And I would like to take you to the bottom side of this picture, where you see two people laying down in public space, barefoot and hugging each other. So for us, placemaking has to do with all of these elements, the natural, the built environment, the organization and the management around it, but most importantly, how the human is inside this place. So how do we go from space to place? How do we go from the strictly, let's say, physical environment to those elements of the public space and of the space that allows us to create memories, to create experiences? What kind of representations we can have of the space? I will briefly introduce the two parents of placemaking, if I'm allowed to say. On the one hand, they are both from US, from New York. They were working in New York. The one is Holly White, and the other one is Jane Jacobs. Both of them were at the same time in the 60s and 70s in the US and New York, talking about how the role of the urbanists, of the people working with the city, is to observe how people interact with their physical environment, how communities actually have the knowledge of how to improve their urban daily lives. They both have very important books, if I can share. The one is The Social Life of Small Urban Spaces by Holly White, and you can also find a movie online with the same title that is very interesting to watch. And the other one is The Life and Death of Great American Cities, again by Jane Jacobs, also from her own, let's say she was a journalist, so she had a very critical and interesting point of view towards urban daily life. So taking these early insights from the 60s and the 70s, we have started developing conceptual models around what place is and how you develop place or how you maintain place. Because on the one hand, you can have placemaking, but you can also have placekeeping. I won't dig into that now, but what I want to introduce to you is a framework that we're using a lot in placemaking that has to do with how place is produced, if I may say. On the one hand, we have the hardware. So what are the elements of the designed space that can improve the experience we have of a place? What are the infrastructure? What is the built environment, the architecture of the place, the identity of the place? Then we go to the government level. We call it orgware. So what are the policies around the place? How is the place managed? How are people involved in the decision-making processes? Can people participate? And then we have the software. The software are, let's say, the people-led design. So what kind of activities does a place include? What kind of functions we have in a place? So with these three elements of a place, we start to review, develop strategies and activities that can activate a place. Another element of placemaking is the approach of the power of 10. It has to do with how we can triangulate, how you can create layers of activities and programming around a place from different scales, talking about the city and region. For instance, how you can have 10 major destinations inside a city or a region, how each district or region can have 10 places to go, how each of these 10 places has 10 things to do. So we're trying to go either from the bigger picture to the smaller one, or even better, when you want to involve the local community, how you go from the smaller scale to the bigger one. The place can also have attributes through which we can evaluate, assess, and program further. I will also briefly introduce those. We're talking about 4 main categories. We're talking about the sociability of a place. So you see in this circle, in this place diagram, what kind of tangible and intangible aspects you can have around the sociability of the place. We have the uses and activities. We have the comfort and image of the place. And we also have the access and linkages. In the 2 days workshop that we have the next 2 days, we will dig further into that. So our group, I hope they will be able to assess those elements while they will be virtually on the place. And this is something new that we are developing, trying to connect it also a little bit with the whole notion of a resource. So what are the place resources? We can have governance resources around the place. So what kind of policies, services this place incorporates? What are the economic resources around the place? What kind of commercial, consumer habits, services, production models we have? What are the physical resources? For instance, the public space infrastructure, urban green buildings, tangible heritage. And then also what are the sociocultural resources? Splitting it a little bit, what are the individual resources of a place and what are the community resources that we can use? So coming back to our question, what is this common field between placemaking and circularity? Our approach so far, because this is a model under construction, let's say, we're still in an exploration mode, we see that something that we have in common is the resources. Resources not so much from the view, what can we take advantage of our environment, be it human or a physical environment, but what are the assets that this place, this urban environment has that we can, first of all, realize and then see how we can use it together with the community to take us to the urban well-being. So well-being is also another keyword for us. Circularity also talks about the well-being of people through a circular model, and placemaking also talks about how people for the community practices can improve their own well-being inside the cities. This model has taken our own exploration to talking about circular economy and circular community. And we're trying to identify what is the dialogue among those. We realize that it is a dynamic system. So for the circular community, you can talk that we want social equity. No one is left behind. That every person inside the community has something that could contribute to the improvement of our well-being. In the same way that we're talking about zero waste in the circular economy model. We're trying to identify in the circular community what are the individual and social assets of a place. In the circular economy, we can talk about the physical assets, the environment, the physical or constructed environment. We talk about local community, and we can talk about local economy. It's all about scale in this model. We can also talk about social connections in the circular economy, circular community, model, but also what are the lessons among the resources of the circular economy model. This is still a work under progress for us, but I hope you can get an idea of how we try to create this conceptual node of how these two circles meet with each other. So I will now briefly introduce what we're doing with the Urban Sustainability and Circularity Lab, which is our project. It is our new platform with a physical dimension in Thessaloniki. The physical space of the Urban Sustainability and Circularity Lab is called Kyklos. Kyklos means circle in Greek. And it is based in a very interesting neighborhood in Thessaloniki, in Anopoli. It is the part of the city that still has a, let's say, a traditional character. It is very mixed socially. And it has a mix also of modern architecture, traditional architecture. It has public spaces, it has small corners, it has lovely assets. And of course, the biggest asset is the community, the people that reside here. So what we're trying to identify is how can we develop a model of theory, of course, on the one hand, but also practices, what kind of programming activities we can feature in our physical space that will lead to a circular community and circular economy model. We do that by participatory decision-making. So we want to invite people to co-design with us the activities of Kyklos. We're using place-based programming. We're trying to identify what are the assets of the place, physical and human, and how we can use these elements in order to develop our programming further together with the people. We do community building, so we're reaching out to the people to create a community around Kyklos. We also want to focus on civic activation and, if I may say, active citizenship. I put it with a question mark if some of you might read up the political dimension of it. And of course, we also use collective education. So we want to learn from each other. We don't want to be the ones saying what circular economy is, but we want to start an exploration together with the locals to see what circularity means for all of us, develop a common language and learn from each other. And of course, we're developing partnerships and collaborations. Even our model of collaboration, our internal one for Kyklos is a circular one. So the initiator of Kyklos is in common, a non-profit organization based in Thessaloniki, developing many different projects around circularity, sustainability, and resilience. And we are in common collaborating with our organization at Stipo, that we're working on urban development and placemaking, and Adigoni, another non-profit organization from Thessaloniki that has a long experience and deep understanding of social issues and human rights, and working really with communities. And also for those in Thessaloniki, or if you're planning to visit some point Thessaloniki, you're very welcome to meet us. And I will take you for the last part on an international example in Amsterdam. So here I will talk about the top to down. So what they have done in Amsterdam is they have developed a circular strategy. So how the whole city can become circular. And their vision is to develop Amsterdam as a thriving city, not just ecologically safe, but also socially just. So it's interesting to see that from the top down, what is happening from the policy and strategic plan is to talk both about, if I may say, circular community and circular economy. They have developed a very interesting report and concept talking about the donut city. You can find it online on this link that you can see on the bottom side of my presentation. But of course, Amsterdam is an innovation city because they're also working from the bottom up. An initiative that has been running, I think, for at least 7 years in Amsterdam is the Keuvel. The Keuvel is a city playground, as they say, in a former manufacturing area of Amsterdam, that they have used a circular model of development in order to turn a vacant, a black field, into a circular model. But what they are also doing is not just the technical part, but also the societal. So here you will see it's also from their model, the resources from one space of the Curvel can be used in another one. And they have the Curvel community. They have been working a lot with programming, mostly with culture. So they're using culture a lot to attract people there and develop a network of other organizations and just people of the city that supports this circular model of functioning of the Curvel. And then we had the top down, we had the bottom up, but what's happening in the middle? So a local organization called Metabolic, that they're working a lot on systemic change, has developed a strategy addressing to the city, but allowing the bottom up to flourish. So they have developed a strategy for the overall area where the Curvel is established, called Baxlotterham, in order to see how all these initiatives who are in this region of Amsterdam can work together towards circularity. So what I want to say is here you also see that we have a circular model, how the top to down has opened up a dialogue with the middle level of an organization in order to reach what's happening on the bottom, on the civic initiatives. And those have opened up a circular model of dialogue. And I will close my presentation with my beloved Jane Jacobs, who suggests that every city has its own seeds. And in the circular models, these are the seeds that we're trying to identify. Of course, we want to approach it from a positive perspective. So what we're also doing here with Kiklos, and from our own exploration of circular community and circular economy, is to see what are the seeds in this intersection that we can really use as assets to develop our communities and urban life for a more healthy and sustainable environment. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to an exciting weekend with all our participants. You can reach out to me in these links. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vivian. Thank you for your lecture. A very positive message at the end. I have a question for you. I would like you to relate placemaking, which is actually a very interactive activity in place, and the current conditions of COVID-19. How can we, I think you expected this question, how can we redefine placemaking to comply with the restrictions, the COVID-19 restrictions in some countries around the world?
Mm-hmm. As I think most people around this world who have been working with participation and communities, myself as well, I have been struggling a lot on how do you bring people during these difficult times that we are not allowed to, bring proximity. Placemaking is about, being close to each other and creating together, deciding together, managing together our places. So of course, just only a few days after the whole crisis broke, all our international network have been discussing about this topic. And what I came to realize is not that we have to maybe redefine or reframe placemaking, but maybe we have to focus even more on the social capital, on this aspect of placemaking. So how do you give even more power now to the people to co-design their cities? All around the world, we see lots of initiatives that are very much positive and hopeful of how you can turn the urban centers into places for social interaction, of course, with all the measurement that we need to have. We're doing tactical urbanism, we're experimenting with pedestrianizations, cycling lanes. These are all very important, of course, to talk about the infrastructure, but the infrastructure should be developed to facilitate the empowerment of the social capital. So especially in these times that we can no longer be all together, we need to focus on that. So instead of maybe for me saying redefining, I would say focusing on social capital and the politics around social capital. So what are these orgware, as I showed in my initial a diagram of what placemaking is about, what are the processes that urban governance can have in order to facilitate this empowerment of social capital, and which means in the end, you know, civic participation in the way we decide about urban daily lives in this crisis moment.
Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you, Vivian.
Thank you for the question.
So we're looking forward for your workshop in these next 2 days. And I'm going to pass to the next speaker. So our next speaker is a legal representative and sales manager in a cement products company, a company that is specialized in restoration materials in Greece, so Valkafouki Ecos ATD. So please welcome Maria Valkafouki. Maria's lecture is about buildings of the past, stories of today.
Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you, Maria.
Hello, all. Thank you for the invitation. Can I start? Do you have something to ask?
Yes, you can start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, as you said, my name is Maria Valkafouki. I live and work in Thessaloniki in Greece. We own a family business called Valkafouki Ecos Ltd. That over 70 years specialized to the demanding field of restoration of historical monuments and buildings. We have supplied suitable mortars, raw materials, and more to many restoration works across Greece and abroad. Churches, listed buildings, castles, lighthouses, stone-built buildings, and more are some categories of projects we have been and supplying as a supplying company. Today I'm going to speak to you about restoration. It is my favorite topic. The word restoration is associated with world history. Every country, depending on their history, hosts prehistoric settlements, monuments of classical antiquities, archaeological sites, castles, stone lighthouses, Byzantine churches, monasteries, villas, and buildings of amazing architecture of modern history. Each of them is unique. A common characteristic is that they were all built before the discovery of cement. So, what does restoration mean? Restoration is the intervention that we are called to do in a monument, historic building, which has been damaged mainly by time to ensure its continuation and transition to future generations. It aims to preserve and reveal the historical and aesthetic values of the monument and is based on respect of the original existence and authentic elements of the monument historic buildings. During the existence of the historic buildings, we usually intervene with partial or total restoration works more than once. The interventions that mainly the materials that have been used increase or decrease the lifetime of the historic building. The mortars that will be used play an important role in the restoration. The compatibility of the new mortars with the existing ones is a necessary condition for the safe operation. Every mortar we create based on traditional, ecological, sustainable materials prevents the entrapment of moisture and salt in the masonry, which is the main factor of the erosion. The ultimate goal is, first, to preserve as much as possible the authenticity of the monuments, its historical form, its architecture, and the technology of its materials. Second, to perform interventions with compatible materials. And third and foremost, The building must be completely safe for life primarily and for the material objects that will accommodate. It is important to point out that in Greece, the restoration of our monuments began at the time when cement had entered our lives and was then selected as the most suitable material in several cases. Several decades later, the effects are so as the damages accelerated and are now apart and unfortunately most of the time unchangeable. These results force us to go back and re-examine the original building materials and cement mortars we had used for the restoration. It became clear that the buildings had a long life with their original materials, in many cases centuries. In the buildings that were treated with cement, the damage accelerated. If we go back to the first architect, the first builder, we will find that the design of the buildings meets the needs of ventilation, shading, protecting from the weather, and the way of construction meets all the conditions that we now call sustainable. Materials that each area provides, like stone, wood, lime, aggregates, bricks, clay, were the materials used, giving identity to the buildings. So today, if we look at the date of the construction and know the materials used, we can immediately place the building in specific areas and know their roots and history. Having in mind all the above, we can examine some characteristic examples from different areas of Greece. In Mani Peloponnese, in a fallow place, the stone dominates the tall towers with small windows that protect people from the elements of nature. In Santorini Island, where the eruption of the volcano enriched the earth with pozzolan, we identify mixtures of lime and pozzolan, which made the caves waterproof and sustainable for many centuries. In the Cyclades, a place infused with light like no other place in Earth, the lime becomes the material that reflects the warmth but does not allow the absorption. In the Orochoria, a place hidden in the dense forest of Pindos and nature, stone and wood create stable, safe houses. Today, through all of the knowledge gains, the experience and mistakes, we can confidently talk about a promising future both for the monuments and the building we are creating today. Regarding restoration, big steps have been taken. It is considered as a given that cement is not the appropriate material. It has now become the norm to use natural, competitive, traditional building materials. Natural traditional building materials, except the restoration, have begun to enter dynamically and to claim space in the construction of new bioclimatic buildings. To sum up, sustainability and culture means a respect for our past and possibilities for our future. Our culture is our history, our roots, our heritage, and our values. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Very interesting lecture. Having among us a female professional with so many years of experience, I would like to ask a personal question. What advice would you give to the next generation of female or not female architects in order to create new buildings for the stories of tomorrow?
First, to follow their dream, whatever they decide to do, but maybe they must look back and have lessons from the past. Maybe it's the safest path to follow.
In order to move on, so we can, okay, we should look at the past. Okay. Okay.
That's the best.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, the speaker of our panel is an architect and researcher and investigates the impact of emergent socio-spatial practices in the development of new architectural paradigms. She has taught in multiple universities and published several essays and books. Currently, she is an associate professor in Thessaly of the School of Engineering in Thessaly, Greece. I would like to introduce Sofia Vizoviti. Sofia's lecture is titled Shell Performativity as a Tool for Urban Action. Are you among us, Sofia?
Hi,
Yes,
very pleased to meet you, and thank you very much for the invitation. This is my first time in Ecoweek event. I'm very happy to be here.
We're happy to have you, Sofia.
Bear with me while I try to coordinate my PowerPoint for a moment.
Yeah.
So I will try to share my second screen.
Okay.
Let's see how that works. This doesn't seem to work. Or does it?
I think it's okay. Okay. We can see your screen now.
So what exactly are you looking at?
It's the whole, it's not a presentation, it's just the whole tab of...
Okay, perfect. But I don't, all right. So hello, everyone. Is it okay that I don't have a view of what I'm presenting?
It's your choice, I think. So I don't know.
Okay.
You could, yeah, you could leave it like this if you don't find the presentation button.
Yes, just to save time, I think it would be best.
Okay.
Right. So as Sophia said, I'm. Let's move on a little bit. Do you see the second slide?
Yes. Maybe you should try to push the button in the top, in bottom right, the bottom of the presentation.
Usually it works, and I've done it many times.
Otherwise, you can leave it like this. It's okay. We can see the second slide.
Sophia, we can, sorry to interrupt you, we can put the presentation mode for you, if that's okay.
Remotely.
Remotely, yeah.
I've been doing this in many occasions, but publishing is requesting remote control of your screen. Okay, let's try that. Okay, I can't see anyone but Sofia Pascha.
Yes, don't worry. They try to take your time. Don't worry.
We should have run a test with that, I think. Now, okay, let me go ahead. Then I don't know what you're looking at, but
it's the second panel. Second panel.
It's the second panel.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do I do? Can you also see my face?
Yes.
My camera. That's also good. So what do I do? And when I received the invitation, I said, this is fantastic. I'm very honored to be invited. And then I thought, why would these people be interested to hear from me? So what I do is I do many things. Being an architect and a professor, I write books. And this is a spread from my recent book on micro-dwelling, microkathikia in Greece, where I examine and compile an atlas of samples of very, very small houses around the world, trace their historic precedents, and articulate some sort of manifesto that documents the impact of rapid technological, climatological, and social and physical crises on the domestic realm. So that's one. Another thing I do is try and make small scale installations that are temporal. If you are seeing the third slide of my presentation, you're looking at Iola's shelter that was installed at the Museum of Modern Art in Thessaloniki, the collection of the Macedonian Museum. And then further on, other examples. This should be an animated GIF. Are you watching this?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. So this is an example of another kind of work I do with my students, recycling the abandoned and worn out tabletops of the architecture studio into a large-scale piece of urban furniture. Or for example, the Simplicity transformable screen, which was designed as a yurt, like what Nicola Dell'One presented today, and then actually unfolding into a screen, which was made by, all these examples are designed and made by groups, which I try to compose, sustain, collaborate, and aid. And here you see a very recent photo of us. This is Pret Atelier, a group based on the research I'm doing with the Folding Laboratory at the University of Thessaly in the recent Nea Paralia, Nea Passarella, which is examining fashion on the basis of recyclable materials. So I would be very happy to join a hands-on design build workshop in the context of Ecoweek. But what I actually find restrictive enough is, like all of us, is the condition of the current time. So I decided to run a little different workshop, which is a theoretical workshop, looking at the urban condition of some spaces that emerged as public spaces during the COVID-19 crisis. And it's this is a photograph taken, this is an interlinkage between the two projects in a way. This is one of the Pret Atelier recent projects photographed 3 weeks ago within one of these hidden gardens that run along the better known waterfront of Thessaloniki, which is the renovated Nea Paralia, which emerged into the awareness of the public as potential public spaces during the lockdown of COVID-19. So in a way, what I'm trying to do here is to deliver a lecture that would aid the people who are joining the workshops, presenting a theoretical framework of the discussion that we will be hosting for the next couple of days on the basis of some older work that I've done, which is more theoretical and less hands-on. So the idea is that we are looking again at the abandoned and rundown sectors of the large major urban centers, such as Thessaloniki and Athens. And discovering that these centers, trapped in the financial glacier of the Greek crisis, the financial crisis that started in 2019 until today, which it's more than a decade actually, they became the sort of testing grounds for experimental urban actions. And for example, this is probably very well known in Greece image by an installation by a group called Before Light, where the rundown arcades of Athens downtown were
Sorry, Sophia, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Can we try to make it a bit bigger? Can we try at the bottom right to I don't know, make a zoom in, bottom right of your screen? Yeah, just like that, or okay. I think
you're really not looking at the presentation.
yeah.
Just press present.
Yeah, that's what I was doing, but
it's two screens. It's not. Yeah, okay.
Slideshow. From current slide. How are we doing now?
Okay, and now go to display settings and write duplicate and pick duplicate.
On the top, on the top.
On the top, on the top, at the top, top, left. Display settings.
With your mouse, display settings.
Let me share screen again, because we've been, now this should work.
No, we're close, we're close. Go to display settings and choose,
nice.
I think you got it. Super,
okay.
bravo.
That's what I was trying to do from the start.
Okay,
so I'm going to run through it once more with feeling. Is it full
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, super.
Okay, sorry for this delay. Just it was a pity that you were looking at very small images and I was not reading the text. But here we are. Okay. Now the before light installation in Athens in 2014, and then the redundant urban structures, the theories of improper uses of people's appropriation and objects affordances are more pertinent than standard functional analysis. So the primary function of the building cell is reversed in this conceptualization. Rather than an envelope that encloses a private interior, it becomes the tectonic layer that surrounds public life. So this is another example from Riga, fine young urbanists with their pop-up street profile, also in 2014, which I find particularly interesting that the surface is used as a medium to activate the urban profile. And that theoretically links to a very old argument delivered by Gottfried Semper in the end of the 19th century, that the full force of architecture and its innovative ability can be found on the outer surface. The decorative layer through which an atmosphere and ambience percolate. So small scale and lightweight and low tech temporary modifications of existing building cell bear the potential to acquire a high architectural impact. Now, as such, I want to highlight certain concepts that relate the notion of the performative to the notion of urban action. So while scenarios of expected use are often encoded in the design of objects in a top-down manner, performativity provides a theoretical framework for a new signification of the building cell. So we are looking at conceptual dimensions of performativity in architecture that focus mostly on use-centric design discourses and the analysis of spatial practices. So there is a dual exanus constitution of the concept of performativity in the current in architectural discourse. It's moving away from describing architecture as purely a physical object, but rather as a process. And the concept appears to be equally significant both to the technology-driven computational discourses and also providing a common ground between the human-centric architectural ones. While there are two apparently conflicting schools of thought, the more formalistic and then they are rather social and humanistic, performativity seems to link both. So the notion of function and use is the historically primal conceptual finding of this notion. And the study of human artifact engagement as a kind of making. So users are considered as active performers and as makers, according to, let's say, many of the bibliographical references that I'm analyzing here, that we should maybe tomorrow take a closer look at. So designing for performative human artifact engagements entails a consideration of the artifact as an interlocutor. Its evocative or holding power depends on the right balance of freedom and structure. The design ought to allow for personal reconstruction. So behavioral models of emergent spatial practices that can be constructed by very systematic and close observations of the use in action. So field work and anthropological methodologies are very important in this stance. And then the articulation of the interrelationship between morphology, operation, and performance is not deterministic, but rather probabilistic, exposing what Vivian Duba called in previous lecture as hardware, the potentiality of a hardware to support, host, and stimulate perhaps a plethora of possible urban actions. And then, according to the social layer of these actions, to impact about group identity, about belief systems, etc. That is to embed the significance of the container within the scenario of the activity. This non-deterministic stance, I would like to quote Walter Benjamin and his concept of porosity as exemplified in this amazing essay called Neighbors, as an indefinite and improvisational interpenetration of building and action. So I would like to invite the people who will work with me in this workshop to try online to imagine and investigate environmental conditions as affordances that can support emergent urban phenomena. Now, to become a little more precise, I want to show you two representations that I produced more than a decade ago, which is tracing performativity within everyday public spaces. Onto the left is the documentation of Trasser performing a parkour session on the rooftop of the School of Architecture of the University of Cyprus in Nicosia. On the right, there is a documentation of a group of skateboarders, trajectories, performing at the ground floor of Tilburg Concertgebouw, which is the municipal concert hall. And then imagining the performative body as an active creator expressed in the practices of these urban subcultures. So appropriation of the public space should be considered as a creative engagement with a physical setting. The building cell becomes an urban artifact embedded in narratives of multiple possible appropriations. Its affordances are augmented by non-standard or improper usage. Now, I don't know how we're doing with time, and I was planning to present also two projects about the downtown of Thessaloniki and
go ahead, Sophia. We're okay with time. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. There were two case studies that I did with two different groups of postgraduate students at the University of Thessaly of the postgraduate course instead purposes for advanced architectural design. And they are two, they probably, the photographs might betray that while two very different cities, the fabric at these areas that we're discussing are very, very similar. So on the left, you have Quartier de France, Fragomahalas in Greek, which is the western part of Thessaloniki's downtown, once a thriving cosmopolitan bankers and goldsmiths quarter belonging to the Jewish community. And in the 20th century, emptied out by the manufacturing uses that took over after World War II. And today belonging to the nightlife of Thessaloniki and the urban Bohemia. While on the right, we have Evripidou Street, which is right in the center of the historic triangle of Athens. And the street also manifests a transition from the neoclassical city, best expressed by the trilogy complex of Panepistimiou, and how to the dirty core of the Athens downtown, where the Chinatown and the immigrants' enterprises are located. And the street is quite typical of the Greek example of mixed-use gross handling and retail stores on the ground floor, and then small-scale manufacturing and warehouses on the upper level. The Quartier de France in Thessaloniki also manifests such typologies. So while they're emptied out of manufacturing uses during the past decade, both areas possess a very distinct ambiance. They are deteriorated, and at the same time, they bear evidence of a thriving financial past. The urban fabric consists of diverse building typologies, but also very, very distinct historically that coexist within urban blocks. So you have generic high-rise office and manufacturing buildings next to once glorious examples of early 20th century eclecticism on the Quartier de France and neoclassicism in Evripidou Street. So this building stock, which is redundant and emptied out and barely used during the Greek fiscal crisis, withstood urban renewal up to, let's say, a couple of years ago, because the situation is rapidly changing in Athens and more slowly in Thessaloniki. So this series of speculative projects addressed exactly this time gap. They were produced in 2014, 2015. And the engaged with the condition of the, let's say, post-industrial ruinous urban fabric. And then the method was investigating the potential of these hidden spaces. And what I will discuss more with the works of participants, the in-between robust urban figures that are spaces that are maybe left over, but still are well articulated with the fabric. They bear the potential to host participatory urban actions. So this is a diagram from Franco Mahalas investigations, and that's the first documentation of spaces that we were interested in working with. And this is one example of project that one may imagine is that to exploit the incongruous yet historically defined adjacency of high-rise office buildings with ground floor market architecture, and to create three-dimensional lightweight structures that define an urban space which is quite coherent. That's in the scaffolding project. And this adjacency of is quite generic and typical for the Greek situation, and the example can be generalized. And the proposal for a lightly installed urban space that could host a series of events is also generalizable paradigm. This is a model of the street of every buildings, which is designed as a series of sections throughout the length of the street. And this sectioning technology of representation makes evident the variety of topologies and also introduces the quite a traditional concept of figure ground morphological urban morphology analysis, the urban pose, as a tool to investigate, illustrating this idea that I mentioned before, that the building cell is not the boundary between a private interior and a public exterior, but a three-dimensional entity that surrounds public space as a room with a ceiling open to the sky. So I will also briefly show two projects that are using this idea of the urban pose as a three-dimensional urban territory. This one is called Urban Canyon. It was developed by Ioannis Karas. And we discussed very much the idea of this insurgent and extreme urban practices, starting from the narrative of tracers and skateboarders. And here the idea of urban climbing was introduced. And of course, there is a tradition of climbing. There is a new tradition of urban climbing, that is the improper use introduced to this abandoned office building. And then the idea that temporary adobes and portalettes could be introduced to activate the derelict facade, treating it as a piece of urban rock or an urban canyon at the same time. And the installation is also very lightweight. It includes a variety of gadgets that are standard equipment in the climbing practices, yet they would be installed on the facade of this building. And then one more project that examines the generic street profile that we discovered of having a south-facing high-rise building, and then its adjacent low-rise building that would allow the creation of a green a living wall on the opposite side, and then introduce a background for the roof functions that would take place in the building on the other side of the street, thus thinking about renaturalization of the city in terms of urban profile and typical generalizable examples that can be found in many of these urban fabrics. So to try and finalize this very short introduction, I would like to say that while architecture traditionally displays a very elongated response time to cultural change, socially urgent necessities are often satisfied through reconfigurations of the existing available resources. So in this respect, I propose this research agenda for the design of urban artifacts that are open to appropriation by providing conditions for usage that has not yet been acknowledged. So That was the talk. I will stay here.
Thank you very much, Sophia.
The presentation again.
Thank you for your lecture. It was very interesting, really. I have a question for you too. So, just to add sustainability in our dialogue, what are the connections that you can distinguish between the architecture of the ephemeral and sustainability?
Yes, that's a very interesting question, and thank you for posing the question, because one might wonder, what is this recent turn in architecture? A radical shift to small-scale architecture, which is movable, dismountable, recyclable, or upcyclable. And I believe that this trend in the younger generations and the not so young ones, and I would like to include myself in the second category, is a response, an ethical response to the condition of the planet. So what we have inherited a very large amount of built territory. Still, the city is only a very small fragment of the total surface of the planet. But yet we're working with an inheritance of enough built architecture. So our expertise is changing. Our skills need to adapt to, I would use the term upgrading, or let's say rethinking, or employing a new signification and inventing new tools to working with this inherited building surplus, which cannot be thrown away, as Nicolas Dallon presented in his keynote lecture. But we need to work with it, and it's very difficult to demolish. So the way to go is to work with ephemeral architecture, let's say lightweight. I would call it tactical architecture. So they're totally interlinked.
Okay, it's an interesting approach. Thank you very much, Sophia. We don't have any more questions. So that was an extremely interesting lecture session. And I think every speaker had the opportunity to share their vision on architecture, sustainability, circularity, and everything else that's linked or not connected. So I want to thank you all, Natalia, Nicola, Vivian, Maria, and Sophia, for the lectures. Hope you can join us on our forthcoming events. And we're really excited for your workshops in the following weekend. So thank you very much, all of you, for joining, and have a good rest of the Ecoweek day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sophia. We have some time before we can start our next session, but maybe we can start. It's okay, so we can maybe have a bigger break at the end. Is everybody ready for the next one, for the next panel, or you would like 5 minutes to take a break? I see finger up.
5
Okay,
minutes maybe.
5 minutes? Yes. Okay. So let's get back together 3:45 local time, and let's have 5-10 minutes for a stretch. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We can resume. It's really strange when you're in Zoom, you don't know exactly if people are sitting down, if they're wandering around in the lobby outside. It's really strange. But I see that almost everybody's here, so we can resume. First of all, welcome again to the Ecoweek 2020, and welcome to the second unique Ecoweek panel. For our friends who join now and miss perhaps the intro of the first unique panel, the panel will address the question, preserving the planet, how to reverse the trend. From what we learn from the scientists and the data that becomes available on the global targets of where the planet is at the moment and where it should have been, we see that the situation is quite disheartening and even worrisome. What we heard in the morning and what we will also hear now from the distinguished panel are proactive and positive initiatives and examples of good practices and policy that, if applied on a global scale, perhaps could help reverse the trend. Our speakers will present for 15 minutes each, and then, given the time, we will have a short Q&A, either at the end of the session or immediately after the lecture. You're welcome to share your questions on the chat, and if we have the time, of course, we will share the questions also with the speakers. So I would like to introduce our first speaker for the afternoon. Our speaker is Magor Sibi from Romania, an award-winning environmental expert, head of leadership and culture practices at Trend Consult, a business consulting company in Romania. Magor Sibi has been member of the European Parliament, former executive director of WWF in Korea, and country manager and director of WWF Danube Carpathian, and he's the founder and publisher of the Think Outside the Box news platform. Magor's lecture is titled The Connection Between Human and Nature Behavior, and is made possible thanks to the generous support of the Romanian Cultural Institute in Tel Aviv and the cooperation between Ecoweek and Unique Tel Aviv. So Magor, welcome, and you're welcome to share your screen.
Hello to everyone. No, I won't share with my screen. I will speak freely. First of all, talking about this topic in 15 minutes is like, you know, successfully tackling climate change. It's almost impossible. The subject is so huge that it's just impossible to cover it in 15 minutes. So I will start for the people who are in a bit of hurry directly from the question, can this trend be reversed? And I will disappoint a lot of people. No, the trend cannot be reversed. Unfortunately, we cannot unkill animals, we cannot undestroy habitats, and we cannot undone the damage what is already being done. It's a little bit like, you know, the COVID crisis right now that we are going through. Everybody thinks about how can we go back to normal, and we need to realize that the normality of tomorrow is up to what we do today and what we do every day. And the whole idea is that if we cannot reverse the trend, then what we can do? Right now, as we see, and the data is saying to us, we are in a new era, the era of Anthropocene. What does it mean? Either we like it or not, our activity, the human's activity on Earth, affected more than 75% of the land surface. And also, this new era means that the human activity has a long-standing impact on the world and on Earth as it is. So we can call it as a new geological era. We just started the sixth mass extinction called the Holocene extinction. It means that in the last couple of years, we lost a lot of species around us. And the whole idea is, even if the sixth mass extinction is going and the Anthropocene started, what we don't know right now is our species, and this is the only open question for us humans, if our species will be one of the species which will go extinct or not. And I do think that this is the question that we are right now debating. Do we want to preserve our species or not? Do we want to have a future as humans on this planet or not? And this is the only question that we can actually answer it. And if we are looking at the data, you already mentioned, and other speakers today mentioned, the data is not looking good as well. If we are looking, for instance, at the Living Planet report, which is done by the WWF every 2 years, we can see that in the last 47 years, we lost 68% of the animals and the species on this planet. What does it mean? Just think about it, 68%. And if we are looking into more exact numbers, if we look at freshwater species, so all the species that live in freshwater rivers and lakes around the world, 84% of those species already disappeared. It means, you know, if you look from 5 species, 4 already is gone. If we can reverse that, I do not think that. So how can it look tomorrow? What can it happen? And you know, I can personally say it's very hard for us normal people to relate to those numbers. If I am thinking about what does it mean 68% of the species, what does it mean 84% of the freshwater species, doesn't tell me anything. I was in Korea, and this was, you know, already I was working for more than 10 years on the topic of sustainability. I was working with wild species. I was working on very crucial environmental issues. And I had the opportunity to go on the field to a necropsy of marine turtles. In the southern part of Korea, there is an island called Jeju, and every periodically some marine turtles wash on the shore. So we had one of the lead scientists who was able to lead the necropsies to see what is the cause of that. So we went there as a team. And when we started to open the turtles, what was shocking for me is to see the plastic, the amount of plastic in each of the turtle, you know. And it's one thing to see a video on YouTube. It's another thing to see or to hear statistics. But when you see turtle after turtle after turtle filled with plastic, it just changes your whole view on the world, even if you already knew all the data. And I can tell you 70% of the turtles that we actually dealt with, 70%, the cause of death was caused by plastic in the oceans. And imagine that 70% of this planet is water. We are living on less than 15% on this planet, and still we are able to pollute oceans and the water surface so decisively that turtles every day and marine species every day are dying because of our activity. And this is not something that somebody else should deal with. It's not the UN's job. It's not the government's job. It's up to what we are doing every day as humans. And again, we are very optimistic when we are saying that we will change because, you know, that the circumstances are changing and so on. One day we will wake up. I was investigating or looking as a reporter the Aral Sea, which was the 4th biggest freshwater lake in the world. And when I was asking people who actually have seen the huge lake, because the lake is not anymore there, and I was asking them, tell me about the tragedy, they were asking me, what tragedy? They already forgot that they had a lake, they had fresh water, they had a different life. And they were asking me, what tragedy? They were not perceiving already what kind of disaster right next to them. And this is one of the big problems with our species, is that our adaptability is so huge that we are able to go through almost the biggest challenges, the biggest shocks. And if we are looking what is happening around now, again, another Korean example. One of the reasons I left Korea, but I really love the country, I love the culture, I love the people, I love my work there. One of the reasons I left was because out of the 365 days of a year, 66 was not breathable in Seoul, in the city I was living in, without a mask. Now it's everybody talking about wearing masks, how hard it is to wear masks and so on. In Seoul, it was not an option. either if you didn't wear a mask outside, you are not able to breathe properly and you are not able to preserve your health. And I was always thinking about this. If we are not able to change our behavior in the moment when we do not have fresh water and fresh air anymore, in the moment when we cannot breathe, which is one of the basic functions for survival, it's really hard to understand how will we able to answer some challenges which are much bigger than us. And I do think that one of the most important things is, instead of talking, we need to act. And this is not about governmental level. This is not about global level. You know, we also tend to think and tend to talk a lot about this issue. And we have this tendency of splitting the world in two and saying, okay, on one side, we are the good guys. We are the ones who are aware what is happening. And we are the ones who are doing whatever needs to be done. And there are the bad guys, the other guys, the ignorant guys who have no idea what is happening, or they know and they don't want to act, or they deny, and so on and so on. And I do think that this kind of way of looking at the world, this kind of defense mechanism that we are applying, this kind of simplification of the world, making us to stay in the situation that we are right now. We cannot split the world into two, because either we are the good guys or the bad guys. The planet is degrading. And this is not about, you know, talking and preaching to others what they should be doing. I do think that when we are looking at the environmental movement on Earth, one of the biggest problems that we are not moving forward is because we tend to speak much more that we act. And you look at organizations who are talking about responsibility, reducing consumption, reducing impact, and they are not reducing their own impact. We are looking at environmental leaders who are preaching about what others should do. But you look at their impact and they are not doing their part. And this way, it's really hard for most of the people to understand why is the urgency so big when the most important, most relevant voices are actually don't show in their behavior how serious the situation it is. And I do think that this is one of the cornerstones of walking the talk, of doing as we preach. And when this will start to happen, I do think that we will see some changes. Also, it's not just at the individual level, it's systemic level. 2 weeks ago in the European Parliament, Ursula von der Leyen said, the pandemic, and this is a good thing, the pandemic showed the limits of a system which puts wealth before well-being. Just think on this issue. We put wealth before of well-being. And together with Club Romania, we tried somehow to tackle the topic of well-being right now. And we came up with this book. I can show it here. This is a 2,000-page book, actually 2 volumes, trying to cover what we need to do in Romania in order to ensure well-being for the citizens. And then compare it, this kind of volume, this amount of policies that we need in order to live well, compare it to the system that we have right now. Somehow, at some point, we decided that the only indicator we are interested in is the gross domestic product and the production per capita. And if you know the gross domestic product of a country and the production per capita, then we already know how the country performs. We already can say if the people are good or bad inside, feeling good or feeling bad inside of a system. And this is actually not true. Until we will continue to show, to look at the world in such a simplistic view, we will have no chance to change this system. And fortunately, we already started to change. We already started to see. But again, we need to think, and this is not just, again, at very high level. In our jobs, in our daily life, we need to somehow conceptualize, we need to think about what is the difference between well-being, actually feeling good with ourselves, feeling good in our skin, feeling good with life, feeling good with our environment, and wealth, because wealth is just one very, very small element in this system. We cannot repair nature. We cannot undo the damage. We can make sure that some species doesn't disappear. We can bring some species on the brink of extinction back. But again, the system works by itself. We also cannot destroy our planet, or probably we can, but I hope we won't. And also the total extinction is not possible. We just need to make sure that it's not happening for us. And for this, we should somehow moderate our positivism and our optimism. One of the things which is very confusing to most of the people when we are talking about climate change, when we are talking about the changes that happen in nature, we are always finishing, most of the organization, most of the people are finishing that, okay, but the situation can be undone if we act fast and so on and so on. And this is very not concrete and very optimistic. So we somehow need to understand what is the gravity of the situation. Just one very clear example, which applies to almost everyone who is listening right now, is tuna. Tuna will disappear from the Indian Ocean in less than 5 years and will disappear globally, most probably in the next 15 years. What does it mean? Now, if you walk out from this discussion and you go to any shop, doesn't matter if you are in Israel, in Greece, in Romania, in Brazil, or wherever you are, probably you will find canned tuna is one of our basic foods. In 5 years' time, we will have much less of it. And in 15 years' time, we might not have at all. Just think about what kind of implication, what is the real gravity of the situation, and how can we tackle that? If we are not able to change behaviors, the chance in order to see a different world, it's very, very slim. But for that, we shouldn't be optimistic all the time. We should be realistically cautious. We should be not just talking about that what needs to be done at the global level. We always need to point out what do we need to do as individuals in order to solve this situation. Of course, that we are afraid many of the systems will fail if we start to change, for instance, our worldview, and go from wealth to well-being. At that moment, many institutions will be pointless in our society. Many people won't know what to do, how to act. But again, these are the costs that we need somehow to do. We need to redefine our KPIs. I do think that splitting the world in two, as I said, is one of the things that we define, that it will define our answer. And at the moment that we realize that we are not individuals in this battle, because most of the time when you look what is happening around you, there are huge systemic things. It's how do you change the political system? How do you change the social system? How do you change nature? How do you view habitats, ecosystems? Most of the people have no knowledge about how an ecosystem, a habitat is working. This kind of knowledge can be very, very overwhelming, but the whole idea is that it's not about awareness, it's not about data, it's about how do we act. And most of the people is saying exactly that I do not know the data, I do not know how to act, I do not know what to do as an individual. But we are not individuals here. Because somehow the whole idea is that as we don't need to convince every human being on this earth to care about nature. We just need to convince people to care about others. I do think that we have a very individualistic approach when most of the people is afraid somehow that your life can be impacted in a negative way, and most probably it will be. If not by the measures that we are taking in order to tackle climate change, then you will, your quality of life will go down because of what is happening in nature. But the whole idea is that we are in this together. And at the moment that you won't look only at nature, but you realize that I live in a community, I live in a city. What can I do as an individual in order to change the well-being of my community? What can I do to be more aware of what is happening with me, what is happening around me? And at that moment, when we realize that the main focus should not be our individual selves, but our community, at the moment that we realize that the most important thing is how can we tackle together the whole issue, then it can change the system. And then we can look at what kind of political systems can we build. And this here we actually have the power in order to change political systems. What kind of pressure do we want to put on our politicians, on our public institutions? Then we can look at our own lives. Am I doing enough in order to tackle climate change? Am I doing enough to change what is happening around me? And not least, we always look at others to lead. You know, you look at the president of the EC, you look at the Secretary General of the United Nations, you look at the environmental organizational leaders, and so on and so on. But this is about individual leadership. Every human being, everybody who is listening to me right now in this moment is influencing some people around him. At the moment that you decide to own your decisions, in the moment that you decide to own your life, in the moment that you decide to own this issue, you will be surprised that the behaviors of the people around you will also start to change. And this is about culture, because culture means how do we act in a society when nobody looks at us, when we get used to be responsible when nobody watches us, when we get used to do the right thing, when we don't get any kind of acknowledgement, any kind of thanks. Culture will change. And when you do these things, all the people that following you, all the people that look at you will also start to change. So I do think that the most important thing and the only thing what we actually can influence is what are we as individuals doing every day, and then what are we doing every day in order that this system, which puts wealth before well-being, to be changed. And I do think that both things are somehow within sight, both things are within our powers. It's just up to us if we want to live up to this moment or not. But the change will not come from above. I do think that change will start and can only come from the grassroots level. And I do not think that policies, regulations, procedures will change this thing, because when I looked at those marine turtles in South Korea, it was not a government, it was not an international organization, it was not an NGO, but simple individuals, simple human beings who used all that plastic which ended up in the ocean. And we need to realize that, we need to own that, and we need to remember that we can go down as individuals, or maybe we can solve a huge problem together as a team, as a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magor. It was really powerful. I mean, the way you stated, and I think it's also very relevant because I think COVID has really stretched or stressed a lot of the problems that the old system has, and what you're saying about the next day is already not the day that we were before March. Already everything is changing. Even businesses, in a way, when a closure has to take place, like a lockdown, businesses are categorized between businesses which are needed and businesses which are not needed. So this could even almost pose as an opportunity of starting to understand how our economy works and what do we really need in our economy, and then say, okay, the businesses which are not essential, maybe we can reframe them and look at them in a different way. Maybe they can do something else which is useful and become useful in the society. So my question is the changes that COVID-19 has forced upon societies. Do you see this as maybe as an opportunity in disguise and not as a crisis as it's been called?
It's very hard to see something, some events when many people die, you know, as an opportunity. But what I look, when I look at this crisis, when I look at the economical crisis between 2007 and 2010, what I do see, we did many things what we are preaching when we are doing good. So we were talking for a lot of years. I was in the European Parliament, vice president of the environmental committee, and we were working on a lot of environmental legislation which was never implemented since then. And in the economical crisis, the actual pollution levels and the consumption levels went down, which somehow indicated that the policies are working, but those policies were never implemented. And right now with the COVID, we see exactly the same thing. You know, if we look at the World Overshoot Day, which means that what is the benchmark moment in a year when humanity used all the resources that the planet can generate for a year, this year was later than last year. So it means that COVID made us to consume less and to pollute less. But the problem is with the human brain. Most of the humans, we are very proud species, and we do think that most of our actions are conscious. But we actually, if we go into behavior and we study a bit human behavior, we will see that between 40 and 80% of our actions are automatic. So only between 20 and 40% of what we are actually doing every day is conscious. And I do think that we could use this period in order to make sure that we are not going back to the automatic behaviors that we had before. We already have seen a very, very strong statement I've seen in front of the European Parliament, because I've never seen a very high-ranked official, a very high-ranked politician to say this comparison between well-being and wealth. Where do we go from there? This is the issue. And I do think that if there is one takeaway from what is happening, because COVID is far from over, we are staying a lot in our houses. We have more time to think. Use those thinking time in order to realize what are those automatic behaviors of yours, what are the automatic behaviors of your community which are actually harming nature, what are the automatic behavior of the economists around you, of the companies around you, of the government and institutions around you, which we don't even know why we are doing it anymore, but we are still doing it. And try to change those little by little, step by step, and then we can have a real change. And right now, I do think at individual level, COVID can help us to see how many useless things do we have in our lives. If you look at the retail, the fashion retail industry, you can see that it's absolutely going down. And this is not because we don't need clothes. We don't need useless clothes. Useless clothes. We generated the clothing industry, which gives us very low quality fashion items, which after a few weeks are not wearable anymore. Just if we will have this kind of outcome, you know, that kind of industry goes down, other kind of industries go down and go towards a more sustainable trend. Because if you look, for instance, at the behavior of the consumers in the United States, the brands which are producing less branded and more sustainable, more durable clothing items are actually having right now economic gain. So right now, I do think that we have an opportunity to change trends, but we also have a very, very strong incentive, or somehow this is how we are built, to go back to the automatic behaviors which already made us to arrive here.
Right. Thank you, Magor. I actually have another question, but it has to be really short because we are really over time. The question is from, okay, actually we had two questions. The first that came in was from Andrea, and that's how can you fight social pressure and political denial when it comes to inflicting change on the environmental view of people?
This is, you know, when I was in the European Parliament, environment was not really a topic. most colleagues of mine said, okay, and when do you start to deal with more serious issues? Right now, the difference between 10 years ago and right now is that people started to really be concerned. If you do go to California, for instance, you will see how pressing is this matter, and I do think that it will be more and more pressing. Now, I do think that there is no contradiction between sustainability and social policies. I do think if we put well-being into the core of our approach, everybody will benefit. And I do think that everybody from us, every individual has a much higher power that we can imagine in order to influence politicians. I do not know how is it in other countries because I was not really interacting with politicians from other countries. But here, politicians which are not used to be contacted directly by people to talk about issues, when you start to bug them and ask them, how do you vote on this, how do you vote on that, what are you doing, and what is your plan? At that moment, their behavior starts to change, and their thinking starts to shift a bit because they know that they need to find some answers to questions which are important to the people. So I do think that the shift is possible, but again, for this, we need a shift in how we consume things, what kind of things we buy, what kind of things we use every day, because otherwise the market will make his own rules.
Thank you, Magor. Well, I think what you're saying is very clear, and maybe we can put it even more bluntly. If people stop buying Coca-Cola because it's using up the water in India and not giving people enough water to have their crops grown, then Coca-Cola will close. It's that simple. It's
Elias,
up to us.
It's funny that you said that because my online newspaper, which was mostly based on environmental issues, was one moment brought down by Coca-Cola because we were started to write about, put articles about what is the actual impact of them, and it was a very big scandal back then in Romania. So yes, sometimes you need to tackle companies, sometimes you need to name things, because what is one of the biggest problems of our days, that we are too kind and we do not name things as they are, and we are kinder than we should be. And sometimes, I'm not saying it's a not unconstructive manner, but sometimes we need to say that some industries are actually doing more harm than good, some behaviors are doing more harm than good, and at some point we need to put the question, do we need those things in our life or not? And I'm not talking about companies specifically, I'm not talking about anything. Yes, I'm just saying that we need to say, and we need to have the courage in order to ask, is this normal what is happening around us?
Thank you, Magor. Actually, you've got a nice compliment from, I think it's coming from Martin, that you're really inspiring, and he's smiling, so it's coming from Martin, the male Greta Thunberg.
No, he's one of the first leaders who is actually living what she's doing. And this is why I do think that she's a game changer.
Yes, absolutely. So really, I mean, I think we could keep on going with this discussion. We have more questions came in, but we have to stop and really thank you, Magor, for the really inspiring and motivating lecture that you gave us in the discussion. And we hope to have you again to Ecoweek so we can continue this dialogue. I think it was amazing. So thank you very much. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Maria Carmela Frate from Italy. Maria Carmela is an architect based in Italy. Among others, planned, coordinated, and directed courses for architects and engineers about bioclimatic and energy issues in restoration. Maria Carmela's activity is chiefly focused on planning and managing architectural heritage recovery, and her lecture will touch upon the paradigm of sustainability in buildings and the promotion of rehabilitation actions towards existing buildings and how they can contribute to the sustainability of living. The lecture was made possible thanks to the support of the Italian Institute of Culture in Tel Aviv and the cooperation between Unique Tel Aviv and Ecoweek. So Maria Carmela, thank you for joining us. Your microphone is on.
If possible, I would like to share with you my
Yes, please.
screenshot. My screen
Yes,
is
please.
possible?
Yes, please. You go down to the green button at the bottom, share screen, and then you choose your the window that has your presentation.
Well, it's impossible.
You
It's
go
not
to this.
possible.
You go down to the screen share.
Yeah.
And then you have many windows. You choose the one that has your presentation on it.
Oh, there is nothing here. Is off.
You don't see a blue screen that says screen on it, and then you choose that.
It's impossible, but I would go without.
Wait, I'll try. Did you send us your presentation? I don't remember.
Oh. Okay. I would speak. If it's impossible, I would speak. Thank you for your presentation, and I'm going to speak about the paradigm of sustainability in buildings. Some experts said that we are at the end of the beginning of the crisis. So my question is, as architects, what can we do? I think we have to change our approach and to trace the roadmap towards 2050. I'm going to speak about this. I have focused my attention on some topics, 5 topics. We have to disambiguate the term sustainability. This is first topic. About this issue, Francesco Musco wrote that the word sustainability has been abused and even used as a buzzword. Moreover, when many proposed solutions seem like eco-gadgets, this also in architecture. So our motto must be no greenwashing, but real sustainability. Shortly, some words about the relationship between environment and human being. I think that the environmental system has a reticular geometry with hubs for flow exchanges, and constantly this lattice seeks its own balance inside this systemic organization. With his activity, human being produces architecture for his living, but sometimes he forgets he must relate to the other subjects who are part of this system. Inside this environmental system, when a stress occurs, a poorly resilient ecosystem comes across fragile. Instead, an adaptable ecosystem remodels itself. So I think that as architects, we must use every sustainable strategy to balance this system. And what about environmental and architecture? The first definition of sustainable architecture dates back to 2004 by the European Commission. According to this definition, architecture is sustainable if it carries out those strategies able to recomposing the discrepancies between design and execution, minimize the impact on the environment, also through technological innovations. Thus, it is eco-sustainable, everything that is sustainable from an ecological point of view. All these teach us we have to change our vision from an anthropocentric vision towards to an ecocentric vision, because in this last vision, it's the environment that includes economy and society. So sustainability is the quality that causes little or no damage to the environment, and degrowth can be a strategy. The second topic is what are the eco-sustainable strategies for architecture? A quick look from low-tech to reuse as a new life. As we know, in the last 50 or 70 years, the worldwide has improved. This was possible because of our faith in scientific and technological innovation based on use of fossil sources that are exhaustible and pollutant with damaging effects on the environment. We must remember in particular the anxiety caused by the oil crisis of the 1970s. Also, our construction industry went into crisis. As a consequence, the architects produced many approaches, but only as concern new buildings, shortly, we had an approach named low-tech architecture based on less or no technology. On the other hand, faith in technological innovation produced high-tech architecture with more technology. And then around 1990, we had an ecological humanism that tried to connect them both. All this only as concern new buildings. But what about existing buildings? In 1994 and then in 2004, the European Conference of Sustainable Cities signed the Aalborg Charter, named as a Charter of European Cities and Towns towards Sustainability. The commitment number 5 is an important focus on existing buildings. It concerns recovery, restoration, reuse, and regeneration of buildings. We can read there, in particular, ensure appropriate conservation, renovation, and reuse of our urban cultural heritage. Then in 2012, we had another important step. During the International Architecture Exhibition at the Venice Biennale, the motto by Max Petzer, curator of the German pavilion, was reduce, reuse, recycle, architecture as resource. So we have not alternative. We have to use pre-existing buildings. But how should we do it? As we know, reuse is one term of the trinomial reduce, reuse, recycle by Serge Latouche, and it must refer not only to individual building materials, but to the entire buildings. There are not problems in reuse in cultural heritage buildings. It's almost an imperative, and we have learned to restore them, even because the sustainable future comes from the past. In my slides, I have the Camera dello Scirocco in Sicily for cooling and the Covoli in Veneto for ventilation. Here, their morphology is based on the natural wind, which gives comfort. My third topic is but how to reuse the recent existing buildings. In my opinion, taking a specific eco-sustainable approach, first of all, we must evaluate the possibility of reuse and recycle buildings and materials both. A few words about existing buildings. They have an economic value for their real estate value and environmental value, because buildings have used and actually use environmental resources, both direct and indirect, and have already engaged parts of the environment with urban infrastructure. In my opinion, even when they are private properties, they are common goods for the use of common resources, therefore they are a collective good. Then buildings have a morphological and functional value for their aesthetic or language, for particular uses or function, or as cultural heritage. On the left, we have cultural heritage. On the right, we have modern buildings. This in my slide. Among these modern buildings, we must discern what has only an economic value. I name those ordinary buildings. From what has a cultural identity, I name those modern heritage buildings. This is important because modern heritage buildings have a testimonial value, but ordinary buildings have not it, and we can modify them. In fact, the real problem is just this, how to reuse recent buildings, because in Europe, they have the greatest impact on the environment, especially those built after the Second World War as a result of need to rebuild houses after the war, speed of execution, availability of fossil resources for technological systems, new techniques and technologies, that is reinforced concrete or prefabrication. All this was cause of a low executive quality, and now we can see a decay with almost 4 types of lack: environmental unsustainability caused by excessive use of energy based on fossil sources, functional and technological obsolescence as regards performances, physical deterioration that concern materials and appearance, and external obsolescence as regards economic value. And what about these lacks? As architects, we have to consider the possibility of reducing or removing them. First of all, the unsustainability. How? With our architecture reusing design, this is possible by using a bioclimatic approach when we design, making use of renewable resources, reducing the use of exhaustible resources, reducing CO2 emissions, also reusing materials, products, and buildings according to the circular economy approach. All this to offer another chance to these buildings. But I would like to add the robust design, that is to design following criteria of flexibility, adaptability, integrability, and durability. My first topic is about ordinary buildings, how requalify them. I think redesigning them for a new sustainable life. Speaking first about ordinary buildings, as we said, they are open to change also and especially their morphology by using sustainable strategies towards a surface restyling or deep redesign. Paolo Portoghesi named the results of this change of shape or morphology with term metamorphosis. I hope from caterpillar to butterfly. And I have some cases to show, but I describe them. In this project of metamorphosis, it's possible to use more than one of these actions at the same time. For example, we can use a replace action for obsolete single element of facades, wrap it like a second skin, or add-on, that is adding new volumes, also as climatic greenhouses. But we have also other strategies, for example, decrease volumes and aid to reduce housing block impact. At last, another strong possibility is to build as parasite architecture, a very interesting metamorphosis. As regard the real example, in my research, I have appreciated very much the French architects Drouot and Lacaton-Vassal in their activity in France. First of all, the research named the Place in 2004 about possibility to recycle social housing built after Second World War, and some redevelopment projects that change the aesthetic of buildings. I can show two examples. In the first slide, I have the Grand Ensemble Tourbois-les-Prêts in Paris. Here we have volume expansions as bedrooms and expansion as climatic greenhouses. And another example is the Grand Ensemble à Chesnay in Saint-Nazaire. Here we have only an expansion of volume. I appreciated also the architect Stefan Forster in Germany. He had a very strong approach. I have here the block at Oleander Weg Quarter in Halle Neustadt. We can see here a deep metamorphosis by decreasing volumes in it and by giving a new aesthetic. And another example is the block at Buchner Quarter in Leinfelde. In this case, the deep metamorphosis is achieved by turning the block into small buildings, by decreasing volumes in it and in lead. I think a caterpillar has become a butterfly. My last topic is about modern buildings as historical or cultural traces. We have not alternative, we have to restore them. Restoration is my primary activity as architect, so I am going to speak about two small and real examples on which I worked as an architect. Birds hunting roccolo. A roccolo is a very small hunting house, and a ceramic factory. Both buildings are in Italy, Umbria. Both they are disused and in ruin, and both with obsolete function, but with the cultural value. So according to our point of view, they must be reused as cultural identity, and now we can see how. First example is this roccolo, and this roccolo was built around 1950 as a private property on a Trasimeno Lake Island. Its function was a bird hunting house, a very little house for hunters. In front of the house, there is a garden of trees and bushes in the shape of an ellipse. In this garden, birds were called and then they were scared and caught by nets around the ellipse, a cruel method. Now this hunting method is forbidden. As a consequence, its function is not current, but this place is a strong cultural and historical sign. Now it is a public property. The whole island is a public property, and the roccolo inside and outside now is a work in progress. And after we can according to the goal reuse recycled buildings, the roccolo is converted in a didactic laboratory for learning and watching migrant birds. The small housings is being restored, and it will have anti-seismic performances. And now I have some photo working in progress. But the second ensemble is a pottery factory named Ruboli. It was no longer current because in the historic it is in the historic center of Gualdo Tadino. Anyway, it's a strong cultural and historical sign for history of ceramics. In these photos, what a pity. You can see the factory inside and outside, the plaster molder and the oven. Their name is muffole, even usable. And these muffole are used for the third fire named luster. Maurizio Ruboli, the last owner, now is at work as it is engaged in the third fire. This factory was private, but 10 years ago, Maurizio Ruboli gave it to the municipality under a condition. The municipality had to reuse as museum, and the municipality converted the factory in a pottery museum. So we have seen as a private property has become a common good in which it's possible to know the ancient pottery tools. And it's ancient luster technique, and it's a very specific ceramic technique. This small museum is active and has preserved all architectural qualities. Here visitors can see and know the specific characteristics of the ceramic activity. Finally, concluding my speeching, these two interventions are eco-sustainable, first of all, as they use the buildings and all those resources used to build them, moreover, as reuse and recycle materials and techniques. On the other side, on a historical, cultural, and social level, these are two examples in which we gave other function to their qualities and their peculiarity are perceived. All this by using appropriate techniques of conservation and rehabilitation according to the fundamental restoration criteria that are the restoration, minimal intervention, compatibility, reversibility, distinguishability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria Carmela. I'm really sorry that we didn't see the slides because it's very hard to speak about visual architecture and have to describe it. It would be great if you would send us your presentation and we will upload it. So at least the audience that heard the lecture will also be able to see the slides, and that will probably a little bit complete the picture. So if you could send it to us, and we'll make sure to upload it to the website. Now, I think it was very interesting what you said about the Pottery Museum, which was a private property, but then it was taken by the government to become a museum. And I'm looking, for example, in Athens, where there's a lot of historic buildings, and many of them are abandoned because their owners don't have the means to repair and reuse them. So from your experience, how can we overcome this issue and have these buildings go back into use to serve the community, to become, instead of a black hole in the neighborhood, they become they become a living space for the community, for the neighborhood? How does that? How many times the government steps in and buys property, and what's the benefit of the government to do such a thing? Because in Greece, we haven't seen this happening very often.
Thank you for this question. Focused on not only on historical buildings, but also on their surrounding. This is an old question surrounding I would like to note the Venice Charter in the article number 6. I read this. The conservation of a monument implies preserving a setting which is not out of scale. Wherever the traditional setting exists, it must be kept. No new construction, demolition, or modification which would alter the relations of mass and color must be allowed. We must assume that every historic building has a cultural value that comes also from his urban surrounding, and this context must receive attention from rules because the quality of a historic building comes also from its urban surrounding. Focusing about your question, as you said, in the urban landscapes, open spaces suffer from deterioration caused by man in the attempt to satisfy our society, in this case, to satisfy the developers. This crisis is cause of a progressive retraction of urban open spaces, damaging the identity of places, very acute in historic urban landscapes. But I think that public spaces are not all the same. As paradox, there are public spaces that where people are not welcome. There are private spaces that are more public than the public ones. So when we talk about urban public spaces, we have to take into account this difference and what they mean. But if this is the issue about the surrounding, I think that we have abandoned buildings because there was the possibility to build new ones in other part of the city. This in many cities of the world, in Italy too. This possibility generated a trend towards new buildings, especially in new areas. And as a consequence, we have on one side very messy suburbs, but on the other side, historical buildings in decay. We are taking risk that those previous developers could demolish them or could build up free surrounding areas. As I said in my lecture, the priority must be to reuse existing buildings according to an environmental approach, because every building is a common good. As a consequence of its use of common environmental resources, they have enormous potential. When we have buildings with historical value, they add to common cultural identity to the environmental value. These symbolic meanings and identity are absent in the contemporary city, but in historical heritage, they are a unique intangible value. For citizens, historic buildings are the basis of local identity and of the sense of belonging to a community. Thus, safeguarding buildings has a positive impact and promotes good living conditions. As a consequence, I think that recovering of disused buildings could be a virtuous practice, not only in terms of sustainability, but also for the role that this approach can play as public landmarks in social and urban regeneration of those disused areas of our cities. But I think it's very important to know what is the potential of disused historic buildings, and it is important to know our future we could imagine for all the buildings that historically have played a high role to forming the memory and identity of a society. So reuse must be considered not only cultural or environmental priority, it must be a policy towards more livable cities, and results are strong when this regeneration meets current needs. If we can giving a look on Europe, the pressure of infrastructure is evident and the resources are decreasing. European cities hit by the economic crisis have ceased their outward expansion and turned back towards their forgotten centers. An increasing number of cities are experimenting with the interdisciplinary and collective strategies for rehabilitating their residential buildings became empty or disused, and their open spaces that have been abandoned and forgotten. All this investigating the theme of adaptive reuse. This is possible through the reuse based on the restoration and the rehabilitation of historic buildings and of their surrounding areas. Thus, I think that administrators, architects, planners, contractors, developers, and citizens have to start the process of reassessing what exists, we aim to rethink the city in terms of cultural identity, livability, sustainability. I could cite our policies in Italy, also the last. Our policies choose already in the recent past and are choosing now the way of tax deduction, tax reduction, tax credits, or economic incentives. So when someone decides to restore and reuse his historical building, as owner, he feels supported also at economic level. I think that citizens must be encouraged by these policies. These buildings could...
Maria Carmela, I'm sorry to stop you. We're really over time, and we're really over time. So I really have to apologize, but you know, it's not fair to our speakers to you know, because the time is limited. I'm really sorry. If you would like to just say one more sentence as a closure, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh. No, it's okay. Can hear you. So shall I move on with the next speaker? Is that okay?
Another speaker, yes.
Yes, I really appreciate it. I'm sorry, but we've run a little over time. I really apologize. And please send us your presentation so that we can post it and complete the experience for our audience which missed the presentation. Okay, thank you very much, Maria Carmela. I would like to introduce our next speaker. Is the award-winning architect, Dr. András Reif, CEO of ABAD, Advanced Building and Urban Design, a company focusing on research and development and sustainable architecture planning in Hungary. András Reif is an expert reviewer of the 5th report of the UN IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and former president of the Hungary Green Building Council. Reif has been awarded the Denis Gabor Award and the highest national acknowledgement in innovation. András Reif's lecture will showcase the Eco Housing Project and other examples where research and innovation have a significant contribution in the aim for sustainable design. The lecture was made possible thanks to the generous support of the Embassy of Hungary in Israel and the cooperation between Ecoweek and UNIC Tel Aviv. So András, the stage is yours. Thank you very much for joining us. András, we can't hear you. Perhaps your microphone is muted.
Okay, that was my question, if you hear me.
Yes, now we hear you. Thank
you.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elias, and good afternoon to everyone. So I will start my lecture today, and I really appreciate very much this possibility to be here and to be involved in Ecoweek. So I would like to make a presentation about sustainable projects, what we did actually in the last decades, and also more or less at the end focusing on a very special project where we are progressing now. So just to start my lecture, maybe just a few information about ABAD and also about myself. So this is a design and consultancy company which is with a very broad knowledge actually from engineering over architecture, and we are very much also in research over Europe and Hungary as well. But most importantly, which I think is very much, if you are thinking about sustainability in the built environment, that you not only focus on one scale, so you have to be involved in every scale of the built environment to understand the real goals of your work as an architect. So actually it reflects somehow also my past in architecture. So I started as a facade designer, facade engineer, and then over the years I I had to experience that just focusing on one small piece of architecture, it's not enough. So you have to really think about much bigger scales and much bigger systems. So that's the only possibility to solve, or let's say to answer some urgent questions in the built environment. And I think also is very important to work with the possibilities what we have now. So we are working on a very high digitalized level. We use a lot of data to support our design decisions, or even to share knowledge with your clients, or with our students, with colleagues. So it's a very important thing that you use analytical tools from the conceptual design until really to, for example, renovation project, which was what was mentioned by Maria as well. And it's a very important focus, because actually you can say that more or less 2 to 3% of the building stock is a new build project, but everything else is already existing. So we have to concentrate on renovations and function changed as well. And let me show you some projects from our past decades and years. The first project is an office project in Budapest with almost more than 40,000 square meter. It was done with my earlier partner Gergely Paulini, and it has a quite unique design in the facade. But moreover, is much more important, that was the first design office building in Hungary, which was nearly zero energy use building. But most of the architects are really thinking not exceptional, but mostly about design, how to should look like, and how is the form finding and so on. But actually, many people just say, okay, the engineers can solve everything else. But this is not. I think this is not a real habituality what you have to have in the design process. So to understand the building and to understand the energy flows in the building, which is showcased here on the right corner. So you should know you are actually responsible as an architect for your building, but every decision what you make, it has a high influence about the energy use or energy demand of your buildings, and those systems are highly complex systems. And you have to understand that your design decision is really influencing everything in the building, not only the energy, but also the well-being in your buildings. And you have to be aware about this decision. So it's a very important point. And this is a smaller scale project, but in the last few years, we have been working on a much bigger scale project. It was actually the extension of the Budapest Zoo, which is a 6.5 hectare area. It's a beautiful place in Budapest with the old heritage buildings in the zoo, and also some heritage building in a bath area. So it's really a very nice project, and we had to plan a design, a building, which serves in first case educational reasons. So really to know other spaces and the habitat from them, and just to share knowledge about the environment with a lot of people. It's also building with more than 35,000 square meter, and it had the reason to fill the gap over the year, because mostly from the visitor point of view, because mostly the other part of the project is open air. So we should create a building where you can inhabit the visitors also during the winter season. So We did a design for that. This is still under construction, but which is very important that we evaluate a lot of different possibilities in the design. So at the end, we could showcase a design example where we could save almost 70% of the energy, which to compare a normal zoo building. Of course, there are a lot of different different systems also inside the building, so we had to think about very well. But today I would like to focus much more on a very special project, which is the so-called eco-housing project. This is a social housing project in one of the Budapest districts called Zugló, and it was supported by the Urban Innovation Action. You can see it's a very simple building from the design point of view, but I would like to share some insights about the whole design process. So as I mentioned, this project was supported, or it is supported by the European Urban Innovation Action. We are creating here 27 housing units, and the whole process is a consortial approach. So we work together hardly with the municipality of Zugló. The municipality of Zugló is the leading partner of this consortium, but we have also other companies from Slovenia and different companies and NGOs from Hungary as well, and different institutions like universities. We are making the general design for this project, and it is quite unique, unfortunately or fortunately, in Hungary, because we don't have so much social housing projects in ongoing social housing projects in Hungary. And but the main focus on that project was the co-creation. Means we work intensively together with the municipality, who will be the owner of the project, and also they will maintain this project. But also we created different kind of focus groups, and also from future citizens of this building. So we interviewed them, and we talked to them how they will use it. And as I mentioned, in Hungary there are not so many projects that side. And also, so from that point of view, we also visited a lot of different projects abroad, which are much more up to date to the society and economical aspects and so on. But of course, we started this work as a normal architect. So we just studied the neighborhood where we are working on it. So this is the plot of the project. This is in a normal urban block, we can say, but we studied the whole neighborhood, of course, you know, from the social point of view and also economical point of view, so point of view and ecological point of view as well. So we try to start a co-creation with all of these people who are involved in this design process. Of course, with the normal architectural step together. So what will be the functionality of this building? How should be the building density or build-up density of the plot, the material use, and a lot of other things. And then we started to work together with focus groups, also with future residents of this building. And that's maybe an interesting point. There is a so-called performance gap today between, you know, the simulated building. As I mentioned, we use a lot of digital tools to create and to design our buildings, and you know, just to have a guess how this building will function. So there is a performance gap, because you have different deterministic schedules, what you use in an energy modeling, but this differs actually quite from the reality. So if you would like to design a building really for the users who will use the building, you have to co-create the building with them together. So we started to make schedules for the building, for the different families, when they are at home, how high is the activity, what they are doing. Of course, you are not able to speak to everything, and to create statistical numbers is another point, but we are also involved in other research projects which are focusing on occupant behavior in buildings. So we could summarize all this knowledge in our design work, but also other things like, normal people are not really involved how big is a space around them. So we also created with those people together the program for the building itself. But first of all, you have to explain them how big is, for example, 50 square meter. So what can you do in 50 square meter? If is it a dining room, or if is it an other functionality in the building? So we teach them and educate them the later building, and what you can see here more or less, because somehow the graphical interface is not working properly, but sorry for that. So we created with them together the program for the building. So how big should the flats and other common usages, laundry or ASUS and so on. And then we started to make different design options for them. And we started to evaluate these different design options, which are quite different from each other. And we evaluate them from different point of view, for example, from heating needs or cooling demand or solar exposure and so on. And also we used, as I mentioned before, highly digitalized tools like artificial intelligence to optimize the place of the inner court. So where should be the third block in the garden placed to be having an optimal solar irradiance on all the facades. So you have the possibility to do that, to minimize or let's say optimize the ecological footprint of your building. As also you can use LCA tools. So how to reduce the ecological footprint of your building. So we evaluated different kind of construction types. If we are using wood or if we are using concrete in the building, what are the differences? So how to choose a solution or let's say a building type which is, in the whole life cycle has to be a lower impact. So we compared, let's say, 9 different type of building construction materials and structures to compare to a baseline, which is, let's say, the normal way of building today in Hungary. And that time, as we got the permit to the building, we could reduce more than 20% of the ecological footprint of the building. But fortunately, since 1st of January, we have a much better regulation, fire safety. So we have the goal now to reduce it almost 50%, which will be, of course, a beautiful thing for us as well, and for a community as well. But we are not only thinking and working with the building materials. We, of course, water is almost an important topic everywhere on the world, and we have to concentrate on that as well. So we designed a special gray water system for the building, where we can reuse a lot of water, so we don't have to use potable water from the public infrastructure. So that is also something where we can reduce the ecological footprint of the building. And as I mentioned, we co-created the whole program with the people, with the future resident. but we will design with them together also some parts of the building, let's say the garden of the building, where we will support them with our engineering or design and architectural knowledge, but we will design them together and create a new space for them. So sorry for this graphical issue. I hope that some of the other pictures, yeah, those are a bit better. So you can see, for example, the PV panels on the roof is, this building is almost a zero energy building. You can see the inner garden and some of the other floor structures in the building. For example, it was also based on sociological researches, what we did, how to form these floors between the buildings to be more habitable for the residents later on. So that's how you can support your design and your work in the future. So I believe that actually your work as an architect is really think on different scales and support this work with research and also existing certification tools and so on. If you are doing this, then you are capable of to really handle every project as a unique project and to adapt to different kind of aspects like climatical, social, cultural, or economical conditions. So thank you very much for your attention. That was my lecture for today.
Thank you, Andreas. I think it's very interesting that you're showing that actually the future tenants were part of the design process, even not in the technical decisions like where to place the block of the building, but maybe how to design the garden. And how, I mean, I think I would like to ask you, what's the trick that you managed to get people involved and to be positive, to have like a positive public participation process with the future tenants? I think this is something that can teach us a lot when we design to actually take into account the future users of our buildings.
Yes, I think there is not really a trick. So in some kind of building types, you can do that. Of course, if you are designing an office building, which is developed by a developer, and you don't know who is the end user, is much trickier, of course. But you have to know that actually you are in this case you are designing the shell and core, and then after that for in an architecture would be the most important point to involve those end users. But I think this is almost the trend in good companies, that they involve the end users. So they are surveying, they are interviewing the people. So they really try to learn how is the process within the company, because without this you are not able to design an appropriate building for nobody. And that should be the so-called IDP, or service design process. So IDP is an integrated design process. Service design is a special kind of design process where you really involve the stakeholders in the whole process. This is, of course, for the design period, it takes normally more time, but at the end, you have a much better result.
Thank you very much, Andreas. It was really interesting, and I'm sure it gave a lot of ideas and perhaps motivated many of us to involve more people, the clients in the process. And I think that was also, I think it's a good, your lecture comes in very nicely with the lecture that we had on placemaking. So in a way we're bringing people into the process, whether it's a public space or if it's a private building. So thank you very much.
Thank you again for your attention. Thank you, Alice.
I would like now to introduce our next speaker, MS Panska from Composite Ltd. MS is an artist, designer, and architect graduate of the Budapest Metropolitan University and Marcel Breuer Doctoral School of Architecture. She's a TEDx speaker of design that gives back. And her aim in her work is to design supportive solutions so that people can sustain themselves. Her lecture is titled Sustainability Education Based on Value Propositions, and it was made possible thanks to the generous support of the Embassy of Hungary in Israel and the cooperation between Ecoweek and Unique Tel Aviv. MS, I can see you smiling. Hi.
Hello. Thank
Hi,
you so
nice
much
to
for
meet you.
having me.
Thanks for joining us. You're welcome to upload your, you'd like to share your screen?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, and if I'm right, you can see my presentation, right? Can I give a feedback on it?
Yes, yes, it's good.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. So here is an apple. If I eat it, then afterwards, as a city dweller, I cannot do too much with it, with the leftover, right? It's just a piece of waste. Humanity disposes of literally billions of things like this every day. So, well, I will leave it there for the time being. I'm a designer interested in many topics, but these days, most importantly in sustainability. And the big question for me is, how can we design a sustainable ecosystem? I believe design is a practice that can create connections and circumstances. Meanwhile, the situation is dire. Reducing the environmental footprint is not enough anymore. We have to help nature to recover. Designers have the skill set to support the bottom-up actions to support this recovery. And what could be a nobler design challenge than sustainability itself? But let's start at the beginning. Let's look at the definition of sustainability. The former CEO of the World Health Organization said, sustainable development meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. These days, designers and architects need to join together to become what we can call ecosystem designers. Our design work and how we create and affect our environment now have ecological, societal, and economic significance. These processes must be holistically managed, and future generations, regardless of their career choices, must be prepared and undertake these tasks so they can effectively cooperate in these frontier areas. Arup launched City Alive, Designed for Urban Childhood, a tremendous new publication about child-friendly cities, a subject that we are passionate about. And it says, urban planning is becoming increasingly complex. By 2050, 70% of the world's population will live in cities, and the United Nations study claims that by the year of 2030, 60% of all urban population will be under 18 years of age. The playful education development of children creates a framework for particular sensitivities and ways of thinking, leading to the emergence of a community that cares for one another and their environment in a new, better ways. The consequences of this can also be measured economically. The playful educational development in the children prepares them for a mentality that forms a community of people who care about the environment and deal with it in a new way. According to publication of the University College of London in 2017, for every US dollar invested in early child-based education to promote healthy child development, the return for a society will be $8. A simple example, if we promote the children's waste management sensitivity, then the next generation will not produce as much garbage in the cities. Or they would use the appropriate collection bins, for instance. So the local government will have more opportunity to invest in innovation and development instead of always finding to merely maintaining the current quality of life. Urban planner Mara Minzer, of the professor of the University of Colorado, who researches community engagement, one of her publications is a handbook of designing public spaces for young people. A child-friendly city is more hospitable for both children and families. It raises the question, shouldn't we include the end users in the design of actual spaces that they will use? Let's stop thinking about children as future citizens and instead value them as young citizens that they are right now. Then, as they grow, they could improve the city to make us all healthier and happier. Cities filled with nature, play, movement, beauty, and social connection. So kids should be involved in designing cities that we all would want to live in. In a TED Talk, a game designer researcher, Jane McGonigal, talks about her online gaming and game design experience, especially with the well-known World of Warcraft. In these games, other people are willing to join to you and trust you in some missions to save the world. The level of difficulties is adjusted to match your actual skill set. You can do it. It will not be easy, but you can do it. Gaming supports social fabric. Interestingly, a research shows that we like people better after playing a game with them, even if they beat us badly. And the reason is it takes a lot of trust to play a game with someone. We trust that they will spend their time with us and they will play by the same rules, value the same goals, and stay with the game until it's over. So playing a game together builds bonds, trust, and cooperation. Consequently, we could have stronger social relationship. McGonigal also says that gaming evolves a lot of stress-related growth. In my opinion, this kind of gaming can apply more and more people wholeheartedly in a mission of promoting healthy environment. And one of my biggest inspiration is also a member of this young generation, my little brother, Christoph. He was just 5 years old when the whole family started composting together, but the success didn't come quickly or easily. We didn't know enough about composting. And do you know for sure what you can put in the compost? Because I was not confident enough to know precisely. Meanwhile, I really had no chance to figure things out because I live in a small apartment without a garden or even a balcony. In cities, plants suffer from low soil quality. And so we have difficulties producing quality food in our own gardens, while schools and institutions are willing to promote sustainability. But today, they lack the tools that are sufficiently convenient, sufficiently educational, and playful enough. So it's crucial to deal with sustainability awareness. But what can designers do? What if sustainability could be an integral part of actually improving your quality of life? What if sustainability is not a must-have investment for a livable future? It makes it even better than before. During my internship in the Netherlands, I visited the Material District exhibition in Rotterdam, and I met Emma Wanderlies, the founder and the creative director of Blue City Lab in Rotterdam. Blue City is an international icon of circular economy. It's a national platform for circular entrepreneurs that inspire people. Blue City is housed in a former subtropical swimming pool park, a well-known building that fell out of use. To save the building from demolition, innovative, sustainable, and circular entrepreneurs have taken over. Emma talked about the biggest problem in the transition to circular economy. It doesn't scale well or not fast enough. As she says, innovation comes from inspiration. They open this space to public, hold workshops, and give lectures about their ongoing project, and involve as many citizens as possible in a bottom-up awareness. She gave me her book titled Forms Follow Organism, in which she asked what production will be like in the future. So far in our history, the focus points of production have been functionality and economic feasibility. But these days, other practical problems also play a role. Designers and architects are faced now with issues such as sustainability, durability, closed-loop production, increasing consumer awareness, etc. We are constantly faced with the fact that we are polluting our planet through our production of goods, from furniture and clothing to tools and traveling. These things help me to push my boundaries away, or even show me that they should not exist. And today, as a doctoral student, I'm doing my research on architects and designers, namely their responsibilities and possibilities. They can become creators, designing new sustainable ecosystem. I found my sustainable why, and I committed myself to it. I would like to design supportive solutions so that people can sustain themselves. And today, I'm proud to share with you the story of Compost City. Our sustainably aware startup company was established by a designer with the support of countless inspiring, wise, and endlessly helpful friends and mentors. It started as an art project and became a community-developed sustainable service for future cities. Urban people don't know enough about their own possibilities. They think that they have a little impact on climate change. Fortunately, that idea is no longer valid, not anymore. We started to develop this concept of indoor composting. Transforming food waste could be a simple, fun, and educational process. And the result is Composity, an easy-to-use indoor composting robot. It's a self-developed technology solution based on our own experiments and research. Composity looks different because it operates differently. It works with unique microorganisms to transform the food waste into compost in few weeks without odors and daily maintenance. The food waste is collected in a removable biodegradable capsule. When it's full, it's ready to be placed in the soil. We are also developing an application that turns the entire process into a whole lot of fun, a game. We have designed various urban hero journeys in this sustainability app. We have a chance to support a new generation of citizens who are more aware of their environment. We can join various group efforts and community causes. Between the age of 2 and 3 years, a child first develops the roots of empathy. And according to early childhood development psychology, by the age of 5, human beings have already created a general concept of value. This should make us think. Composity has a lot of educational potential, and it could play a significant role in our children's personal development. The science, the technology, the art, the Montessori approach of help me to do it myself, all these given children the guidance and support they need to understand the world and also to shape it. And children love to learn. This approach, supported by construction toy version of Composity robot, explores the ecosystem core features and functionalities. The mobile application, which is an equally important part of the Composity ecosystem, has built-in educational content and gamified features, which help to track the device usage and which award fair usage. This is how we can form communities around this simple activity of composting. We should give the youngest in our society the opportunity and the experience of shaping the world we live in. Experience of what sustainability means and how do we teach young children the global agenda. In addition to stakeholders' proactive approaches, we need to pay more attention to the bottom-up voices. Architecture as a discipline can develop critical competencies like the 5 C's: complex problem solving, creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration. It offers endless possibilities in STEAM education by holistically intervening science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics through architectural activities. But how it could work and how we can get there. First of all, we should plan and practice sessions in kindergartens toward to the SDGs. We can let them feel the experience and understand telling vivid stories, helping them to be aware of their rights. Then define what goals do we have? Why do we have them? Children do not only listen to what we say, they mainly notice and copy what we do. Let's be role models. Let's practice what we preach. Then they can learn from our positive examples. They will tell their parents about it and allow them to be a part of our culture to shape a better world. And what Composity can do in this regards? We will test our hypothesis with the initial users this year, with children at nurseries and kindergartens and students at school and universities. We will have a community develop sustainable service pilot project to better understand our possibilities to support little kids and prepare them for a lifestyle that take place responsibilities for joining the nutrition cycle and protecting nature. Our contributions matter not only for our personal development through the reduction of the environmental footprint. We can also add value to the common goal, which is a concern for our communities. Our contribution is an investment in the future now, and it boils down to the comfortable everyday step, throwing our food waste into a Composity. We all get the chance to have the planet perform better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MS. I must admit that I was really happy to hear about your lecture and about composting, because I have to really admit that I'm a dedicated composting person. I'm really happy to see brown worms coming in, slugs and ants coming in to steal food, from the composter. So, and then I can tell you that it's kind of a chain reaction. I mean, what you're telling about educating young children about composting, I can tell you that once we have the compost going, my wife got this because of the COVID. She couldn't go to work, so she started a vegetable garden, and suddenly she had the compost ready. So she took the compost and started the garden. You know, it was very simple and very obvious to do that thing. So it's like the minute you teach young kids about composting, about the value of what's in there and what can be done with it, then there's a chain reaction. You know, they'll think of, wait a second, why don't we use it for this, or why don't we do also that? And so it's like an endless chain reaction of good things that can come with it. So it's amazing. So really thank you for bringing it up. And I would like to just ask you, have you thought of educating also not only young children at home, maybe how about businesses? I mean, businesses who have many people working there, like 400 people, 1,000 people. We hear about businesses that have almost like a whole city is like a business. So what about them? You know, I know now most people work from home, but when businesses go back to work, maybe they'll find a composter in their office, and once they finish their lunch in their office, they can put it in the composter, and then maybe at the next break, they can start a vegetable garden. Have you thought of scaling it to address also businesses and not just children?
Yeah, thank you so much for the insight. To be honest, it was already kind of scheduled and the plan for us for this year. But of course, because of the circumstances, we should narrow down a bit the perspective. But of course, it would be nice, and the Compost City could handle it because we have a lot of built-in sensors in the composting bin. So basically, with all the measurements, we can deliver data to companies. So for all the B2B partners to implement all the achievements, basically could be a part of the CSR process, and they can also use it as a part of the employer branding communication. So I think there are a lot of different kind of aspects how they can implement it. So we are looking forward partners to be involved, but till then it would be super nice to involve more and more kids and start to develop with them the educational part. And I think all the two things could really nicely complete each other in a way that if, for instance, a business, a company have a compost city and they collect the food waste and they produce compost, then they can also deliver, for instance, to the kindergarten, and the kids can play with it. And it's also really like heartwarming process, right? When you know that you produce something for the kids and then they will plant with it. So it makes more sense than to think in a different way about the food waste.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you so much. I suggest if you can write on the chat your link and maybe email, and maybe people would like to connect with you, and maybe schools, you know, if we have somebody listening now from schools that they would like to speak with you. So, you know, would love to be the bridge and help, you know, make the connection.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, we are running a little late. We're about half an hour late, but I think we can handle it. Maciek, I apologize. You're very patient, smiling, but you know, your lecture is a little deferred. So apologies, and Jaroslav also apologies for the delay. So our next speaker is Jaroslav Jaime Hajdanek, who's the director of geology at the Safari Park Dvor Kralov. And
nice one, nice one. Dvor Kralove, nice.
Kralov, okay, I'm sorry. And director of Research Institute of the Gene Pool Conservation, an expert in zoology and genetic engineering, graduate of the Czech University of Life Sciences and Mendel University in Brno. Hajdanek has devoted his professional life to special zoology and at zoos and nature conservation. Jaroslav's lecture is titled "Let's Save Rhinos Today" and is made possible thanks to the generous support of the Czech Center in Tel Aviv and the cooperation between Ecoweek and Unique Tel Aviv. Jaroslav, thank you for joining us, and we'll be happy to. Do you have a presentation you'd like to share?
No. I will just talk, and I think I will see how it will go.
Super. Thank you very much for joining us. The stage is yours.
Thank you. So I would like to tell that I have also composter in my office for many years. And when we start with the composing the vegetable and the food, many of my colleagues were afraid that it will be stinky and who will take about this. And now it's like common daily life practice, and everybody knows that it's only one way how to take unused food and vegetable and fruits, that it's only one way to compost it. So it's nice we have this practice and we are working on it. And it's interesting that every my friends from foreign countries, they have troubles to spell name of our safari park, Dvůr Králové. For me, I think it's very easy to say it, but okay, so I know, I understand that it's a little bit hard. So,
yes.
Okay, now about my lecture, a little bit serious. So I'm on my trip around Czech Republic. I hope the reception will be good and we will be not lost, but I hope the reception will be good. So, okay, now a little bit serious. So, hundreds and hundreds rhinos are killed every year. The rhino poaching has grown to 9,000% in South Africa from 2007. It's crazy that when you wake up every morning, 2 or more rhinos were killed during the night. And it's every morning, every morning, every morning. So, and everybody knows the reason, that the reason is the demand. The Chinese middle, upper class demand for rhino horns. Numbers of people who are part of this Chinese middle upper class grow up every year thanks to the bigger and bigger global market. And the demand grow up also when the Chinese people are richer, has more money, they can buy more and more smuggled rhino horns. And I would like to tell that also Vietnam is another country where is a big demand for rhino horns. But there in this country, the rhino horns demand is not mainly for because of use these rhino horns for traditional Chinese medicine, but is for prestige. When if the Vietnamese is able to buy the rhino horns powder or small pieces of the horns, it means that it's a very wealthy man or woman. And it's crazy that for this prestige or just this Chinese medicine has to die big amazing animals, 2000 kgs big animals has to die only for 5-7 kgs of their horn. The keratin, the material is keratin, the same like as hair and nails are made from. And I have one message from these Chinese and Vietnamese consumers, that start to chew your nails and stop to kill our rhinos. So I hope that social media and different activities from NGOs and public can transfer this demand of for the rhino horns, transfer it that it's shame to buy rhino horns. It's not prestige. It's shame because of you, amazing animal has to die. So I would be happy one day when the prestige will be ruined completely. Our safari park Dvůr Králové in Czech Republic takes a big part in the rhino conservation activities. I can tell that in 2004, we burned more than 60 kgs of rhino horns from our safari stockpile. When old rhino died, in our safari, we cut the horns, put it to the safe. Sometimes rhino just cut themselves the horn and it's fall. So we put all of this to the safe. And like 6 years ago, we told to each other like, wow, it means that we make some storage of rhino horns. For what? We will never sell it. We will never wait that it can be legal to sell the rhino horns. And for us, only one way was to burn it, to burn it and show all world that it's worthy, that it's valuable only for rhinos, only when rhinos live and has this horn. In another way, there is no value for to have rhino's horn. And now we can say that the Burning Horse event was successful. The event moved the Vietnamese government to sign a declaration of cooperation on a suppress of the illegal animal trade. We hope that this step is very important to fight against smugglers, to show consumers, poachers that this is no way how we should behave to these amazing animals. Another story. There are only 2 females of northern white rhinos on the earth, on the planet. There is no more individuals than these 2 females. These last females has been moved from our safari park to Ol Pejeta Conservancy in Kenya. We wanted them to be closer to their natural environments. Originally, they are from South Sudan. You know, South Sudan is not political stable country. It's impossible to send them to last females of this species. So immediately they will be killed and the terrorists will sell the rhino horns to get money for their activities. And why Safari Park Dvůr Králové does this big effort to protect rhinos? We have many reasons, and also one of the reasons is that our safari park is only one place on the world where have been born northern white rhinos in captivity. We were successful, but then breeding periods of the females went out, and we were not able to find another northern white rhinos around the world. So we were only one who bred them. And this is the reason why we take a big responsibility to save this rhino species for next generations. So, and you can think now maybe, and how you can save an animal species from extinctions when you have only 2 females. So we are going to use, and we use or used already animal biotechnologies. We have 2 live females and millions of sperms, frozen sperms from few of males. So we can use it. But the issue is that the females are not able to get pregnant anymore because of the degenerative changes in their reproductive organs. But good news is that they have still ovulation, that they still ovulate. And this is why reason, like 2 years ago, this is why our safari park with another partners 2 years ago established a special team. The name of team is the Biorescue Team. We have a very important partner, Leibniz Institute, professional specialists for reproduction of these big animals, rhinos, elephants, these very specific animals. And another partner is Laboratory Avantea in Italy. They are also specialists for the biotechnology, and of course, Ol Pejeta Conservancy in Kenya, who are now taking care about the females. And there are another partners of this team. So the team has started the project to save the northern white rhinos, how have been expecting, and to save the northern white rhinos from an extinctions. And about the project, the project incorporates to harvest all sites, its eggs, female eggs, harvest them, and to do artificial fertilization in laboratory and transfer of northern white rhino's embryo to a southern white rhino females. The southern white rhino females are the most related to the northern white rhinos. I told you there is no anymore female of northern white rhinos. So we hope that this transfer of embryos will work. We will see. I can tell that in January 2020, the team achieved a big success to create 2 viable northern white rhino embryos. Now they are frozen, waiting for their time. So the project is now on the way to create more embryos and carry out the embryo transfer. I hope that we will be very successful in this. White rhino. So now, in 2019, our safari park arranged and carried out one of the biggest rhinos transport to Africa in the modern history. We have transported 5 black rhinos to Akagera National Park in Rwanda. Akagera National Park is a new protected area, restored after the civil war damaged our biodiversity in this area and in Rwanda. So we are very proud that we can help and be part of this process to establish new protected areas. And we have more and more projects in our history about rhinos and about other animals to reintroduce them to their origin places. Like many years ago, we also transported few of another black rhinos to National Park Komazi in Tanzania. And we are very proud for it because we brought this kind of black rhinos back to the place of their ancestors where they were killed off by poachers. So for us, it's amazing closing the cycle of our activities, like that we get these animals from nature, catch them from wild 50 years ago, and breed them in our safari, keep them out from poachers, protect them. And when the time and political situation came, we were able to bring them back really to the same place where lived their ancestors. So for us, it's very nice work and very nice closing the circle of our effort and reason to be safari park and work with these amazing animals. And what I can tell that it's not only about rhinos, that to bring rhinos to a new protected area means bring tourists and business to the local society. And mainly it means that in these protected areas with the rhinos will be protected another hundreds animal species and also hundreds and hundreds plant species. That there will be completely protected wild biodiversity. And this is the reason of all our projects. And so what I would like to say at the end of my lecture is please, all of us, have in our mind that the money from the illegal animal trade are also money which supports and donates and international terrorism. The poachers are part of professional criminal gangs who are directly connected to the terroristic organizations. If we don't take care about the poaching, we support the terroristic activities. So this is my story, my message, what you would like to announce here and tell all of you, and I hope that you are connected to my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaroslav. It's awakening to realize that something that has to do with the prestige of a new economic class in one country can destroy a whole habitat of animals in another country. And once you start reversing the trend and trying to protect these animals, you're also starting to protect other species and other ecosystems, and eventually you also protect the local economy. You also protect the local community. So it's like, once you start doing something good, a lot of other good things come back, and of course come back also for people. But it's really, I mean, the scale of these things is so big, and the financial interest is so big, that it almost seems like a fight that has no success. But it sounds like there is optimism. So
yeah, big one.
I just wanted to ask you if you can tell us just in a few words, because we don't have the time. I know, I mean, you're revealing now about the rhinos, which I had no idea, I must admit. I've heard a lot about elephants, but other species which are endangered because of our, I don't know, habits about class, prestige, or other reasons, which are reasons that could be eliminated at some point, you know.
So I can tell, for example, pangolins. It's amazing animals, sometimes known as the scaly anteaters from Africa, also from Asia. And it's the same story like rhinos. These amazing animals are killed for their scales. They are killed because of traditional Chinese medicine. The number has been very fast decreasing because of poaching. So it's also connected to the demand of traditional Chinese medicine, all of these animals, pangolins. So it's crazy that there can be people who don't feel and don't see what is behind their small package for the prestige, or small package for use it because I want to be use it like aphrodisiacum, or I want it's making me more healthy, and because I want to be a little bit more healthy, I have to they have to kill amazing animals. So it's crazy.
Thank you. You know, I think maybe at some point, I think we'll realize it, and the world has gone through this process with furs, where animals had to be killed in order to take their furs and make nice, beautiful coats. So I think eventually, at some point, we'll reach the point where we realize that some things we can eliminate from our daily lives or our habits, so that we allow other animals to live. And I really appreciate that you came and you brought this message, because it's beyond architecture, it's beyond design, but it's about life, and it's about our daily habits, and about our expectation of our lifestyle. So I think it's wonderful that you brought it, and I really appreciate it.
Maybe I can say one note that all of us can a little bit affect what is going on. I don't think mainly with rhinos. This is big political and economic issues. But think about your traveling. When you travel around the world, you can see locals with monkeys on the chain, asking you if you would like to take pictures with them for the money. So, and imagine what is the background, that they killed mother of this monkey to get this baby monkey for the tourists to take pictures. So I am asking people around me to really think about everything, to open mind. And when they enjoy something, entertainment, amusement, think what is behind this entertainment. What is behind this riding elephant in Sri Lanka? Is it everything okay? Feel the elephant good? How they behave to the elephant? Take picture with the parrot, with the chain, parrots or birds with the chain on legs. Is it okay? Will I give him $10? And also when you travel around, look at the national parks, reservation, protected area. What is the bigger background? Like if you see that it's game reservation and they do trophy hunting, is it okay nowadays, this time, like pay that I have a hobby to kill animals and put their head in my office? Is it okay? Or you will read more about the places and you will go and pay entrance ticket to the reservation protected area, because you know that they put all money for support the locals for to keeping and protecting animals. So it's also about us.
Thank you, Jaroslav. I think it's a very important message, and I really appreciate that you brought it here. So thank you very much. Our last but not least speaker in this panel is architect Magic Suda. Magic is an architect and designer with international recognition of his work, among others, the XYZ structure presented at the Guggenheim Museum in New York, co-creator with Rodrigo Garcia Gonzalez of the De Bevere Pavilion presented at the Biennale of Architecture in Venice in 2015. Magic Studio is among the 16 most interesting offices in Poland as part of the Avant-Garde of Tomorrow and the winner of the 2016 Grand Prix from the city of Warsaw for the best architectural realization in 2015 and 16. I will reveal that Maciek is not new to Ecoweek. He's been with us before. He's smiling. I'm not, I'm telling the truth. He's been with us and we're really, really, really happy that he's back with us today on this celebratory event. And Maciek's lecture is titled The Dematerialization of Architecture and is made possible thanks to the support of the Polish Institute Tel Aviv and the collaboration between Ecoweek and Unique Tel Aviv. So Maciek, thank you, really thank you for coming and for joining us. And please share your presentation.
Thank you very much, Elias. It's true, I must admit, this is not my first time on Ecoweek, so thanks again for the invitation. And it's an honor. I love what you're doing, so I'm happy that I can support it in a way. Let me share the screen. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can see it. It's perfect.
Okay. All right, so I'll try to, I know that everyone is tired, so I'll try to do it maybe faster than in 15 minutes. So first of all, I would like to tell you a few words about the studio. We're based in Warsaw, in Poland, but basically we're very much interested in international work because we think that there is something interesting to work in global aspect and using your local knowledge to help in other local places with what you know. So this is basically how the studio looks like. As you can see, it's a bit chaotic, which is not a mistake. It's because we like to think about every project as a kind of investigation. So basically, there are the most important issues that we are interested in the studio. The first one is that we work a lot with non-architects, basically with sociologists, psychologists, artists, landscape architects, graphic designers, writers, philosophers, and so on. And almost in every project, we try to have this kind of collaboration. We believe that this is the best way how you can design good architecture from different points of view and understand much better the environment. This is like almost designing environment rather than architecture. So this is the third issue. The second issue that we're very much interested in is that we love to do research, and we think about the studio as a combination of research studio and execution studio. First of all, because this investigation is important for us to bring new ideas to architecture field, but also to think about stereotypes, because some of the stereotypes, perhaps they need to be rethink. And this is the best way how we try to do it. And those ideas, for us, it is important to try to build them, realize them, because once again, for us, it's important that this is the best way how you can actually see if the theoretical idea really work. And third issue is that you can see through those pictures I've shown that we love to combine very primitive tools like sketches, drawings, physical models with digital tools, because we think that on the edge of those two very, very different techniques of work, there is something interesting going on and something very, very simple. So those three things, I think they describe quite well how we think about architecture, creating more, as I said, the environment rather than the architecture. So through those projects we do, the projects actually are not the most important for us. what we really appreciate, of course they're important, but like what we really appreciate is the whole knowledge that we can actually create during the process of design. We try to, we're working now on it very seriously, like a big archive of all the ideas that we captured during 7 years of the existing of the studio. And I would like to share with you one of the ideas that recently in the last 4 or 5 years was probably on the table every year and in many projects. And I choose this particular concept called the materialization of architecture that I'm going to explain in a minute, because I think it can be a very different perspective of thinking about sustainable architecture, not so much related with technology, but the philosophy of work. So I would like to start with this small phrase, which describes an article that was published in the 70s by two critics of art, not architecture, Lucy Lippard and John Chandler. And we found this article, we thought this is really interesting because it fits very well to what we were doing in the studio in that moment. So basically those critics, they thought that like classic art is based on objects. Artists, they create objects. They create meanings or gestures through objects like sculptures, paintings, installations, videos, etc. But they were thinking that if the most important in art is what actually like it's what creates between the viewer and the art, like let's say a kind of connection, or maybe emotion, or maybe some kind of understanding. So if this is the most important in art, perhaps the objects are not the most important in art, but just they are just tools to create this kind of relation between the viewer and the art. So through that, they created this really interesting, like let's say some kind of manifesto that maybe in the future art will be not about the objects, but about those relations, about what is actually between the object and the viewer and the artist. So this kind of, I don't know, like atmosphere, situation, moment, emotion, etc. So we thought this is really interesting to think about if it is possible to change the perspective and think not about the dematerialization of art, projects very briefly. I will just tell a little bit more about one, which is also related to the workshop I will run during the weekend. And those five projects, they bring new perspective of how you can actually think about the building, not as a building, but as an open tool that can be used in many situations. So we did in the studio this line, we called it like a 100% is a very classic way of thinking about architecture, where actually architects design buildings. And 0% is the far you can get from this perspective to the opposite wing, let's say. So the first perspective would be opening the building. As you can see, it's not so far from the conventional way of thinking about architecture. But in the same time, it brings something new to the field of what architecture could be. So this is a project we're almost finishing now in Warsaw. It's a school project we designed in a competition a few years ago, in which we were asked, of course, to design a new building. However, we thought this is a perfect opportunity to bring a new idea how you can think about educational buildings. So what we proposed a building that maximizes the possibilities of using it outside of the building. So that basically the building is not a building like closed walls, but a kind of environment which is something in between a structure and the building. So as you can see on this image, it's basically based on green fields, green patios. From the top, you can see that the building is situated on the plot, which is on the edge of the green area on the south from the building. Everything you can see there is actually a beautiful forest, and on the north of the building, everything is Warsaw, the city. So we thought this is a very interesting situation in which you can see how this tool, not a building, can use some potential of the place and combine those nature with architecture. I like to show this picture at the beginning because that shows that green area, what was for us very important. And we actually investigated what kind of plates, what kind of flowers, what kind of trees you can find in the forest on the south from the building. And we analyzed how you can bring light to the building, to those green patios, so that the green area becomes the most important issue of the building. As you can see, we worked a lot with this opening also the roofs, not just the elevation, so that you can actually penetrate the skin of the building from different points of view. You can walk on it, you can work on it, you can play on it, you can give education on it. And as I mentioned before, we work a lot with non-architects. Also, we did that in this project. We can say that for us, the most important situation was not a closed building, as you can see here on this model, but much more this situation, which means how you can actually break the wall between the inside and outside, so that you have this feeling of being outside all the time. To do that, we collaborated with few artists. This is the Warsaw-based artist Kasia Przezwańska. She works a lot with materials and colors. So with her, we did the investigation about how we can bring those nature atmosphere into the building, once again, to open it more and more. I will show you just a few pictures from the building side. The building is not finished yet, so sorry for bad pictures. I've done them by myself. But you can see here that the atmosphere is very, very basic, very much related with nature, especially the ceiling, or with the sun, like in this space. There are big differences between the spaces to bring those natural materials, we can say, into the interior space or in the bigger space as well. And then you can see some pictures, as I said, from finishing the project, where you can see those roofs, how they start appearing. Those black holes, they will be filled up with green areas. And the same here, you can see that how the patio is connected with the roof, and also with the interior corridors, and so on and so on. So basically, this is the first project, which every time we thought about this school project as a tool, not as a building, and we thought how we can open this building to the environment. Then second perspective, how you can dematerialize architecture from our point of view, is you can blur the function. We think this is more or less somewhere here. That could be a very sustainable way of thinking about architecture, in which the building is a frame of situations, of different situations and different functions. And it's very interesting if you really can design this architecture so that maybe in the future life, after 15, 20, 30 years, it can be used in a different way. So the project I will share with you is a project I did in a collective of architects called Balloon. We did it many years ago now. The project is still ongoing. It's based in Haiti, in Jacmel, and it's also a school project. I'll just show this short diagram. I won't go very deeply into the whole concept, but basically I will just focus on this what we've done in this concept. Basically, we thought that it is very interesting to break the conventional way of designing schools, in which you have classrooms, separated and then corridors separated. And basically you move from point A to point B, from point B to point C through those corridors. So the function is very much defined. We thought that it's interesting also because of the climate we have in Haiti to break this function and to create a building that you can see on the right side, which is actually the whole environment that you can manage, that you can use in different ways according to the everyday needs. Those are some examples how you can use the building. You can go through the building, you can go from the outside, you can go through the building like in vertical or direction as well. And so basically this is the structure we've designed. It was possible because of some models that we turned around and we played with them. So the combination of this model gave us the whole structure, We also proposed it to the competition. We won the competition and the building is now ongoing during the construction site. So the third issue, okay, I still have 5 minutes. I'll try to do it fast. This is the third issue, which is for me the most important probably, which is exactly in the middle. I called it the second life of a building. And this is a project that we've done in Warsaw a few years ago. It's an exhibition project. We've been asked by the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw to design an exhibition in somewhere in the city. We've chose a building which is abandoned. It's a school building, and it is very important to know what was the topic of the exhibition. It was about the reconstruction of Warsaw after the Second World War. During this reconstruction, there was a huge urban plan, how the city can be rebuilt. And this plan, next to some new construction, also planned a series of demolitions in the city. So we thought, and this is one thing. The other thing is that this building had a quite interesting story. Few years before we did the exhibition, it was there was a discussion between the city council and some private developers to actually buy this plot, which was of course criticized by the citizens because the school is a used to be a public school. So there was a big manifestation about that, and finally the school was protected. It was no longer for sale. So we thought this is also a very good critic situation in which we can show that we work with abandoned building and we can show the values and the potential of the existing space of something that doesn't work anymore. To do that, we thought that it is interesting to, first of all, understand very well what's the typology of the school and how to transform those, the most characteristic places, materialization, the atmosphere, elements of the interior into a new typology, which is a museum typology. So we started analyzing some parts of the building, the most characteristic ones, as you can see on those drawings. Sometimes marking in the space some situations that can be very, very useful for showing art and showing those exhibition objects. And through those places that we marked in the building, we actually created a totally new inside design of the building based on the old structure of the building. So what was probably the most interesting for us was not the leftovers, so the colorful places, but the white area, because the white area for us was an area that we wanted to demolish. That was also an important gesture for us to show that demolishing can be an art of creation, the same as in the project of reconstruction of the city. It's very often required to also think about how you can move, how you can replace buildings by new buildings. So altogether, it gave us the project in which we tried many techniques, how you can do a temporary exhibition without adding new elements, without producing new architecture, just by using the environment in which you can work. So to investigate if it can really work, we did a prototype by ourselves. This is the first prototype in the school. And then with the big company of builders, group of builders, that was quite interesting because they were happy like kids doing this, this intervention. We actually redesigned the whole school building into the museum space using the potential of the place. So not just the space got the second life, but also some of the elements. As you can see, maybe before it was better to show. Sometimes the bookshelf became a table. The ceiling or the walls were made out of floors. So almost all of the objects, like 90% of the exhibition, was made out of materials, furniture, or parts of the building that we found inside of the school. So I think I'm running out of time. So let me just show you two projects very quickly. The fourth one is a very, very direct answer for this question, how you can dematerialize architecture. It's a project I did with Rodrigo Garcia. Elias mentioned that in the introduction. It was a temporary pavilion on the Biennale of Architecture in Venice. And it's basically a pavilion made out of air. So I will just show you a quick video. It was a very experimental project. We wanted to work with the air from the very beginning, but instead of using the air inside of the balloons on any other forms that basically are used in architecture to create this kind of buildings, we work in an opposite way. Here you can see how we did the building. So the way how we worked, we actually, we wanted to find a technique that can be done by regular people, not by architects. So we designed those big bags in which we were putting garbage, especially plastic bottles that were closed. So they had air inside. And then with vacuum cleaner, we were actually sucking the air outside from the structure. With that, we got a very strong, structurally strong elements like arc forms that could be used as temporary shelters or small architectural structures. So we won a competition organized by French Institute of Architecture. After winning the prize, we started doing more and more experiments with that, with more professional tools, with people from the city. It was very important from us from the very beginning to the project that is open, not closed, not like a super design of architects. So every time, this is a version we did in Paris, we were experimenting with local people and local companies, establishing new connections with companies that normally work with garbage. For us, they were collecting garbage for those special installations. And also for the final presentation we did in Biennale, we invited the other 9 studios that were in the final stage of the competition to come to Venice to help us to build this pavilion, to show that this is a collective work. And the last project, I will do it very, very briefly, is a project that has 0% of materialization, because this is a kind of project that we call storytelling or speculations of architecture. So we've been asked to design an exhibition in the Museum of Architecture in Poland. We've been actually asked to do an exhibition about ourselves, but we thought this is not us. We don't really like to do a lot of advertisement about our work. So we proposed to the museum to convert the museum for a month and a half into a studio, a temporary studio where we can move all the people, and also where we can do a workshop with students, with other architects, with writers and so on, to work on the topic that we are very much interested in, which was an abundant villages and migrations between villages and the city Especially you can find this situation in Spain that was like super common maybe 10 years ago. And this is something that will come to Poland probably in the next 5-10 years, the problem of disappearing villages. So we found an article about the village that literally disappeared like 20 years ago. There is none of people and no buildings if you go there. There's just an empty, big green field in the middle of the forest. So what we did, we created like a ghost village. We designed actually, or we thought how could work a society to still release this, not release, but like to defend this migration from the city, from the villages to the cities. And during this process, we designed like a kind of a strategy or way of working with villages. As you can see, we did it on a very, very long table that was like a timeline of the whole project, which, this is also important, was shown in an abundant place in the museum. We converted the whole magazine into a totally new exhibition space, which works till today. So we're very happy about that. So once again, that was this thinking about, if you do a temporary exhibition, use the potential you have, even though it's for 3 months, maybe you can design it in a way that it can be used after it's finished. So on that table, we showed the whole process, some ideas how you can get villages from those relations from the people from this ghost society. Like this architecture is very important because here you can see it's totally transparent, and it was all about the relations between the people in the village. I don't want to go much deeper into this project. That was quite complex. We work on it on 3 months, but this is an attitude that is very, very, I think very important, not just for us, but maybe for all the architects, that every time when you're asked to do a project, it is also your, maybe even your obligation to think about what are the other potentials and how you can work in this environment rather than creating new buildings and new ideas. So this is the whole story we did at the end of this project. And this is also the end of my story. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maciek. Thank you very much. It was quite refreshing after a long day. It was, wow, you know, you got us to really think about ideas about all the projects that you showed, and I think I would like to just ask you about. I mean, bring us back to reality. Like we have the COVID-19, and you speak about the dematerialization, and we're experiencing dematerialization of our everyday life. Like meetings are not meetings, social gatherings are not social gatherings anymore. Public space has changed. Now we're in Zoom. Have you thought of what the next, I don't know, maybe it's an exhibition or maybe it's a project, but have you thought of what would be the next approach that you would take in the new situation, how things are today?
Well, basically, we're thinking about it nowadays. Also, and this is quite interesting that actually we somehow investigate on ourselves, because of pandemia situation, we were forced to work, well, like everyone else, online, which is not a typical situation for us. So we discovered that even though it's a very useful tool, very often you need to gather in some place. So through this observation, we thought that perhaps what is going to be very important in the future, and we were thinking about some kind of maybe publication, maybe some kind of idealistic concepts to show some examples how it can be realized in real cities. But I think basically the public space is going to be much more important in the nearest future. Not just the outside spaces. This is like obvious because of pandemic. It's much safer to be outside of the buildings. But I think we will all be forced to think about public spaces once again. And I don't mean just about typical public buildings, but for example, housing. Maybe the future is going to be to think about, can we design at least small places where people can meet, safe places where people can meet in housing areas, for example. So I think public spaces is going to be much more important in the next 10, 15 years.
Thank you so much. I think that's a great hint to give at the moment when we see a lot of redevelopment in many cities and we see a lot of public space being rebuilt. Maybe we have to hold our horses for a second and see, maybe we have to keep those spaces because they are the ones that allow people to go out and still have a sort of a regular life. Thank you so much, Magic, and I'm really happy that you joined us again, and we hope to see you again in a future Ecoweek. We'll speak about that.
Thank you very much.
Great. So, okay, thank you all. I see a lot of friends still. I hope you're enjoying the lectures as much as we are. I want to thank, first of all, our speakers, our amazing speakers in this afternoon session, Magor, Maria Carmela, Andras, Emese, Jaroslav and Magic for joining us. Some of you will have the chance to work with some of them at the workshop. So if you had some questions or things you'd like to ask, you have the chance to speak with them later on. And now we'll proceed to the conclusion of the workshops, for the lectures. And just before we meet for the workshops, we can have a small break. So as we approach the conclusion, I would like to, first of all, I hope that the lectures were exciting or were interesting, raised questions, intrigued you. I hope that it gave you ideas to search, to learn further, maybe motivate you to do some things or to undertake some project or do some sustainable action that you haven't thought before, or maybe a different choice in your work or private life. And before Despina and I summarize, I would like to invite Martin Salmon, who to share his thoughts. Martin is the director of the Romanian Cultural Institute of Tel Aviv, and he held the presidency of the unique cluster Israel. And I would like to say that now you've passed on the presidency to our friend Arno Mitterdorfer, who's the director of the Austrian Cultural Forum, and who has been also a partner of Ecoweek for several years. And I'll take the opportunity to thank Martin for the leadership and Andrea, his assistant, for initiating and coordinating the collaboration that we had between Ecoweek and Unique. I hope, first of all, that you're happy with the collaboration, with the result, with the I don't know, the variety of lectures that we had, which I think was amazing. And I would like you to share your thoughts, your conclusions, your, I don't know, questions you may have, please.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Elias. I want, first of all, to congratulate on this first day's successful day of Ecoweek, of 15th Ecoweek, and of course, to wish many, many years from now for Ecoweek. Chronia Pola, Mazel Tov, Ecoweek. Congratulations to Elias, to Despina, to all the excellent stuff that you have there. I have to confess that I have a feeling of déjà vu when I see these names of many Greek names, mainly, right, in the audience, and yes, that's why I'm saying this. It's because my previous post was in Greece, my previous diplomatic post in Thessaloniki. I was very interested also of the lectures about Kalamaria. I used to live there, and about the situation in Greece. So thank you very much for bringing me back to my previous post, and I spent excellent times there. Regarding the panel, unique Ecoweek panels today, I don't know much about ecology, and I don't know more than anybody else, any regular person knows about it, that it's a good thing. It's something that we should care about, but we don't actually put much effort in it. But I admire very much those people who are volunteering, who are putting effort, who are professionals in this field, and as I knew the team which organizes Ecoweek and Elias, I have to say they are fantastic people, and this is something that makes a change, even if it's a very small change. But if we do each of us a little bit in this direction, it can make a difference. I was listening to the speakers on behalf of the member countries of a unique cluster in Tel Aviv. We had great presentations and multidisciplinary presentations from different fields, from the wildlife preservation, Mogor from Romania, and from Czechia, of course, to others who were professionals in architecture, or I don't know, design or composed. And from Hungary, I saw two interesting presentations. From Poland, the last one, I was, even if it was a marathon, I was admiring also others who were persisting, holding on after 6 or 7, maybe 7 or 8 hours. We still have 50 something participants in Zoom, and another 20, 30 on YouTube Live. That's something. After 8 hours, I mean, it didn't decrease during the day. I saw that it means that people doesn't just enter randomly and then they leave after 3 seconds. You know that in social media, the average time people spends on one post, on video post, is 3 seconds. And here the same people spend 8 hours on the same video. I'm simply astonished. I just want to say that the Tel Aviv unique cluster, that we are 14 countries in this cluster, and I believe 8 were participating in the Ecoweek project, in this panels. UNIC means European Union National Institutions for Culture, and this is a network that comprises European Union member countries, European Union member countries, diplomatic representations in certain countries, and the network, one of the main components of the activity of UNIC is also social activism, and this is one of the main components, and mainly in Israel, in Tel Aviv, where we we work, this is an important part of our work. And of course, we have also cultural artistic projects that we organize together inside the Uni cluster in Tel Aviv, but also social projects are very important, like these panels in Ecoweek Israel that we participated. I have to say that 1 year ago, the Romanian Culture Institute that I lead was already in a very successful project with Ecoweek Israel in the 2019 edition. It wasn't online yet, of course. It was organized physically, and we were very satisfied of that organization. So after we took over the presidency of the cluster, we decided to try to convince our colleagues from the cluster that it was to do it, and now that it is online, we could do it, and we had a lot of interesting lectures from those participating countries. So what I just want to say again, thank you, and keep up the good work, and good luck for tomorrow and for day after tomorrow for the workshops, Sinharitiria, Efaristopolis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you, and thank you for the collaboration, and thank you for initiating this connection with Unique. And we hope to continue. You know, it's just a start.
It's a start of a beautiful friendship.
Of course. Thank you. Despina, would like to invite you to share conclusions.
Hi everyone again. It was a long day indeed, a very interesting day. Thank you all for your patience, for being with us all those hours. Thank you to all of the speakers that contribute to this effort. I think it was the content was quite rich, and a lot of different issues were addressed, not only in the aspect of architecture, but in an aspect that, as we said before, sustainability is such a wide term, and I think we should address it as such. We should address all those issues as a whole unity, because we cannot have a healthy planet if we only focus only to architecture or only to the planet resources. We have to think in a more circular way. So special, really thank you for all the contribution. If you would like to contact our speakers, or some of them have already provided their contact details, or you can check their websites. You will find all the details in our main events website. Thank you, Martin, for the great preparation and the great collaboration, for bringing all this excellent line of speakers, for the nice chats and input. And to the great team that coordinated, was online all those hours by posting on Facebook, coordinating stuff online, the IT support. We really hope that you will get all those kind of lectures with you, all those kind of information with you as a working tool that will also help you during the workshop. Even if they are not directly related with the workshop topic, I think you can always think a bit out of the box, and you can always design based on different ideas, on putting yourselves in someone else's shoe. It's going to be a long weekend. I'm not going to hide it. It's going to be a marathon. On May, we had a marathon too. It was quite intense. Personally, I enjoy it quite a lot. So right now, we're going to have like a 5 minutes break, just to have something to drink, I guess, just to clear our heads. and we're going to meet with the workshops. Besides the speakers, we have an excellent line of workshop leaders too, including EOS from Austria, Ulrike Maciez, Jota from Brazil, Vivian. I'm sorry if I'm not going to, if I'm not mentioning everyone. So we are really expecting the results. Please keep in mind that we're going to share all the announcements for deadlines or for guidelines on the general chat of the general channel of Microsoft Teams. If you still have any issue with technical issues, please contact our support team or me personally, and we will be glad to help you. The workshop deadline is going to be on Sunday, but all of our Ecoweek member teams are going to be with you to direct you and to assist you and to give you detailed guidelines. And by the end of Sunday, we're going to have a final presentation conclusions. So every workshop is going to present their work to all of us, like for 5 minutes, and then we're going to have a discussion. I think it will be a nice close and nice input to see everyone's work. That's it. Thank you very much for being with us all those hours. And if you would like to add anything, please feel free to turn on your microphone or camera. Actually, I think it would be nice if all of us will turn on our cameras and just take a screenshot, just to have it, to memorize it.
Yes, if we can all turn on the cameras so we can take a nice selfie, Zoom selfie. Okay. Great, great. We're missing, Dimitris is still there? Oh, okay. Oh, wow, great.
It's really nice, to be honest. I can see lots of familiar faces, so I'm really glad about it. Lots of friends also.
Super.
Nothing.
Super. Shall we say we're taking 5 minutes and we're meeting at, let's say, 6:45 for the workshops? We're meeting at the workshops in the Teams rooms for each workshop. So we're leaving the Zoom platform and we're going to Teams now. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. And we hope to see you in the next event soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everybody. Bye. Thank you.